Chapter 6:25. Old Guy didn't suffer from the plague this time. He was thinner and his eyes were brighter. There was almost no change from when he left. Your Majesty, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. This time, I found a total of 6 pterosaur lairs and drew them all on the map. As he spoke, Old Guy took out a roll of craft paper map, spread it on the table, and pushed it in front of Danny. She flipped through it. Old Guy left for more than 20 days and flew tens of thousands of kilometers. The area marked on the map was about 200,000 square kilometers. Other than the complicated flight routes, most of it was blank. Fortunately, Old Guy was born in a great noble family and had received the highest education. He was also proficient in the art of war and knew how to draw map. If it were Danny's slave-born dragon knights, they probably wouldn't even know the directions. There were a total of 9 swamps marked with a red cross on the map. Old Guy went to Sosros twice. The first time, he found 3 dragon lairs visited by Jenny. This time, he found 6 swamps with adult dragons. Danny found that the distance between the dragon lairs was very far. The 2 nearest ones were more than 80 kilometers. Pterosaurs had a big appetite. Pterosaurs consumed a lot of food every day and needed a wide range of hunting. The rainforest was the place with the most natural resources. Danny looked away from the map and asked, "Are there any dangerous places or places that need special attention?" Old Guy thought for a moment and shook his head. "I've been following the method you taught me. Everything goes according to the feelings of the Silver Prince, Old Guy's shadow dragon. I'll follow him wherever he flies. When I want to rest at night, it's also where he chooses to land. In the rainforest for more than half a month, I didn't take off the gauze outside the armor. I'm no longer afraid of mosquito bites, and I didn't go into the river once. Fortunately, the rainforest is rainy. Sometimes there are several rainstorms a day. According to you, I didn't get sick when I took a shower at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Danny pointed on the map and asked, "How many dragons are there?" From the sky, looking from afar with binoculars, there are at least 20 swamp dragons more than 30 meters long and 10 shadow dragons more than 20 meters long. There are also 2 swamps. The pterosaurs in the dragon lairs have green and white stripes on their bodies. They are only a dozen meters long, but their wings are wide and strong. They should be able to carry people. In my opinion, the striped dragons were better when it came to speed and throwing wildfire bombs from the air. Swamp dragons were big, but their movements were slow and they ate a lot. The rations of 10 normal swamp dragons were almost equivalent to raising 1,500 high-grade warhorses, good horses used by regular knights. If 100 swamp dragons were raised over a long period of time, as the night approaches, I'm afraid even the wealthy slave bay will feel strained. King's Landing had a population of 500,000, but only 3,000 golden robes remained. This meant that the Iron Throne could only afford 3,000 regular soldiers. The golden robes' duties included the police, the city guards, the palace guards, and helping the king and the princes to oppress the good, which was often not enough. Take Winterfell as an example. At his peak, Stark could conscript at least 30,000 soldiers, but Winterfell only had a garrison of 200 soldiers. I'd only brought tens of guards to the King's Landing. As a result, Winterfell was defenseless, giving the assassins the opportunity to assassinate Bran. Bran lived in the heart of the castle, for heaven's sake. The land area of the Night Watchman's New and Old Land was equivalent to 1.5 Korea, but it couldn't support a mere 1,000 night watchmen. They had to rely on the support of the 7 Kingdoms nobles. Even if it was the Dragon Queen with all kinds of cheats, weren't her dragon mother guards stationed in the fields? Besides the immaculate ones, even the centaurs had to graze to support themselves. In this era of low productivity, the king couldn't maintain a regular army of more than 10,000 people. A small country with a small population couldn't afford to raise 100 big-bellied swamp dragons. "How much does the striped pterosaur eat?" Danny asked. "About 1/10 to 1/5 of the swamp dragons," Oel-chan said. Ah, if the pterosaurs could learn magic, their food intake would be reduced by 70%, Danny sighed. The striped pterosaur ate less and carried less weight. It was enough to throw 50 kilograms of wildfire bombs, but wildfire bombs were scarce. Most of the time, they had to throw kerosene bombs. Of course, the more kerosene bombs the better. Danny hoped that there would be a pterosaur that ate less than a horse, flew faster than a megalosaurus, and carried more weight than an old swamp dragon. Unfortunately, it was just wishful thinking. Well, she didn't know if sheep eggs blood magic could create a new pterosaur. What are your plans now? Stay in Slaver's Bay or return to the Westeros? Danny asked. Oel-chan had promised to help her finish the Battle of Meereen, but now he had made a great contribution and could leave. Oel-chan understood that the Dragon Queen meant well. She took the initiative to give him a way out, but now he knew that with the help of the little devil, Aegon was doing very well. He even created the True Dragon Alliance. It didn't seem like he was missing. I'll stay in Meereen and help you command the knights. I'll go back after the Alliance army is defeated, he said. Danny nodded and said, in that case, I'll give you a few days off. Aegon is getting married, I really can't leave. As his adoptive father, you can't be absent. Sigh, in the blink of an eye, His Highness is getting married. If Prince Riga is still here, Oel-chan touched his sparse hair and sighed. He couldn't help but think of his silver prince. Danny was very active. The night Oel-chan returned, she left a Stapo under the cover of the night. The next morning, she entered the foreign continent, flew over large rivers and plains, and finally saw the rainforest known as the Green Hell. It was only 800 kilometers from New Gith to Sosro's continent. After flying 400 to 500 kilometers to the south, they would officially enter the rainforest. To be more direct, Astapo was only 4,000 kilometers away from the swamp where the first dragon nest was. 4,000 kilometers wasn't close. The reason Oel-chan was gone for so long was because he was flying aimlessly. His range of activity was actually only a few 100,000 square kilometers, more than half of Sichuan province. If you went to New York and carefully looked at every scenic spot in New York, half a month wouldn't be enough. But if you only crossed New York, even if you rode a bicycle, it would only take an hour or two. After entering Sosro's continent, Danny immediately rushed into a world of rain and fog. Not only was there a hot and humid mist in the air, but there was also an active magic factor that shrouded her soul like a thick fog. How should she put it? It was like a law controller of World A entering World B, whose laws were completely different. The magic factor in Sosro's was different from that of Ursos and Westeros. The further south she flew, the greater the difference. Danny really wanted to know, if she kept flying south, where could she fly to? In the morning, the sky was bright, and Danny seemed to be drowned in a green tsunami. She had never felt that green could be so thick, so clean, so fresh. In her vision, there were all kinds of green in all directions. The olive green of the towering trees, the tea green of the bushes, the pea green of unknown flowers, the spring green of the branches, the dark green of the moss on the ground, the dark green of the swamp water, the fluorescent green of the aquatic plants. The quiet green forest was so quiet, and the cries of the red-haired apes and macaws could be heard clearly. The picturesque forest was so noisy, and the cries of animals and birds rose and fell one after another. It was like a jungle concert. Danny thought of Simba, the opening song of the Lion King Simba. The composer of the song must have been to the rainforest. The air here was also very fresh, with a thick fragrance of trees. Danny felt that her lungs had never been so happy. The megalosaurus flew over the rainforest, and the animals in the forest below screamed in fear and ran away. It was like the police in the police station raiding a village mahjong house in the middle of the night. Because of this, Danny also saw the creatures in the rainforest. Lions, monkey, forest pythons more than 10 meters long, hippos the size of trucks, crocodiles. Not to mention these normal beasts, there were too many ferocious beasts that did not exist on Earth. For example, the striped spider the size of a sow could even trap a lion with its spider silk. Also, the snake lizard the size of a cow, the head of a rooster, the torso of a pangolin, the 8 legs of a centipede. Danny had seen a snake lizard the size of a hunting dog in the small beast arena at the Quills Pier. She had thought that one day, she would let this creature see her burning soul of Huaxia. After experiencing the gray scale disease and blood plague, she shrank back. In the face of the magical beast virus, the drooling soul of Huaxia had a dry mouth. Whoosh Danny was in a curious, carefree, and proud mood, driving away the ferocious beasts in the forest like sheep. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound cut through the air from afar. It was frighteningly fast, like a black lightning bolt tearing through the sky. Shit! How can there be such a thing? Danny looked sideways and cursed out loud. Dahe, who had been with her as a dragon spirit, didn't need to turn its head. Its wings suddenly sped up and dodged the coconut tree that was shot like a crossbow arrow. Yes, it was like an ordinary person throwing a javelin. 100 meters away, a chimpanzee nearly 30 meters in size uprooted a 10-meter-high coconut tree. Its roots were entangled with a lump of black soil that was rustling with sand and sand. It was as simple as an ordinary person pulling a pinch of spring onion from the garden. Roar, roar, roar! After the sneak attack failed, the chimpanzee stood upright. Its 2 fists as big as locomotives beat its broad chest like a drum, and its mouth let out a roar that broke through the sky. It's too messy. Even King Kong came out? Danny reminded Dahe to pull up the altitude. Looking at the chimpanzee roaring in the rainforest below, she was shocked and felt ridiculous. King Kong was very tall, nearly 30 meters, but the ancient giant trees in the rainforest were taller and more luxuriant. They were completely enough to cover the chimpanzee, so that Danny didn't notice its sneaky behavior before. Dahe flew around the chimpanzee twice at an altitude of 300 meters. Then the Dragon Queen entered the 5th-level dragon spirit and launched a soul-destroying attack. Tut! Awoo! King Kong, who had been jumping and beating its chest angrily, rolled its eyes and howled. It fell back heavily to the ground, crushing a few sky-gazing trees and fainting. I thought you were so powerful, but it turns out that you're also a useless spearhead. Danny smiled proudly, but didn't order Dahe to go closer. After removing the 5th-level dragon spirit, the Green Prophet's second soul split a thought and instantly fell between the chimpanzee's eyebrows below. Roar, roar! The chimpanzee, who had fainted, rolled over and jumped up 40 to 50 meters high. It stretched its arms and wanted to grab Dahe's leg as if it was snatching a rebound, but it was still more than 200 meters away from Dahe. That guy was pretending to be dead. But then again, the Green Prophet's thought was like a bullet, penetrating the cracked and mottled soul wall. Previously, the 5th-level dragon spirit was like a giant hammer hitting the city wall. It didn't smash the city wall, but it still made the city wall full of cracks. Chapter 6:26. Evildoer, I knew you were pretending to be dead, great mighty sky dragon. Following the crack in King Kong's soul wall, the Green Prophet's thoughts entered like a fish. A green star fell into the space of consciousness and turned into the image of Dragon Queen's radiant Night King in silver armor, blue robe, and golden cape. If she didn't shout that stupid line. Roar! King Kong responded with a deafening roar. Its fists were like a locomotive, and in an instant, it smashed the Dragon Queen, who was halfway through her chant. King Kong didn't seem to be an ordinary creature. Its soul was extremely condensed. Not only could it withstand the attack of the 5 dragon spirits, it could also resist the invading consciousness in the form of a giant gorilla. The Dragon Queen did explode. She exploded into a cloud of mist and quickly turned into a megalosaurus in the form of Little White's dragon spirit. She suddenly rushed into King Kong's open mouth. Evildoer, take my attack. In front of King Kong's door, the soul destruction strike was launched again. The dark green soul space of the gorilla trembled slightly. The gorilla's soul was illusory, and the surface of its body rippled like water. Waves of dizziness appeared in the gorilla's eyes. It was really dizzy. Swoosh, the valiant Night King appeared again. This time, she had a blazing long sword in her hand. The silver-white flesh wings closed as the sword hilt. The white dragon opened its mouth into a sword guard, and the dragon's mouth spat out a 50-meter-long flaming sword. This was Little White. She and Little White didn't end the dragon spirit, but Little White turned into a sword, and she held it in her hand. This is the real great mighty sky dragon. The Night Queen slashed gently, and the 50-meter-long flaming sword cut off the dizzy King Kong's head like a hot knife cutting through butter. The real soul was torn apart. The gorilla let out a tragic howl. Its hut-sized head was howling, and so was its headless torso. It had nothing to do with the mouth. The howl came from the soul. The Night Queen waved the white dragon sword in her right hand a few times. The flaming sword blade suddenly disappeared, and the white dragon sword hilt was replaced by a black dragon. In just a moment, the Dragon Queen changed mode from Little White to Big Black. It was still the sword hilt with its wings folded and its tail curled. However, the blade of the sword was not made of flames, but Dahe's extended neck. The Night Queen gently swung her hand, and the black dragon sword's blade elongated. The tip of the blade was Blackie's head, as if Blackie's neck had extended infinitely. The ferocious dragon head with its mouth wide open swelled up like a balloon. At the same time, a series of mysterious runes flickering with golden red light formed between the dragon's jaws. Roar! In the end, the dragon head at the tip of the sword flew to the side of the gorilla's head and swallowed it in one gulp. Croak, croak, croak. Like the gears of a machine, the runes in the dragon's mouth quickly rearranged themselves and sealed the gorilla's head into a golden ball of runes. Woo woo woo. Without its head, King Kong's spiritual body cried out even more miserably, and an illusory head gradually appeared on its neck. Walala, like the shaking of a chain, the black dragon sword's blade rapidly shrunk, shrinking from several hundred meters to a normal 1-meter-long sword. Dragon Queen waved her hand, and the black dragon's sword disappeared. She looked at the gorilla leisurely and said, "Now, you are my summoned beast. Remove your soul defense and let me heal you." Roar, roar! King Kong's illusory head roared unyieldingly at her, raised its fists high and hammered down again. "You're courting death." Dragon Queen sneered. Without seeing her move, King Kong, who was pouncing over, suddenly fell down. It held its head and howled at the top of its lungs, as if it was in extreme pain. Dragon Queen only sneered again and again, watching it cry out in pain. After an unknown amount of time, King Kong's eyes no longer had a trace of arrogance in them, but were full of pleading and fear. Dragon Queen then stopped her divine ability. This was only a thought from Danny. In the real world, she was not idle. She rode Blackie around the forest, gathering thousands of beasts together. Under the fire control technique, the dragon flame was like a blanket, covering the creatures below. The flames burned in this primitive rainforest that had been undisturbed for thousands of years. Thousands of beasts wailed and died in the fire. She poured spiritual essence into King Kong's sea of consciousness, quickly healing the wounds on its soul. A general success was built on thousands of bones. For this pet, Danny's hands were stained with blood. A long time ago, Danny snatched a sea monster horn from a family of Valeglia descendants in Reese's family. The sea monster was long dead, and the horn had lost its effect. But the runes in the horn itself were extremely valuable. The magic to control sea monsters came from the great wizard, and Danny could master it easily. But all this time, she had never met a sea monster, and could not use the dragon-slaying technique. Today, she met King Kong in the rainforest, and planned to leave after defeating it. Although it had ambushed Blackie, Danny was willing to let it go because of her inexplicable feelings for King Kong in her previous life. But it actually knew how to play dead, What did this mean? It meant that it was highly intelligent. Originally, the Dragon Queen did not like this big fool who did not know magic, but it kept showing off its talent to her, as if to say, "Look at how great I am, it's a pity not to take you as a follower." The Dragon Queen had no choice but to accept its submission. Even so, she was just trying her best, because she was not sure if the seal to control sea monsters would work on King Kong. The result was very gratifying. King Kong's soul was kept in the pool of faith, and with a gentle pinch, King Kong's body was in a worse state than wearing the hoop spell. Sigh, with this body, it's an absolute killing machine on the battlefield, but across the sea. Danny looked at King Kong, who was obediently squatting in the forest, and sighed helplessly. She waved her hand and said, "Go." Roar, roar, seeing that Danny was really going to leave it behind, King Kong stood up and howled. "What's wrong?" Danny did not understand. King Kong waved at her, and then skipped in a direction. There was a muffled rumbling sound from the rainforest, as if there was an earthquake. Danny hesitated. She came to Soros with a mission this time, so she had to go and come back early. She did not have time to explore the rainforest, but King Kong seemed to be very enthusiastic. Seeing that Dahe did not follow, it stopped and waved its hand while howling. Danny decided to go and have a look. "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste." "Roar, roar," King Kong responded. It used both hands and legs, and its speed was really faster. They ran for about 2 hours in the southeast direction, which was 70 or 80 kilometers. Dahe and Danny were bored in the sky, but King Kong was panting and squatting beside a stream in the valley. "I'm telling you, if you don't give me good treasures, you'll be miserable." Danny threatened it fiercely. Roar, King Kong's voice was a little more hesitant. Another half an hour later, King Kong followed the river into a deep valley. Danny flew in the air and saw where it was going first. She was surprised to see a person, a savage. This was a gourd-shaped valley. The valley entrance was narrow and slender, so King Kong could not walk in. It could only climb the mountain walls on both sides of the narrow rocky path. But the belly of the gourd was very big. Hundreds of families lived in it, and there was a bleak wheat field. Danny had known that there were savages on the Soros continent for a long time. It was not a secret. When the Guji's empire built a colonial city on the coast of the Soros Sea, they arrested a group of savages, but the Guji's people thought that they were too stupid to be slaves. As the coastal cities built by Guji's and Valeglia soon disappeared, the residents of the Ursos continent never saw the striped people again. Well, the skin of the Soros people was naturally striped with brown and white. Their nose was also broad and flat like a pig's nose. Danny saw it with her own eyes. The records in the ancient books were right. They had broad bones, strong muscles, long arms, slant foreheads, and a huge square chin that would make Erlu feel ashamed. Without the pig's nose, they looked more like a gorilla. "Seems like a subhuman," Danny muttered. The huts of the striped people were made of mud and straw. They were low and shabby, even worse than the huts in the countryside. When she saw the cured meat drying in front of the hut, Danny's pupils contracted, and her heart raced. It was a human corpse. The stomach was cut open, the organs were taken out, and the body was smoked to dry. It was like the cured meat, chicken, duck, and fish that people in the Celestial Empire used to celebrate the New Year. The head was still there, and the scalp was stuck to the skull. The eye sockets were dark, and the mouth that was as dry as old tree bark was open. The striped people were cannibals. Whoa, 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 the unkempt, black-haired striped people also saw the megalosaurus in the sky. Hundreds of savages raised their spears and bone knives and shouted at the sky. Danny could feel that the striped savages were not hostile. Maybe they thought that the megalosaurus was a lone pterosaur, just like King Kong. Roar, roar, at this time, King Kong finally climbed through the entrance of the gourd valley. Its left hand was hanging on the stone wall, and its body was hanging in the air. It opened its head and roared at the valley, and used its empty right hand to beat its chest. It seemed to be provoking someone? It was definitely not a savage. Savages were not qualified. Whoa, whoa, whoa! However, when the barbarians saw King Kong, their reaction was very intense. Hundreds of male barbarians wrapped around their crotches with animal skins were holding stone knives, bone spears, bows, and other weapons. They formed a loose formation and approached King Kong with loud voices. Roar, roar! King Kong's response was simple. It took a big step and rushed into the midst of the savages, like a child stepping on ant. Squeak, squeak! She did not know if it could protect the flower, but the savages were indeed crushed into mud. It was a bloody pulp of flesh. It was like an ordinary person walking on the road stepped on a pile of bird poop. Fuck! Danny's face turned green. Fuck! I followed you for hundreds of miles, and this is what you want me to see? Just as Danny was angry and was about to teach the black bastard a lesson, something strange happened. There was a huge cave at the bottom of the gourd valley, 40 to 50 meters high. At first glance, it looked like a gap between the mountains behind the valley. Outside the cave, the savages piled up stones to build a 3-meter-high stone wall. Strangely, the stone wall had no entrance. At this time, thousands of white bats suddenly flew out of the huge cave. They were the size of rice cookers, and flowed out of the cave like a flood. Like a dark cloud, they covered King Kong, who was chasing after the savages. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The bats made a shrill sound that sounded like an illusion. She could hear it, but it felt like an illusion. Danny felt dizzy even though she was far away. Roar! King Kong gave up on the wailing striped men and rushed toward the white bats with a roar. Bam, bam, bam! In the swarm of bats, King Kong's huge palms waved wildly. That scene was like having 1,000 blood-sucking mosquitoes on your thigh, and you slapped them. Blood and flesh splattered, and King Kong's black fur was dyed dark red. Are those vampire bats? Danny realized. Chapter 6:27. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The white bats covered the sky like dark clouds. King Kong waved its arms and started a massacre, but there were too many bats. Soon, they landed on its body and covered the surface of its fur. Danny felt goosebumps all over her body when she saw the dense number of bats. The white bats' milky white bellies began to bulge visibly, swelling into dark red balls. They were sucking King Kong's blood and were fast. King Kong went crazy, scratching its body and smashing the white bats' bellies. Blood splattered everywhere. This was a war of attrition. The bats exchanged numbers for King Kong's blood. The bats were endless, covering most of the sky in the valley. King Kong was made of flesh and blood after all. The situation was worse than Danny had guessed. Not only could the white bats suck blood, they could also inject poison into King Kong's body to numb its muscles. Ow, ow! King Kong asked the Dragon Queen for help. If you can't find something good in the cave later, you're dead meat. After cursing, Danny entered the level 5 dragon spirit and activated the soul-destroying strike. Squeak! Blackie's body stiffened for a moment. The level 5 dragon spirit was removed and its soul returned to its body. It returned to normal. Bats rained down in the valley below. They fell to the ground like hailstones. What surprised Danny was that only a small portion of the bats died. Most of the bats only swayed as if they were drunk and were still struggling on the ground. These are not ordinary vampire bats. Blackie swooped down and spewed dragon flames. Under the fire control technique, the dragon flames turned from a water column into a fan with a wide range of damage. Crackle, crackle, crackle! The bats that landed by the river exploded like beans in the dragon flame. Spiritual bestowment. Danny was shocked. The bats here were indeed different. Compared to the thousands of beasts that were burned to death earlier, their spiritual density was richer. Moreover, the spiritual rain that fell into the sea of consciousness was mixed with extremely thin divinity. It was as thin as the willow catkins that fluttered in the wind on both sides of the river in spring, but it was indeed divinity. There's an evil god in the cave. Dragon Queen's eyes were shining. A simple sentence explained the reason and determined the other party's nature. Evil god! Evildoer, come out and accept your death. Seeing that there was profit to be made, Dragon Queen was full of enthusiasm. First, she used her level 4 dragon spirit to attack the bat on the ground 3 times in a row. Then, she commanded King Kong to rush into the cave. Well, she didn't burn any more bats. The bats landed all over the place. They landed on the savages' huts, in the courtyards, in the wheat fields, on the river. Unless a wildfire burned down the entire valley, it wouldn't be able to burn down the bats that had landed everywhere. However, Danny did not want to destroy the home of the savages. Although the surviving savages were baring their teeth at her and Dahe and waving their weapons, they were eager to fight. Thump, thump, thump. King Kong, whose body was covered in blood and flesh, ran with big strides. It didn't even need Danny's urging. Its original goal seemed to be the cave. Don't kill it. No matter what it is, bring it out. Danny hurriedly ordered King Kong. Roar King Kong was really smart. When it heard that, it paused at the entrance of the cave. It nodded in the direction of the Megalosaurus before going in. There was no fierce fighting in the cave, no screams of pain, and no colorful magic glow. After about 3 minutes, King Kong walked out with a yellow rock the size of a millstone in its left hand and a bat the size of a bus in its right hand. Compared to King Kong's huge palm, it was like holding an eraser in its left hand and an old hen in its right hand. The big bat's skin was also milky white, but there were bright streaks of blood on its surface. 7 levels of hell, what kind of monster is this? If it was just a bat demon, Danny wouldn't be surprised if it was bigger in size. However, the bat's drooping head was obviously a human. The vampire bats from before had heads that looked like dogs, but the bat in King Kong's hand, its head was like a clamshell, and there was half a person inside, half of the body was hidden in the shell. In the head of the clamshell, there was a woman with wet skin. Her body was grayish-white, and there was a network of blood veins covering the surface of her skin. Her torso was curvaceous, which made her look like an old woman who had lived for 10,000 years. Wu seeing the bat demon, the striped people couldn't stay calm. Some women and children knelt on the ground and cried, while some brave men and women rushed to King Kong. Roar King Kong wouldn't be polite to them. It lifted its huge foot and stomped on them, leaving huge wet footprints. Blood and minced meat stuck to the brown ground. The warriors were all dead, and the remaining cowards collapsed on the ground and cried. For the striped people in the gourd cave, this was a terrible catastrophe. Even their own god was caught, and it was uncertain whether he was dead or alive. Roar King Kong puffed out its chest and looked around proudly. Hiss Blackie glanced at it in disdain and landed on the stone wall outside the cave. Danny stood on the dragon's back and waved to the chimpanzee. She said, King Kong, bring the bat demon here. Wheeze. Looking at the little person more than 10 meters away, King Kong's breathing became a little rapid, and a fierce light flashed in its golden brown eyes. It was eager to fight. Blackie had sharp senses, and a bright red light immediately rose from its bloody lake-like vertical pupils. The demigod's soul power manifested, and a string of sparks rushed out of its mouth. It flew more than 10 meters away and scorched King Kong's thick eyebrows. Idiot, come here. Blackie's voice was low and evil. He didn't even need to be possessed by Mother Dragon. He had already entered smog mode. King Kong's body, which was as thick as a city wall, actually trembled twice. He then lowered his eyes and walked to Blackie. He squatted down and held the thing in his hands at the same level as the Dragon Queen's line of sight. After learning the magic runes in the Kraken horn, Danny knew that the monster horn had a major flaw in controlling monsters. It had to be intimidating. The two sides were not real partners. If the sea monster could kill its master, destroy the horn, and take back the divided soul, it could regain its freedom. Therefore, the master must always be vigilant against the monster's counterattack. This kind of skill was a bit useless for her. Well, the animal companions of the shapeshifters would also counterattack their masters. For example, the sixth-form man, Valamir, lost in the battle with Aunt May and his soul was severely damaged. The Shadow Lynx saw the opportunity and immediately bit his throat. Putting aside the distracting thoughts, Danny began to observe King Kong's spoils. A yellow stone the size of a millstone. It was not a stone, but a gold nugget. It was very likely that there was a gold mine in the cave. "Do you think I need this?" Danny pointed at the gold nugget and asked. King Kong nodded with a puzzled look. It seemed that it was surprised that she was not happy about the gold. Danny waved her hand and let it throw away the gold nugget. She then looked at the bat demon. "Human? Demon?" she asked in Valeglia, the common language, the ancient language, and the half-baked barbarian language. The old woman in the soft clamshell did not respond. However, her withered eyes moved, revealing a pair of compound eyes that were as bright as the stars. The compound eyes were densely packed and shone with a demonic light. It was not scary, but it was like 10,000 earthworms twisting into a ball in front of you. You would not be afraid, but you would feel a chill down your spine and goosebump. Danny swallowed her saliva and was considering if she should just barbecue it over a fire. She spoke. Her voice was old but pleasant, like the most beautiful music. Danny did not understand, but she knew what she was talking about. Original language. Danny's violet eyes trembled a few times, like a drop of ink dripping into a clear pool. The ink spread out and the violet was replaced by ink. Then, a little bit of ink appeared on the surface of the eyeball and separated. It was as if clouds of ink were floating out of Danny's eyes. Her eyes regained the clear violet color again. Caw, caw, caw. The ink gathered together and turned into a huge crow. The crow flew around Danny twice and finally landed on her shoulder. It said, "Your Majesty, are you looking for me?" This was the crow that Danny brought back from the Green Prophet shelter. The crow that gave the child of the forest a second life was named Fujin and Fog, P.S., by Danny. When Danny first set foot on the Westeros, the three-eyed crow split a thought and entered the body of the child of the forest crow. Through the crow, it performed the whisper of the Green Prophet on her from thousands of miles away. The crow entered Danny's sea of consciousness through her eyes without her noticing. In fact, Danny felt it, but she had only mastered the Grand Wizard meditation for 10 days and did not know much about supernatural powers. She was confused and did not know what was going on. The Green Prophet could send the crow into her sea of consciousness and hide it. After Danny got the crow, she could also open the door to thieves and bring Fujin and Fog into her sea of consciousness. As the second life of the child of the forest, the crow was a physical entity formed by the soul and magic power. It could also transform into a soul state that contained magic power, which was a spiritual body. Just like how Danny hatched the dragon and used flames to create a body of flesh for the Megalosaurus. The body of the newborn dragon was also formed by the power of flames and the soul. However, the Megalosaurus could not freely change between physical and spiritual bodies like the crow. If the crow died, its soul would dissipate and solidify into a body of flesh and blood. Didn't the unlucky guy who died in Danny's hands get stewed by the Night Watchers? Because of her own experience, Danny had long guessed that Blindon's big crow could transform into a spiritual body. However, she thought that it was an exclusive skill of the three-eyed crow until she left the Westeros with Fujin and Fog. When they left the homeland of the child of the forest, the two big crows were like deflated balloons, and the magic power in their bodies quickly disappeared. Danny thought that they were going to die and was very anxious. However, Fujin told her that they would not die, but they could no longer transform into spiritual bodies. As for the magic power that they lost, it originally belonged to the three-eyed crow. Now that they had left the old god's domain, the magic power returned to its original owner. Then, Danny had an idea. Could the crows accept her magic power? At that time, she had 2 types of meditation that corresponded to 2 types of magic power. The Green Prophet magic power and the Fire Wizard magic power. The results of the experiment made Danny very happy. Although the crows rejected the fire magic power, they could accept her green prophet magic power. Danny was also very disappointed. Blinden could release magic through the crows, but most of her green prophet skills were passive. Passive soul toughness, passive soul indestructibility. However, she still had hope. Through the green prophet magic power, the crows could adapt to her mental power. In the future, they could adapt to her fire magic power bit by bit. After all, magic power equals mental power plus natural element. Danny pointed at the bat spirit and said to the big crow, "Ah Fu, this demon speaks the original language. Help me translate it." Chapter 6:28. Caw, caw. The crow, whose name was Fu Jin and nickname was Fu, cawed at the bat spirit. The bat spirit looked at the crow with its compound eyes for a while before replying. "Your Majesty, it was very surprised to meet the son of the forest here. It also questioned you why you helped the gorilla attack it." Questioned? Danny sneered. What is it? Why does it know the son of the forest? Also, why is the gorilla targeting it? A moment later, Fu said, before it became a great and glorious immortal god, it had traveled all over the main material world. It had crossed the Dun Arm to the land of sunset and dealt with the sincere and kind son of the forest. The abominable gorilla tried to snatch its cave. Before today, the two sides had fought many times. Danny frowned. Why was Ah Fu's awareness so poor? Why was he biased towards outsiders? Fu, pay attention to your tone and your position. Fu was stunned for a moment before saying, I'm just translating according to the source language. Forget it. Danny sighed helplessly and asked, It's talking about the main material world. Of course. Is this not the main material world? I don't know. Let me ask for you. After exchanging a few words with the bat spirit in the source language, the crow exclaimed, It said that only a small part of the original Sosros continent belongs to the main material world. The rest of the boundless area is all alien worlds that fell with the fall of the world. Before Danny could ask, Fu quickly explained, This great gods theory is very novel. I've never heard of it before. It said that there are many subsidiary worlds around the main material world, just like there are many stars around the sun. Unfortunately, since the birth of the world, the main material world has been falling. The outermost alien worlds lost their foundation and turned into stars, falling toward the main material world and finally forming this Sosros continent with different laws. Have you heard of alien worlds from Mother Goddess? At this point, Danny suddenly paused. Wasn't God of Frost the fusion of God and God of Darkness? Back then, the three-eyed crow's explanation to God was that it was outside the world but belonged to our world. It seemed to be similar to what Bat Demon had said. If there really was a starry sky surrounding the main world, then it meant that the Song of Ice and Fire world had been it might not have been a very high energy level, but it definitely had a lot of potential. It was unknown whether the true gods of this world were too useless or if there was some other problem. In the end, a good seedling grew into a rotten melon a turtle raised in a jar. It was becoming more and more depraved, as if it was about to enter the most complete age of chaos. Which places are the prime material plane, and which are the fallen worlds? Danny asked. After asking the Bat Demon, Fu said, She said that you will understand after you walk through it. Although the other world has fallen into the main material world, you can still distinguish the subtle differences in the laws by sensing the sea of magic power. Danny nodded lightly. That was indeed the case. Ask it what race it was before and why it became like this. It used to be a human. It had milky white skin, long green hair, long and slender limbs, and a face that made the sun pale in comparison. It says that when she was young, you were like a morning glory to a lily. Danny sneered and said, She was looking for death. Fu hurriedly said, Your Majesty, it meant no harm. Well, in the grammar of the original language, it was just a praise for its own appearance. But the common language has too strong a distinction between right and wrong, just like you humans, who are used to dividing your own kind into good and evil, which made my translation a little difficult. Danny frowned and thought for a while. She still did not quite understand Fu's words, but she nodded and let it go. Continue. What's her name? Her name is the third rhyme in the dance of the butterfly through the green forest and the colorful sea of flowers. What? Danny's expression changed into one of embarrassment. That's the original language, Fu said. Danny sighed. Her violet eyes were shrouded in black mist, and a series of dreamy black bubbles emerged from her eyeballs and spread in front of her. Caw, caw. Another big crow formed from the bubbles and landed on her empty left shoulder. Fog, you translate. Fu, you tell her. Your Majesty, this fairy is called Sai. She was born 500,000 years ago. Her race has the skin of the milk people of Quills, the delicate appearance of the Valeglia people, the green hair of the Tarosai people, and the tall and muscular bodies of the Undul's people. In the eyes of humans, she is a very elegant and noble race. However, humans cannot speak the original language. She should be like the children of the forest, an ancient race. Many years before Tsai was born, the other world she lived in had already fallen. This valley and the cave behind it are the last shelter of her people. The reason she'd become like this was because she'd learnt some knowledge of blood magic during her travels in the prime material plane. She needed great power to protect her people, and that's why she became like this. Danny nodded in satisfaction. Fog's translation skills were much better than Fu's. This fairy is clearly not a striped person. How did she become the ancestor of the striped people? She asked. Caw. Fog called out to the bat demon. The expression of the old woman in the shell's head suddenly became ferocious. The melodious original language changed from a sweet song to a venomous curse. Fog said, "The striped people are pests on the Soros continent. They ate almost all the lost people from the other world. Her race was also destroyed by the striped people, so she wants revenge. For hundreds of thousands of years, she has been driving the striped people in the valley to fight with the nearby striped people. There used to be more than 10,000 striped people in the hundreds of miles around, but now there are only a few hundred people left in the valley. If not for the fact that she needs the power of faith to sustain her life, she would have slaughtered everyone here. A revenge that lasted hundreds of thousands of years only destroyed the barbarians in the hundreds of miles around. This efficiency, Danny wanted to complain, but then she remembered that this was not the only place where the striped people lived. Perhaps there were tribes from other regions who had migrated here in the past hundreds of thousands of years. That's enough. Danny waved her hand at the gorilla. Let it go. She urgently needed divinity and spirituality to raise the dragon. That was true, but she did not lose her own principles. Evil gods and demons must be destroyed, but the bat demon was smart and pitiful. It only harmed the surrounding barbarians and did not want to provoke others. This time, King Kong was the one who started the conflict. Roar! King Kong shook its head and refused. You are the one who wants to occupy other people's land. How can you be reasonable? Danny shouted angrily and pinched King Kong's head. Ouch! The gorilla immediately threw Bat Demon away and rolled on the ground, wailing. Once Bat Demon was free, it immediately bowed to Danny and thanked her. Roar! After King Kong recovered, it stood up and cried to Danny. Then it roared at Bat Demon and ran back to the cave. Danny thought that the black servant was going to force himself on her and would not leave, so she wanted to teach it a lesson. King Kong seemed to sense it and stopped at the entrance of the cave. It waved at Danny and kept roaring. What's in the cave? Danny was puzzled. Roar. King Kong became more and more anxious and roared at her. Danny glanced at Bat Demon's wrinkled face thoughtfully and said, Ah Fu, go to the cave and have a look. As soon as she said that, Dahe's sense of crisis suddenly fluctuated violently. Danny, who was with his dragon spirit, noticed it immediately. But before she could do anything, The clamshell head on Bat Demon's neck suddenly opened, revealing its naked body. Boom! The clamshell's internal chi exploded. The milky white mist quickly swept toward Danny and Dahe with the airflow. Roar! Dahe was not a pushover. Almost at the same time, Dahe sprayed a water column of dragon flame at Bat Demon. The dragon flame burned a passage in the white mist and directly covered the open clamshell on Bat Demon's neck. Danny also subconsciously used the soul-destroying blow in the state of the fourfold dragon spirit. You, how dare you? Lin Luoran was shrouded in the white mist before she could finish her sentence. The soul-destroying strike works, but the soul-destroying strike is aimed at the bat monster. The range of the soul-destroying strike is cone-shaped. In the cone-shaped soul sound wave, the molecules of the white fog explode one after another, and then they are annihilated and eliminated. However, the white mist covered a large area. Danny was surrounded by the mist on her left and right sides, under her feet, over her head, and behind her. Just like the previous vampire bats, it was spreading toward her. When the white mist touched her skin, Danny felt something was wrong. Something was obviously drilling into her skin, entering her muscles and blood vessels, and quickly spreading all over her body. Her physical strength and blood were rapidly draining, and she began to be in a trance. What the hell? Danny was shocked but not panicked. In the next moment, her purple eyes flashed red. Raging flames came from inside, burning every cell in her body and boiling every drop of blood in her blood vessels. At the same time, she also pulled Dahe into her ocean of consciousness. The fourfold dragon spirit launched the soul-suppressing blow on her body. The soul sound wave was like clear water, cleansing the soul and body. Dragon Queen was like a light bulb that had been lit, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. Her body emitted a golden red light from inside out, and flames spewed out of her 7 orifices. Caw, caw, caw. 2 crows flapped their wings and fled. Kill it! The enlarged Dahe's soul returned to her body, and Danny ordered angrily. After taking Danny's soul-destroying blow head-on and being washed by Dahe's soul-destroying blow, the bat demon that had shot up into the sky was now bathed in flames and fell down shakily. Roar! Boom, boom, boom! Dahe roared and pounced forward. It opened its mouth and bit the bat demon's shell head. The blacksmith's glazed red dragon flame turned the canyon red. Squeak! The bat demon's head was locked, but its burning torso and wings struggled and flapped wildly. A miserable cry came from its soul. But soon, the sound weakened and disappeared. Only the smell of burning and the anger of the Dragon Queen filled the bottom of the canyon. Caw, caw, Your Majesty, save me! Caw, caw, Your Majesty, I feel so uncomfortable! The 2 crows were also affected. Like morning glory that had been sprayed with herbicide, their feathers fell off, revealing rotten blood-red chicken skin. They fell on the wall with a plop. Sigh, it's hopeless. Give up the crow body. Danny sat cross-legged on the dragon's back and said helplessly. She was not in a good state at the moment. The fire burned her body, and her underwear, inner shirt and outer robe were all burned. Her body was empty and her face was black. She was in a sorry state. What was more serious was that the bat demon had spewed out miasma that contained parasite. The miasma itself contained all kinds of viruses. She should have learned from Fahai and destroyed all demons. However, she remembered that source language could not lie. How could the bat demon use source language to deceive her? Chapter 629. If I had known earlier, I would have learned Fahai. As long as it's a demon, no matter if it's innocent or not, it will be served by the great mighty dragon. Parasites and 99% of viruses were burned to death, but both parasites and viruses contained magic power. They were a kind of miniature demon beast, so there were still some viruses that could adapt to the power of fire element. Dragon Flame had a special effect on demons with evil attributes, but Danny's fire-controlling technique gathered elemental fire, which was lower in temperature than Dragon Flame, and had no effect on evil creatures. The power of elements was neutral, and there was no good and evil attribute. Therefore, Danny's burning fire couldn't kill all the viruses. She couldn't save herself, so how could she help the two poor crows? However, the crows were not afraid of death, and they were still calm after losing their bodies. Why can the source language lie? In the soul space, Danny curiously asked. The source language was a language that praised the earth, mountains, and rivers, and perfectly conveyed the inner feelings through language. The son of the forest once told her that the source language couldn't go against feelings and truth, so she didn't doubt the words of the bat demon. Maybe it has lived for too long, 500,000 years, and learned to lie? Fu said with uncertainty. What was this? Danny was stupefied. The fog sighed. Your Majesty, can you send our souls back to the Westeros? It's also a good home to integrate into the earth, mountains, and trees of our homeland, but we can't die in a foreign land. Okay, you go to the pool of faith first. You will be fine even if I die. Danny opened the soul wall and accepted the two emerald green crows. After completely giving up the crow's body, they showed the soul of crows. Well, the son of the forest had a second life in the body of a crow, so it was a crow. Danny's second soul of the green prophet split a thought and turned into a small boat for the two crows to ride. The main soul entered Dahe's body and the dragon spirit, and opened the path of faith. The thought boat flowed down and entered a vast world of milky white fog, the pool of faith of the seven gods. In the real world, the bodies of the crows that had lost their souls were rotting into two pools of foul blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was terrible. Danny shuddered. She controlled the great black dragon flame and burned the blood into ashes. Snore, snore. A strange sound came from the entrance of the cave not far away. Danny raised her head and saw that it was King Kong, that black bastard, who was laughing at her misfortune. When it noticed that she was looking at it, King Kong hurriedly shut its mouth. Unfortunately, its muscles were smiling, and it couldn't change it into a serious face for the time being. Instead, it put on the classic smile of Prince D'Angelo, the obscene smile of a black boxer. Roar! Roar! Sensing that Dragon Queen's gaze was getting more and more dangerous, King Kong stopped smiling awkwardly and hurriedly ran into the cave. As he ran, he roared and waved at Danny. Although she was not feeling well, Danny was really curious. What was in the cave that made the bat spirit struggle so desperately? She asked Dahe to stay at the entrance of the cave. She lifted a dragon flame fireball and followed King Kong into the cave. The entrance of the cave was already 40 to 50 meters high and 30 meters wide. However, after entering the cave, he realized that the cave was even wider. It was almost big enough to build a small airport. There were stone pillars standing on the ground. There were also huge stone temples with collapsed houses and only altars left. Behind the temples, there was a gurgling stream flowing, and there were strange plants among the rocks. Walking past the stone pillars, temples, across the stream, over the rocks that were taller than Danny, and through the strange flowers and plants, after walking for about a kilometer and turning a corner, Danny immediately understood the reason for the matter. Countless gigantic skeletons were stacked together in an orderly manner. The shortest one was 7 or 8 meters, and the tallest one was 40 or 50 meters, all of which were the same size as King Kong. There were hundreds of skeletons, all of which belonged to gorillas. This was King Kong's home. Ow wow! King Kong lowered its head and howled mournfully to Danny. Okay, I'll give this place back to you. Danny waved her hand. Then, she smiled bitterly. I don't know how much truth and how many lies that bat demon told. After that, Danny went back the way she came. She called Blackie in and boiled the water in the stream with dragon flames. She soaked in the boiling water and cleaned off the black and burnt clothes on her body. Her whole body was refreshed. She began to think about the plague virus in her body. The problem was actually very easy to solve. She only needed to guide the dragon flames into her body, and it could burn everything that was impure. A long time ago, Dani had hoped that her fire resistance would slowly increase, and one day, she would be immune to dragon flames. Yes, she could resist normal flames, but she would be burned by dragon flames. When she was a young dragon, Little White and Little Green had left red blisters on her face and hands many times. As she burned herself with fire every now and then, and gradually mastered the fire wizard power, her body became more and more accustomed to fire. However, her dragons were also growing. They grew from small dragons to small dragons, learned magic, and one of them was promoted to a half-divine dragon. The growth of her body's fire resistance could not keep up with the growth of the dragon flames. Now that she could control fire, she would not be accidentally hurt by dragon flames. However, if she used her body to withstand the dragon flames, especially Blackie's dragon flames, the result would be worse than a few years ago. Whoosh! Dani climbed out of the stream, naked. Her wet silver hair stuck to her round breast. Water droplets slid down her jade-white skin into lines, flowing past her four firm abdominal muscles. Sitting cross-legged on a smooth giant rock by the stream, Dani propped up her chin and started to think. Should she take a risk and refine fine gold with fire? She was the Holy Mother, the Dragon Queen who could bestow spirits. More importantly, she had just eaten fishwood seed paste outside the Great Wall. Fishwood seed could not increase her talent, but it could completely awaken her talent. Blynden had once said that the fishwood seed paste could save her 1,000 years of cultivation. Until now, Dani did not know what the limit of her talent was. It was like a pony crossing a river. If one did not go into the river personally, one would never know how deep the river was. King Kong, Dani looked back, only to see King Kong, the black servant, staring at her body with a lustful look. Idiot, go to the valley and gather the vampire bats' bodies together, she scolded angrily. Roar King Kong's expression was blank. It was intelligent, but it could not understand complicated orders. Blackie, leave a ball of dragon flames, and then you go out and teach it what to do, Dani said helplessly. Soon, Blackie flew out of the cave and the gorilla trotted out. Dani was left with only the gurgling stream and a bright red fireball. The 9-colored vortex rotated rapidly, and the fire control skill was activated. The smoky dragon flames separated from the fireball, seeped into Dani's skin and blood vessels through her pores, and entered her organs and bone marrow through her 7 orifices. Gradually, Dani's whole body was covered by red clouds of fire. Her skin began to turn red like a steamed crab shell. It was extremely red, and her delicate and smooth skin began to wither, lose its color, decay, and dry like a rose in an oven. Dani could not bear the burning of the dragon flames, and the cells in her body were on the verge of collapse. Then, she cheated and opened the pool of faith. A huge amount of spiritual essence washed out and divided into 2. The B-type active spiritual essence and the Holy Mother's divine power fused into healing divine power and entered her body, repairing the burned and burning cells. The non-B-type active spiritual essence poured into the 9-colored vortex like a waterfall. The Great Wizard's foundation slowly expanded, her magic power increased rapidly, and the power of the soul increased crazily. Well, one of the effects of the weirwood paste was that it allowed Dani's soul to absorb spiritual essence limitlessly like the Megalosaurus. See Chapter 581 for details. Spiritual essence could strengthen the soul and magic power, commonly known as leveling up. In the last Myrene dragon battle, Dani ate the sheep's egg and part of the red dragon's divine spiritual essence. In addition to increasing the Song of Fire's attributes in her meditation technique, it also increased her wizard power tenfold, and she was close to the demigod realm. It was also because of the increase in her power that she dared to go to the battle alone and meet Blynden outside the Great Wall. It was also because of the increase in her power in a short period of time. Even after eating the weirwood paste, she did not immediately break through the last checkpoint of the demigod realm. But now she was about to lose her life, so she did not care about the perfect foundation anymore. So what if the foundation was unstable? At least she was still alive. After some time, the spiritual essence of the bat demons collected in the pool of faith was exhausted. But Danny still could not complete the fire-refining golden body. The dragon spirit informed Blackie to burn the vampire bats' corpses. There were tens of thousands of bats that flew out of the cave to attack King Kong. The small ones were the size of a palm, and the big ones were almost the size of the lid of a rice cooker. Not only was the spiritual essence rich, but it also contained a faint divine power. It would be a pity to throw them away, so Danny asked King Kong to pick up the corpses. It would definitely not be able to pick up tens of thousands of bats. It was mainly the bats' corpses in the savages' residential area. Blackie's dragon flame was not to be trifled with. It could burn the ground of the valley. But Danny still did not want to burn down the savage's house. Although the thatched house was shabby, it was still the wealth of the striped man's lifetime of hard work. It would be too much to burn someone's house without even paying the demolition fee. Hissed after receiving Danny's order, Blackie roared. The savage was so scared that he closed the door and did not come out. King Kong took a few steps back. Only then did the dragon flame, like spring water, wash away the mountain of bat corpses. It flew into the sky and began to wantonly release flames in the gourd cave. The spiritual essence was like a torrential rain, nourishing Danny's dried-up soul and body. The white light of the holy healing art and the red flame of the dragon flame complemented each other. Her skin was shining brightly, and her eyes were shining brightly. It made Danny look like a holy deity. Gurgle, gurgle. Her blood was boiling. The faint sound of flowing water came from her blood vessels and bone marrow. Gradually, Danny's body adapted to the dragon flame. The plague virus in her body melted instantly like ice in a steel furnace. But she still did not break through to demigod. She did not know what would happen after she became a demigod, but she was sure that she had not undergone any qualitative change. She needed to continue to level up. The bat demon reminded her that the inheritance of the great wizard was not invincible. She was not invincible before she became a demigod. The lamb's egg was not a side dish in her imagination. If she was not confident about the lamb's egg at all, why did she bother to go on an expedition? Danny's mind was clearer than ever. Perhaps it was a good thing that she met the bat demon here. It woke her up from the illusory dream of being invincible. Blackie sent a message. Except for the savage's thatched house area, the entire gourd cave had been burned to the ground. There were no more vampire bats. There was no need for him to remind her. The megalosaurus was burned. She was spiritually endowed and naturally knew that all the bats were burned. King Kong, I need to discuss something with you. Danny walked naked to the entrance of the cave and said to the black gorilla, I want your ancestors' board. What do you think? Living creatures had the richest spiritual essence in their bodies, followed by those who had just died. The higher the degree of decay, the lower the spiritual essence. Skeletons also had spiritual essence, but the amount was thin. But the bones of King Kong's ancestors were thousands. No matter how thin the amount was, the total amount would not be small. Also, judging from King Kong's intelligence and strength, it was most likely a fantasy creature with rich spiritual essence. Roar, roar, roar. After understanding the Dragon Queen's intention, King Kong's eyes widened in anger. It was furious. It was really stomping, and the cave shook slightly. Chapter 630. You're big enough. Although you're not a demigod, you're still a top-notch legendary creature. Danny sized up the chimpanzee maliciously and assessed, with you might be able to replace the skeletons in the cave. Blackie's eyes glinted fiercely as he glared at King Kong. The chimpanzee shrank back and shed 2 bowl-sized tears. Danny's heart softened when such a big creature showed such a pitiful expression. She said warmly, We Targaryens will also be cremated after death. Also, as you can see, the valley is almost filled with skeletons. It's time to clean it up. Besides, there's still ashes after the bones are burned. Go dig a hole in the cave and bury all 18 generations of your ancestors in it. It'll be a joyous occasion for the ancestors and grandchildren to be reunited." King Kong blinked his misty eyes and stopped crying. After a quarter of an hour, the huge cave began to emit thick grayish-black smoke. King Kong squatted on the ground with his back to the cave entrance and looked blankly at the charred canyon in the distance. He was in a daze and no one knew what he was thinking. Inside the cave, Danny's state was a little strange. After the previous practice of flame forging, the dragon flames could no longer hurt her. Therefore, she changed to the 3 divine dragon flames of the Great Guardian, the Blacksmith's Flame, and the Holy Mother's Flame. Blackie currently had 3 divine positions. He was originally the Great Guardian of Light, the Blacksmith, and the Holy Mother. The 3 divine positions corresponded to different divine powers, and different divine powers drove different divine dragon flames. Golden, glazed red, milky white, the 3 divine dragon flames turned into a tricolor lotus platform. The Dragon Queen was naked and sat cross-legged on it. Well, it was still the fire ladder technique in essence. The great black dragon's flames spewed out, and the bones denser than a forest burned in the blood-red flames. The burning flames formed a sea of fire. The tricolor lotus platform floated above the sea of fire. Danny split her thoughts and multitasked. On one hand, she used the fire control technique to gather the lotus throne. On the other hand, she used the fire ladder technique to levitate herself on the lotus throne. On the other hand, she controlled Blackie's dragon flame to prevent the heat from dissipating. On the other hand, she extracted the spiritual essence from the fire. On the other hand, she divided the spiritual essence into 2. The Type B active spiritual essence was combined with the Holy Mother Spirit to create the holy healing power. The ferocious black dragon crouched on the ground, dragon flames sweeping from its mouth from time to time. The bonfire was like a lush forest, and white bones as thick as tree trunks were burning like popcorn, turning into ash-white embers little by little. Above the sea of fire, a gigantic tricolored lotus throne flowed with the flames. On the lotus throne, the Dragon Queen was meditating with her eyes closed. Her expression was tranquil, and her body was as clean as jade, untainted by dirt. Her silver hair floated in the flames like seaweed, holy and majestic, just like the goddess of fire. Walala, the white trees in the fire forest were burned to ashes. Their skeletons suddenly collapsed, revealing a giant pale golden skeleton. The giant ape was more than 50 meters tall, and its ribs were like pillars supporting the sky. The surface of its bones was not ash-white, it had been dead for too long, or jade-white like other skeletons, but pale golden. In the light of the fire, the pale golden bones gave off a faint pressure. Ordinary dragon flames could not make it burn. Danny opened her eyes and sized up the golden skeleton in shock and confusion. Gorilla King, Great Ape King? I'm afraid it was a demigod when it was alive. Danny was overjoyed. She ordered Blackie, use the blacksmith's divine fire. Blackie's lake-like eyes flashed with a hint of anticipation. I'm tired, he said tiredly. Oh, I almost forgot. I haven't given you the divinity of the bat spirit. Danny smiled strangely. She opened the pool of faith and poured all the divinity into Blackie's body. Forgetting was a lie. Danny estimated that this batch of divinity was not enough to help Blackie activate his clergy. She was going to bring it home and give it to Little Green, Little White, Little Gold, and Little Red. However, Blackie noticed that Mother Long was no longer biased. As she expected, Blackie did not activate the 3rd clergy of the 7 gods. There was about a 20% gap. The bat spirit might have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but its divinity was really weak. Even with tens of thousands of vampire bats, it did not have as much divinity as the Crab King. Well, she was too harsh. The Crab King was a boss of a public institution. The Lone River God system was at least a railway-level central enterprise. The bat spirit, on the other hand, was a self-employed individual. There was no comparison between the two. With the replenishment of divinity, the tiredness in Blackie's eyes disappeared. It raised its neck valiantly. The blacksmith's glazed red dragon flame spewed out. Danny also used fire control at the same time. She turned the dragon flame into a furnace in the shape of a golden bell. She covered the golden skeleton and burned it. Wow, bless the 7 gods! Ah! The next moment, as expected, the skeleton cracked and burned in the blacksmith's divine fire. The next moment Danny was overjoyed. Sure enough, there was a kind of strange divinity scattered into the sea of consciousness. The reason why it was strange was that this divinity could be absorbed by Danny. Although Danny did not waste the divinity every time she killed a god, that was because the Megalosaurus's soul was special. It did not reject anything and absorbed all the divinity like food. Generally, there were only 2 situations in which a god's divinity could be absorbed. The absorber was a demigod, and there was no serious conflict between their own divinity and the absorbed divinity. For example, there was a conflict between good and evil. Or, the absorber was not a demigod, but was extremely compatible with the divinity. For example, during the Myrine Dragon War, Danny absorbed the divinity of the sheep's egg that she got from Benny. Another example was when Danny got the destiny of Yasuo and Ahai beyond the Great Wall. John was not a demigod, but he could perfectly absorb the divinity. His soul was even replenished and he became a holy spirit. Similarly, the sheep's egg could also absorb Danny, and Yasuo and Ahai could also absorb John. That was why the sheep's egg was plotting against Danny, and Yasuo and Ahai had been plotting their fates since 6,000 years ago. Danny thought that the divinity she got now was special because it could be absorbed by anyone, regardless of the conflict between their attribute. Why is it like this? She was puzzled. She tried to absorb a strand of divinity. The total amount of magic power did not increase, and the power level of the magic power did not increase. The magic power also did not have any additional attributes of the Song of Laws. The sheep's egg's divinity caused a qualitative change in Danny's fire wizard power. Not only did the power level increase, but it also had a trace of the Song of Fire's aura. Then, Danny absorbed another strand, and another, and another. There was finally a change. Danny exclaimed, "Treasure, this is a true treasure." There was no change in the magic power. The change came from the body. Previously, the increase was too small, and Danny did not feel anything. However, when her physical strength increased by 1/10, any martial artist could feel the changes in their body. What kind of divinity is this? Danny thought as she greedily absorbed every strand of divinity squeezed out from the skeleton. First of all, she could confirm that the owner of this skeleton was at least a demigod, and had even comprehended part of the Song of Laws. Otherwise, the divinity would not have remained in the skeleton for so long. With this premise, she could further deduce that this unique divinity originated from the Song of Laws that the great ape king had comprehended. It's very possible that the ancestors of the King Kong had condensed part of the Song of Power, or the Song of Physique? Danny thought about it. Why did it stop? She was squinting to feel the pleasure of the sudden increase in her strength when she suddenly realized that she could no longer absorb the divinity of power. My strength has reached its limit? But how much power is this? Danny clenched her fist in bewilderment. Her jade-white fist seemed to be twice as strong as before. She could not even kill a cow, let alone shatter the void with a punch. She looked down at her body. Her arms were round and firm, well-proportioned and coordinated. Her breasts did not become bigger, and were still perfectly shaped like water droplet. She rubbed her lower abdomen, and it was still supple and firm, with soft lines. Fortunately, she did not become a King Kong Barbie from the gym. The divinity was very magical. Crack, crack, crack. She twisted her joints a few times, and there was a crisp sound. It was as if her body was rusty, or like a new machine that needed to be adjusted. Danny's swordsmanship had already reached the peak of lifting something heavy as if it was light, and she was about to step into the third realm lifting something light as if it was heavy. Now, as a newbie who had just learned the sword, she could not even do the first realm, as if it was her own arm. Looks like I'll have to work hard for a few days when I go back. If I don't practice my swordsmanship, I won't dare to go to the battlefield no matter how strong I am. Danny had indeed reached the limit of a human's strength. This world was very extraordinary and magical, but its level was too low. If there were no mixed bloodlines of other races, such as giants, centaurs, and King Kong, the limit of a normal person's strength was 5. A healthy adult man, or a well-trained knight from a noble family. The commoners starved in winter and were underdeveloped, so they could not be used as a reference system, would be 0. Danny's strength was 4 before. Now that she had absorbed the divinity of the Song of Power, she had reached the limit of a normal person. The Devil Mountain before it was demonized was about this level. Due to Adu's giant bloodline, his strength was about 0. Beating a normal person was like an adult beating a child. Boom, the golden skeleton was burned to ashes, and the pile of bones collapsed again. Danny had used about a quarter of the divinity, and there were still 3/4 left. The big black bowl-sized eyes looked over pitifully. It's useless to you. All right, let's burn the bones first and see if there are any more golden skeletons, Danny said helplessly. Megalosaurus was very special. No matter what type of divinity it absorbed, it would be converted into pure Megalosaurus divine aura. It would increase the quality of the Megalosaurus soul, increase the number of spirits granted. Megalosaurus divine aura also had the side effect of strengthening dragon flame and physique. Giving Blackie a copy of the Song of Power was no different from giving it a copy of any other divinity. It was too wasteful. Roar, roar. King Kong was howling. Its spiritual sense was exceptionally sharp, and it seemed to have noticed the changes in the cave. There were treasures. At this moment, it was using the corner of the cave as a cover to poke its head out. Its furry arms were placed in front of its forehead as it endured the heat waves. Its millstone-sized eyes looked at Danny pitifully. You're really a monkey. Could it be that you're not a gorilla, but a big monkey? For some reason, even though they were dozens of meters away, Danny could understand its thoughts from its expression. Danny understood, so did Blackie. It roared at King Kong angrily. Danny's heart skipped a beat. She thought of the content she read in the book about Sauce Rose and asked, King Kong, you're a local snake. Do you know where there are demigods? It was said that there were many dark, evil gods on this wild continent. King Kong's ancestors and the bat spirit proved this. The flames roared and the bones burned. King Kong didn't hear Danny's words clearly. It just stared with its huge eyes, confused. Blackie. Danny called Blackie's loudspeaker. Big Black stopped breathing fire and repeated Danny's words 20 times in a thunderous voice, gesturing and gesturing. King Kong couldn't understand it. Roar, roar. King Kong nodded repeatedly. I'll pay you when I find it, Danny promised. Chapter 631. The Bat Demon's last attack reminded Danny that the demigods of this world might be killed by knights with steel swords, but it did not mean that they were useless. The Battle of Myrene was coming. Considering that Jenny might have some kind of trump card, she planned to take it a step further and break through to demigod with the help of the thousands of skeletons of the Vajra ancestors. Although she had 3 meditation techniques, the Great Wizard, the Green Prophet, and the Lone River Magic, Danny's goal this time was only to become a fire demigod. After the Battle of Myrene, her fire witchcraft was already close to demigod level. But she was wrong. Even if she was close to demigod level, she might not be able to reach it. Countless souls entered the Great Wizard's meditation vortex and were converted into fire magic power. The 9-colored meditation foundation slowly expanded. But even after she absorbed the divinity of the Song of Power and increased her power, her fire witchcraft did not break through to demigod level. Instead, her bloodline improved and gradually adapted to the blacksmith's divine flame. Just like how a black hole would eject material after devouring a planet, when the nine-colored vortex expanded to its limit, it began to eject bright red magic power factors. It was not fire magic power, but the most basic magic power factors, the basic substance in the sea of magic, the source of magic in the world. Dani was shocked. But after realizing that she was not injured, she continued to endow the nine-colored vortex with souls. If a person's sea of consciousness was compared to a universe, Dani's nine-colored vortex was like the sea of magic in the real world. The ejection of magic power factors was equivalent to a large-scale surge of magic power. This would cause the magic power level in the universe to increase. And in the universe, there was the Green Prophet meditation technique of the Song of Wind and the Lone River magic. They would also increase their power level well. To put it simply, Dani had 3 meditation techniques in her sea of consciousness. Now that the fire witchcraft was full, it began to eject high-quality nutrients. After absorbing these nutrients, the Green Prophet and the water magic gradually increased their power level. The problem was that Dani's understanding of the Song of Wind was far greater than the Song of Fire. In other words, the modified Green Prophet meditation technique was higher than the fire witchcraft. She had planned to replenish her magic power and become a fire-type demigod, but unexpectedly, she had perfected the Green Prophet's meditation technique first. A weak tornado appeared out of nowhere in the cave and surrounded Dani like a cocoon. She picked up a myriad of useless information in the wind. There was the rustling of leaves, the crying and cursing of wildfires, the sound of voles gnawing at roots, the chirping of parrots in the rubber trees, the hissing of vipers entwined in the vines, and, boom, in the sea of consciousness, the second soul ring suddenly exploded after absorbing countless magic power factors. The countless runes that formed the Green Prophet's meditation technique were annihilated into a colorless and formless wind. Countless runes transformed into countless tiny breezes, which then formed a light cyan ring of wind. The Green Prophet's second soul ring disappeared and was replaced by a ring of wind that flowed endlessly. Almost at the same time, in the Black Gate of the Great Wall, the number of tornadoes in the lower level of the Door God's divine realm suddenly decreased by 1/10. In the upper level, the Song of Wind above the tornadoes dimmed by 1/10, and its aura weakened by 1/10. Sigh, this day came so slowly. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Dani suddenly woke up. She looked left and right, up and down, but there was nothing but the fire tornado around her. Strange, I think I just heard. Dani frowned and thought hard. It's the Door God's voice. He's sending me a message? No, he's talking to himself, saying something about how fast it is, how slow it is. It had only been a year since Dani listened to the Song of Wind and formed her own Song of Wind. How fast it was! It had been millions of years since the Door God first sang the Song of Wind to the second living creature that sang with him. It had been so long that she had lost track of time. What a long wait! Other than the Door God himself, no one else would have this feeling and could understand it. I wanted to plant a watermelon, but I got a big pumpkin instead. Dani's expression was strange. She waved her hand, and the huge wind pillar that pierced through the ceiling and floor of the cave disappeared. The flames in the wind pillar gradually extinguished. Finally, there was only a thin layer of sparking bones left on the ground. The entire cave was covered in thick white ashes. Puff, puff, puff. King Kong, who was originally black, was dyed into a long-haired snow monster. He covered his nose and kept sneezing. Dani's tricolored lotus platform was already very thin, but it was still floating in the air. With a thought, the divine power in the halo of wind surged. Her body and the lotus platform seemed to turn into wind in an instant. They merged into the wind and moved with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they floated over 100 meters and arrived in front of Blackie. His body was also covered in white ashes, and he became a white dragon. Hiss! Blackie screamed happily. He was happy that Mother Dragon had become a demigod. Ha ha, I'm going to fly now. Danny was very excited. The fire wings, angel's wings, couldn't let her fly because the basic principle of the fire wings was the fire ladder technique. The fire ladder technique could overcome gravity and let people float. It was like a hot air balloon. However, the balloon only provided the power to float. If she wanted to fly, she had to rely on the wind or install a propeller on the basket. Roar, roar. King Kong pointed at the broken bones on the ground and shouted excitedly. Previously, the inner cave behind the corner was filled with the bones of gorillas. Now it was empty, and there were only a few hundred charred bones of different lengths left. The thick layer of ashes that should have been accumulated was also gone. They were blown out of the cave by the sudden wind, into the valley outside the cave, and scattered everywhere. Sigh, this is cremation. Go dig a hole and bury the rest of the bones. Danny fooled the gorilla. King Kong was confused. Danny didn't leave immediately. She spent some time to familiarize herself with the demigod magic power and the sudden increase in strength. She took the opportunity to search around the cave with the mentality of looking for treasures. There was nugget gold in the cave, but it wasn't a gold mine. Instead, there was a large number of offerings placed near the altar of the collapsed temple. There were nugget gold, jadeite the size of a head, raw diamond ore as thick as a heel. Danny only glanced at it and then looked away from the vulgar things. However, she was interested in the incomplete murals found in the ruins of the temple. In the murals, savages were worshipping gorillas as tall as mountains. This meant that this cave indeed belonged to the King Kong clan. She entered a deeper cave full of bat feces. It was probably the residence of the bat demon. Danny found that in this small area, the magic factor was extraordinarily rich, almost a quarter of the Great Wall. Divine domain? A place where the gods were active? Like the Great Wall, the end of the world? The end of a different world? The end? After studying it for a while, she still couldn't figure out the principle. However, she also guessed the fundamental reason why the bat demon occupied the cave of the monkey demon. In the age of chaos, even she would be envious of such a cave. A day later, Danny met King Kong again at the foot of the mountain. It was a green peak about 400 to 500 meters high, with a gentle slope, covered with a lush ancient forest. The sky was clear after the rain. The whole mountain was green, and the air had the sweetness of plants after being washed by water. A red-headed and green-feathered King Kong parrot landed among the yellow chrysanthemums. Its little voice was loud, and its cry echoed through the valley. There was also a group of long-nosed monkeys noisily chasing each other on the top of the banana tree. It seemed that this place was no different from other places in the rainforest. However, if one looked down from the sky, they would see a small village at the top of the mountain. It was like a man with thick green hair shaved off the top of his head. This place was about 500 kilometers away from King Kong's gourd cave. King Kong ran all night and all morning. At this moment, it was as tired as a dog, lying on the ground and panting with its tongue out. Yesterday morning, Danny met King Kong. In the morning, she followed it to the gourd cave. In the afternoon, near evening, Danny left on the dragon. It only took her one day to run through all 6 swamps that Clinton had marked. She contracted a total of 20 swamp dragons with a body length of more than 25 meters, 10 shadow dragons with a body length of more than 15 meters, and 5 striped dragons with a body length of 12 to 15 meters. The striped dragon did eat less and was slightly faster than the swamp dragon. It seemed to be a rather expensive mount. She could get a few of them back to experiment. After harvesting this batch of pterosaurs, Danny found a huge drawback in the contract magic of the sheep egg. It consumed too much soul power. Turning a thought of the demigod Megalosaurus into a rune and imprinting it on the pterosaur's sea of consciousness, The pterosaurs were suppressed by the demigod's might. This was the fundamental principle of controlling pterosaurs. One thought wasn't a big burden on Big Black, but what about 10 or 20? Anyway, after contracting a total of more than 50 pterosaurs, Big Black began to feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, Danny wouldn't have only contracted 35 pterosaurs this time. At the same time, she was even more eager for the demigod meal that the guides offered to the royal army. Well, she was really no different from the devils who entered the village, and the indigenous King Kong was the traitor of Yulin, the guide. I don't have time to waste. Hurry up and lead the monster down, Danny urged. The rain on the mountain gathered into a waterfall of 7 or 8 meters. Under the sun, the splashing water raised a faint rainbow. Big Black stepped on the waterfall, with a rainbow on its head, and half of its body soaked in the stream. Below, the black servant also squatted by the stream and leaned over to drink water. The yellow muddy river water. It wasn't afraid of diarrhea. Well, it seemed that the bat spirit's plague spray couldn't hurt King Kong. The waterfall fell and the water rumbled, but it couldn't stop Danny from passing the words into the gorilla's ears through the wind. Roar King Kong's eyes were dim, and its voice was a little weak. It hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night, and it had traveled 500 kilometers through mountains and rivers. King Kong couldn't withstand it. I'll deal with that evil spirit. You don't have to spend much effort, Danny said. Whoa, 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 thump, 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 thump. In the dense forest around the waterfall, the barbarians' howls and the sound of beating leather drums suddenly came out. In Danny's surprised gaze, about 30 dirty striped people came out. They first held a large piece of doghead gold and a bright pink diamond the size of a human head and kowtowed to King Kong as a gift. When they saw the devil dragon under the rainbow above and the silver-armored knight on the dragon's back, there was another uproar. A dozen people separated and cut off their left arms at the elbow with stone axes. Blood splashed, and the cut was uneven. Danny was inexplicably horrified. The remaining barbarians began to beat the leather drums at their waists rhythmically. An old man with dirty and fluffy white hair came out of the crowd with a solemn look. He tore off the greasy baboon skin pants at his waist, shook the shriveled pickled cucumber thing, and danced a strange dance full of wild power to Danny. 10 barbarians with broken arms endured the pain, raised their broken arms, and offered them to Danny and Dahe. Chapter 632. The old savage's expression was solemn as he danced a barbaric and mysterious dance. The one-armed man faced Danny and raised his bloody arm. The next moment, Danny felt a power filled with blood and desire descend upon her. This power was not strong, but it was not even 1% of the magic power in Danny's body. However, it was weak. The power level of this power was slightly higher than normal magic power. It seemed to be divine power, but its power level was much lower than the power of the wind god in Danny's body. The total amount was about half a month of fasting and praying for a sparrow. This power did not have a master. As long as Danny was willing, she could immediately absorb it to strengthen herself. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly realized that the savages below were offering her a blood sacrifice. She was now a demigod. Theoretically, she could enjoy a blood sacrifice. She could obtain real power from the blood sacrifice. There were 2 ways to start the blood sacrifice ritual. First, she did not need to know the evil god's real name and appearance. Second, she chanted the evil god's real name and offered the sacrifice. The more detailed and vivid the evil god's appearance in her mind, the higher the efficiency of the sacrifice. Offering a sacrifice to an evil god was very similar to giving money to an online celebrity. If you wanted to give a reward to a streamer, you either had to give money in front of her, the streaming platform, or send money through an account. To put it bluntly, you had to give money to the right person. Danny was deep in thought again. The appearance of the Megalosaurus was very sudden. However, the King Kong was so big and had arrived earlier than her. The striped man on the mountain must have noticed the King Kong at the foot of the mountain. That was why he brought a heavy sacrifice to offer it. As for the reason for offering the King Kong, didn't the ancient people offer sacrifices to the gods to ensure their safety? They offered sacrifices to the good gods and prayed for their help. They also offered sacrifices to the evil gods and prayed that the evil gods would stay away from them and stay close to their enemies. It had been like this since ancient times. In the end, they unexpectedly met the devil dragon and Danny. The striped man did not prepare a sacrifice for the iron-skinned god. He could only cut off 10 arms and offer them to her. Well, iron-skinned Danny was not big. Theoretically, 10 arms would be enough for her to chew on. The striped savages treated their guests in such a simple and unpretentious way. High-end ingredients often only required the simplest cooking method. Well, the old savage who was dancing with pickled cucumbers was a priest. He could tell that Danny was a demigod. If it was before, she could control every strand of magic power in her body and the strength of every muscle. But now he was like a peacock spreading its tail, wantonly displaying its demigod might. On the other hand, Big Black's divine power was restrained, making the striped man's old priest think that he was just a pterosaur pet of the god of iron skin. Therefore, they only offered sacrifices to the god of iron skin, and Dahe did not receive any filial piety. Danny tilted her head and saw that King Kong was really putting away the raw diamond ores and doghead gold. There was a wretched smile on his furry black face. This idiot, suddenly, the eyes of the old savage who was dancing the sacrificial dance widened. His face was filled with fear. The person beating the drum also froze on the spot. The sound of the drum came to an abrupt stop. The striped priests sensed that the god of iron skin had rejected their offerings. For something like this to happen in the wild rainforest, it was like in Westeros when the host offered bread and salt to a powerful guest, but the guest refused to eat. What did this mean? Something big was going to happen. A disaster was indeed going to befall the village on the mountaintop. But it was really just a coincidence. The Dragon Queen abhorred evil and was righteous. Of course, she would reject the blood sacrifice. In her heart, accepting the blood sacrifice was equivalent to becoming an evil demon. Ah! The old striped man howled in grief and resentment and ran away. He did not care about his companions. He turned and ran into the forest. The other savages were stunned for a moment. Then, like a flock of frightened sparrows, they scattered into the dense forest nearby. What's going on? Danny was dumbfounded. Soon, rapid drumming sounded in the forest, announcing that this place had officially become a battlefield. Even the birds and beasts sensed that a great battle was about to happen. The macaws stopped chirping, and the monkeys who were picking fruits from the treetops retracted their tails. Their eyes darted around as they looked around cautiously. The rainforest became exceptionally quiet. Danny shrugged indifferently and shouted to King Kong, "Idiot, go and pull the monster!" King Kong held the dog's head gold and the big diamond. Looking left and right, it squatted down and poked a hole in the yellow ground by the river with one finger. It poked a hole as thick as a bucket and 1 meter deep, and then put its treasures in it. Then, it stretched out 2 furry black fingers and pinched a millstone-sized stone to cover the hole. Only then did it open its mouth and reveal a relieved smile. It took large strides and rushed to the village on the mountaintop. Buzz, 2 white angelic wings popped out from Danny's back. She jumped and glided more than 30 meters, landing where King Kong hid his treasures. The millstone-sized stone was sent flying 4 or 5 meters away by her hand. She bent down and scooped up the diamond embryo. It was as big as a human head and heavy in the hand. The irregular corners shone with a pale pink light under the sun. Hee, I was right. This is a magic diamond. Feeling the divine power twisting in the diamond without any hindrance, Danny beamed with joy. Without even putting the stone back, she jumped and flapped her wings. With the help of the wind, she landed back on Blackie's back like a big bird. She opened the leather bag hanging on Blackie's back and stuffed the diamond in. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, dragon crystals were the most common magic conductive material, but not the best magic item. There were also a very small number of natural crystals that were more efficient in storing and conducting magic than dragon crystals. For example, the crystal ball in the Magic Network hub of Dragonstone Island, which Marvin bought from Mill for 70,000 gold royals. Rarer than magic crystals were magic gems. Danny's Night King set had 2 diamonds the size of pinky fingers embedded in the shoulder blades of the armor, which were the jet holes of the fire wings. Another example was the ruby on Aunt May's neck. When did you see Aunt May use glass candles? Every time you saw that woman, she would put her hands in her sleeves and her red robe fluttered in the wind. When she cast spells, she was calm and seductive. Her leisurely attitude was daunting. And what was even more precious than rubies was a bigger gemstone. I'm so lucky today. I came here to hunt and picked up such a precious big diamond. Looking at King Kong, who was moving forward with all his might, Danny felt very happy. Well, this was not a coincidence. King Kong had come to this mountain a few times, and every time, the pig-nosed striped priest would send him gold and gems. The old priest knew about supernatural powers and specially chose the magic diamond as a gift for his old friend, who knew that his old friend would turn hostile and attack their village after receiving the offerings. In less than half an hour, King Kong rushed from the foot of the mountain to the top. He broke through 4 checkpoints of the pig-nosed, striped people and crushed, stomped, and swallowed hundreds of savage warriors. Roar! Thump! 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 King Kong stood at the top of the mountain in the middle of the village. He pounded his chest and roared in the direction of the back of the mountain. Danny rode the dragon and looked down from a height of 500 meters. There seemed to be no temples in the village, and only a dense banyan forest at the back of the mountain. While she was wondering, a white spring spurted out from the forest and splashed hundreds of meters high. It suddenly spread out and turned into a huge fishing net that almost covered half of the village. King Kong always knew who he was facing. While provoking the other party, he was also on high alert. Facing the big net falling from the sky, he did not retreat. Instead, he strode toward the place where the spider web came from. Boom! 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 The 30-meter-tall gorilla weighed more than 100 tons. When he ran with his long legs, the ground shook slightly as if there was an earthquake. Along the way, he encountered thick tree trunks and savage huts. They were no different from the old men who blackmailed people on the side of the road. He easily broke them and sent them flying. King Kong even did a move that only appeared in martial arts movies. When he ran past a spear stuck in the ground, he picked it up and immediately threw it out. However, King Kong did not pick up a spear. Instead, he picked up a 40-meter-tall sky-gazing tree outside the village. After the tree was uprooted, it caused a small-scale landslide at the top of the mountain. The foundations of 2 huts near the sky-gazing tree collapsed, and the houses collapsed. Whoosh! There was a shrill sound in the sky. Squeak! The monster in the forest spat out another net, but it was easily torn apart by the sky-gazing tree's spear like a nun's stocking in the hands of a lecherous monk. Boom! Where the spear landed, the trees were smashed apart. Broken branches and green leaves flew dozens of meters high like an explosion. Looking down from the sky, a path was made in the lush forest by the spear. Roar! King Kong leaped up and jumped 40 to 50 meters high. Like a cannonball, he smashed directly 10 meters away from the tree spear. Bam! Boom! Among the earth-shaking rumbles, there was an inconspicuous sound like a frog's belly being crushed. Roar! Roar! King Kong opened his mouth and revealed the signature laughter of a chimpanzee. He waved at Danny in the air. Danny was stupefied. Before the great mighty dragon of heaven could appear, the fairy was trampled to death by this black fellow. After going down to take a look, she confirmed that it was a spider demon as big as a double bed. like fresh cow dung detonated by a grenade. Colorful meat juice splashed on the surrounding tree trunks, leaves, and rocky ground. Even the soles of King Kong's feet were stained with a thick layer of meat paste. Danny pinched her nose and let it scrape the meat paste off. She didn't collect the remains. While the corpse was still warm, she quickly burned it with the dragon flame. The amount of spiritual quality was barely enough, but the divinity was pitifully little. Not to mention the bat demon, it was even worse than the immortal burned to death by Blackie in its infancy. However, Blackie finally opened a third profession. After hesitating for a long time, Danny chose between stranger and warrior. Warrior. She wasn't sure if stranger's divine power could reach the realm of death, but with the war coming, warrior would be of great help to Blackie and Danny now. As expected, under warrior's divine power, the power of the great black dragon flame increased again. The blacksmith's divine fire was good for changing the original form of matter from solid to liquid. Warrior's divine fire was a clear purple, the same color as Danny's eyes. The nature of the divine fire was explosive and destructive. Warrior's divine power also greatly increased Blackie's close combat ability. Danny had a hunch that Blackie's claws and teeth would become harder and sharper if it used Warrior's divine power to nourish its body for a long time, and its physique would also be strengthened. Of course, in addition to transforming special divine power, the clergy would also give Blackie corresponding knowledge. The battle experience of all the devout warriors of the seven gods in the thousands of years of Westeros history, including the Sword of Dawn of the past. This meant that Danny was only a dick away from the Sword of Dawn. P.S. Chapter 633. Danny transformed into a warrior and was immersed in the countless mysterious sword skills brought about by her divine duty. She greedily absorbed the true meaning of the sword Tao that matched her. She forgot about time, where she was, and even herself. But King Kong did not forget about its reward. Roar! The black servant showed a fawning smile and took 2 steps closer to Blackie. What are you doing? Danny opened her eyes and said calmly. The moment she opened her eyes, it was as if thousands of bright and sharp rays of light shot out from her purple pupils. The wretched smile on King Kong's face stiffened. It stopped in its tracks and rubbed its eyes in bewilderment. When it looked again, there was no abnormality. Only then did it open its mouth and reveal its white teeth that were stuck with pieces of flesh. It pointed at the scorched ground and then at itself. A thought entered King Kong's mind. Danny released wisps of Song of Power's divinity into King Kong's soul core. Visible to the naked eye, its soul was dyed with traces of gold. The black fur on its body was dyed with golden stripe. Danny's pupils shrank. Those stripes seemed to form runes on its arms, chest, thighs, forehead, and other parts. She memorized those runes. King Kong absorbed a little more than half of the 3/4 divinity before it was saturated. It was twice as high as Danny's. However, in reality, King Kong was still a chimpanzee. Golden striped fur did not immediately appear on its body. Roar! That fellow's strength had increased by a few times. It was unusually excited and pounded its chest with all its might. It roared continuously. The air within a radius of a few dozen meters also vibrated. Its howls echoed in the distant valley. I'm leaving. Danny waved her hand to quiet it down. She instructed with a serious expression, I'll give you a mission. From today onwards, you'll be a wandering King Kong and travel around the Sosros continent for me. Try your best to find the evil gods and mark their locations. When I come back next time, I'll bring you to hunt one by one. Remember, you can provoke the evil gods, but you can't kill them all. Look at how it killed the spider spirit in one move. Although King Kong was not a demigod, the demigods in this world were not extraordinary. It was not difficult for a mortal to kill a god. With a fist as big as the Vajra locomotive, even a mountain would tremble when it punched down. How could a normal demigod withstand a punch or a kick from it? In the end, Danny tempted him. The more evil gods you find, the more rewards I will give you, just like today. She had put in a lot of effort this time, using an equivalent amount of the Song of Power's divinity in exchange for the Spider Spirit's trash divinity. However, King Kong was not a demigod. Other than the Song of Power divinity, it could not absorb any other divinity. Because the content was a little complicated, Danny repeated the same words several times. When Jean Gang's confused face changed into understanding, she asked, "Do you understand?" Roar. King Kong nodded repeatedly. Danny smiled in relief. Although King Kong could not speak the human language, its intelligence was not low. In order to make it more attentive, she continued, "You're the only one left in the King Kong family. If you don't go out and find a wife, your family will go extinct in a few years." Woo woo woo. Before she could finish, a sobbing sound was suddenly heard from the side. It was the pig-nosed old priest who had offered the blood sacrifice to Danny. He had brought a group of savages down from the village at the top of the mountain. Ugh! The old priest held a huge wooden tray with both hands. It was filled with precious stones such as doghead gold, agate, amber, and jasper. However, at the top of the precious stones, there was a small bundle of palm-sized tree bark. King Kong's eyes lit up. It walked over and held the entire tray in its right hand. Holding it in front of its eyes, it opened its palm and touched the precious stones with an intoxicated expression. Then, it pouted its mouth with a look of disdain. In a breath, it blew away the scattered tree bark. Coincidentally, a piece of old tree bark fell on Blackie's neck. Danny instinctively picked it up and looked. No, she smelled it. There was a faint bitter smell that she was familiar with. After thinking for a while, Danny's pupils shrank and her expression changed drastically. Cinchona tree. This is the bark of a cinchona tree. She did not know how to react to this surprise that fell from the sky. Where did this thing come from? She raised the bark and shook it a few times as she asked the old priest, who was running around naked. The striped man grunted. His tone was rough and his words were simple. His pig nose made a grand snorting sound. As he spoke, he stood on his tiptoes and pointed in a certain direction with his skinny arm. He did not understand Danny's words, and Danny did not understand his words either. However, both of them understood what each other meant. In other words, the old striped man understood the value of the cinchona tree very well. He also knew that Danny would need it. He offered this treasure to her in order to protect his home. Well, it was still because of the misunderstanding from before. The Dragon Queen had rejected his offer of sacrifice. In Danny's opinion, it was natural because she did not want to learn bad things. However, to the old priest, this was a sign of hostility. After that, King Kong broke into the mountain, killed people, destroyed the fort, and even trampled on their ancestral god. This was proven. However, he did not expect that Danny would only come for the evil god. Now that she was about to leave, he came running over and took out the treasure that the striped man had kept for thousands of years. Just like the cinchona tree on Earth, the natives of this world tried their best to hide the sacred tree of life. Sosros was too close to the Ursos continent. The New Gith was only a few hundred kilometers south of Sosros. Quills and Sosros were only separated by a strait that was more than 10 kilometers wide. Perhaps the striped man did not have the ability to go to Ursos, but it was easy for the Ursos people to go to Sosros. However, it was easy to go, but difficult to come back alive, because Sosros was full of plagues. However, with so many people going to Sosros, it was inevitable that some attentive people would discover the striped man's secret. The barbarians seemed to have a divine medicine that could cure plagues. This was just a suspicion that had not been verified. The barbarians guarded their treasure very closely. Until now, no one could be sure whether the divine medicine was true or not. Now Danny was sure that the barbarians of Sosros really did have a treasure that could change the course of the world. Danny patted Blackie's head and flew up into the sky. King Kong picked up the old barbarian with brown and white stripes and strode down the mountain. 20 kilometers away, halfway up a mountain about 800 meters high, there was a dangerous crocodile pool with hundreds of bay crocodiles resting there. Unfortunately, a cluster of cinchona trees was right next to the pool. When Danny went over, there was a 15-meter-long bay crocodile sleeping under the tree. Unfortunately, it was a bay crocodile. King Kong rushed over, picked up a lively bay crocodile, and stuffed it into his mouth like an ordinary person chewing on red sugar cane. There was a crisp crunch sound. The rest of the crocodiles were all scared away. It seems a little different. Danny stood under the tree, frowning and thinking. The leaves were bigger, the size of an adult's palm. The trunk was dark purple, not gray. And the fruit, why was it so big? It was not an apple. How do I use this? Danny pointed to the tree and asked the old shaman. The old shaman took a few steps forward, stood on tiptoe, broke off a small part of the branch, and put it in his mouth to chew. While chewing, he looked at Danny with a fawning smile. Danny's mouth twitched. At least this proved that the cinchona trees in the other world were not poisonous. You can go. Danny climbed back onto the dragon's back and waved to let the old shaman leave. The old striped man only took a dozen steps back and did not go down the mountain. After that, Danny shouted and asked King Kong to dig with his hands. He dug out 3 saplings that were as thick as a bowl, and their roots were still connected to a lump of mud. The 3 trees were tied together with hemp ropes made of banyan bark and hung on Blackie's claws. Danny peeled off a large bundle of bark and decided to leave Saucerose. King Kong stood by the pool and watched Danny disappear into the sunset. He turned around and looked at the cinchona trees thoughtfully. Suddenly, he walked forward and plucked a dozen or so stalks as if he was plucking scallions. He tied them into a bundle and carried them on his shoulder before leaving with large strides. The old striped man followed behind King Kong and trotted down the mountain. He was afraid of encountering crocodiles on the way. After walking for less than half a mile, King Kong suddenly stopped. He turned around and grabbed the old shaman in his hand and ran back to the village at the top of the mountain. King Kong ran back to the top of the mountain. He looked around and stopped in front of the largest 2-story wooden building. He poked a hole in the roof with his thick finger and threw the old shaman in. Then, like catching chickens, he grabbed the savages who looked at him in horror and stuffed them into the wooden building. The upper and lower floors were crowded with people. Then, King Kong pulled the entire wooden building out of the foundation and carried it on his right shoulder. He carried a bundle of cinchona trees in his left hand and strode away. Well, he did not forget the treasure hidden by the waterfall at the bottom of the mountain. Roar, 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 losing the raw diamond or made it angry. After 2 days, King Kong returned to the Gourd Valley and put the wooden building and the cinchona trees aside. Then, with a fierce look, he walked to the savages' huts and picked them up one by one, regardless of gender or age, and stuffed them into his mouth and chewed them raw. Roar after filling his stomach, King Kong roared at the striped man in the wooden building and pointed at the saplings and the savages' huts. The old shaman immediately understood what King Kong meant. He wanted to keep them in captivity. While the old shaman commanded his people to plant trees, King Kong ran back to the cave happily and lay down in the place with the richest magic factor, sleeping soundly. Wandering King Kong? No way. Danny had a lot of adventures in the next continent and successfully became a demigod, but she only took 3 days to come and go. Carrying a bundle of cinchona trees, Dahe caught up with the pterosaurs near Old Gith. Well, she contracted 35 pterosaurs last night and did not bring them with her. She let them go first. The pterosaurs definitely did not know where Astapor was, but they could just fly north. See, Danny caught up with them before they even reached Slaves Bay. When they were in Old Gith, Danny went to the town below and gave the garrison commander, Morono, 5 cinchona seeds the size of green apples. Try to plant them and see if they can survive. Other than that, she also let the commander of the Wings of Liberty, who had followed her for several years, choose a pterosaur. Yes, Morono also had the Holy Knight's seal. After that, she buried a sapling in the Five-Dragon Cave in the mountains. When she returned to Astapor, she planted a tree on the Great Pyramid. She would bring the last one to Myrene. In the 4 days that she was gone, the Allied army did not notice anything unusual. Nothing happened at Slaves Bay. There was only one piece of news that made her angry. The Alliance Army's eastern route used Biasabad as their landing point, P.S. Therefore, she had sent an envoy to warn the Shang Fu. If you dare to help the tyrant, in the future you will have your city burned down. At that time, she did not have any pterosaurs. The messenger rode a horse and did not send back any news for a long time. She thought that the journey was difficult and that the unlucky guy had died in a foreign land. 2 days ago, he finally returned alive, but without little Gigi. Well, the father did not kill the messenger, but castrated him because of his arrogant words. Just as she was thinking about when to teach the descendants of Herr Cologne a lesson, old Embarrassment came. Your Majesty, His Highness' armor has been forged, and his wedding will be held in 5 days. I have to leave. Seeing that Danny was unharmed and had returned with the pterosaurs, old Embarrassment let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he bid farewell to her. He wanted to ask for leave to return to the Westeros to host his adopted son's wedding. The reason why he waited until today, other than worrying about Danny's safety, was that he was also waiting for Aegon's tile steel armor to be forged. Chapter 634. Danny thought for a moment and said, Sansa married Aegon as the Queen of the North and brought a large dowry, although a little empty. As Aegon's aunt, I can't let Targaryen appear too shabby. Go to my treasury later and choose a suitable set of jewelry. Also, choose a pterosaur. Pterosaur? Old Guy was puzzled. Why choose a pterosaur? Give it to my niece-in-law, the Dragon Queen said casually, as if it wasn't a pterosaur, but a macaw she brought back from the rainforest. Isn't this too precious? Old Guy was shocked. Danny walked to the wall and glanced down at the many pterosaurs lying on the pyramid's stone steps, basking in the sun. It was full. She smiled strangely and said, Is it precious? It's almost rotten. Besides, it's a Westeros custom for elders to give their juniors wedding gift. Only a pterosaur is barely worthy of my status. Old Guy said seriously, Your Majesty, the rainforest isn't endless, and the pterosaur nests aren't endless. The pterosaur's growth cycle may not be as long as the Megalosaurus, but it still takes more than 10 years to mature. With the current rate of pterosaurs consumption, I'm afraid the war will be deadlocked for 4 to 5 years, and the pterosaurs will be on the verge of extinction. Deadlocked for 4 to 5 years? Danny raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, After 5 months, there will be no more fighting in Slaver's Bay. Those big good-for-nothing swamp dragons, I want all of them to disarm and return to their fields. Be lenient with your enemies, Your Majesty. Old Guy frowned and persuaded. All right, I understand. It's just a pterosaur. After all, Aegon represents Targaryen. We can't lose face. Danny waved her hand. In other words, I'm not in Westeros, but I have to act tough well. Give me a pterosaur. When Valeglia married her daughter to the barbarian emperor, the dowry was a megalosaurus. It was impossible for Danny to give him a megalosaurus, but a pterosaur was still acceptable. Seeing the impatience on the queen's face, old Helplessness didn't try to persuade her anymore. After all, he couldn't stop an aunt from caring for her nephew. Yep, the Dragon Queen giving Sansa a pterosaur definitely had nothing to do with Stark. It was mainly because of her love for her nephew, and she didn't want him to lose face in front of the Northern Territory Queen's enormous dowry. After this wedding, even Westeros would see how much the Dragon Queen loved her only nephew. How did Miss Sansa obtain the Dragon Knight's seal? Let her come to Slave Bay? He asked doubtfully. No need. Let her pray to the great guardian of light herself, or let a respectable cultivator preside over her prayers to the 7 gods. Will that work? Old Guy asked doubtfully. Sigh, the Holy Knight's seal of contract is to borrow Blackie's divine power to subdue the pterosaur. My Blood Alliance guards prayed to the Pegasus and Dahe. Didn't they also contract with the pterosaur? But she seems to believe in the old gods, Old Guy said again. Danny was stunned. Sansa was clearly a Stark, but she didn't think of her as a Northerner. Why was that? It seems that she changed her faith. Previously, when she broke off her marriage with Tyrion, she looked for cultivators. Danny said hesitantly, give the pterosaur to her first. If she still believes in the old gods, suggest that she give the pterosaur to Brittany. Brittany the Baron Iron Guard? Yes, Brittany has always been in the valley. She should be Sansa's trusted guard now. After that, under Danny's recommendation, Old Guy chose a 14-meter-long striped dragon for Sansa. The striped dragon was small and didn't eat much, so it was easy to raise. Old Guy left. He left Slave Bay with the little pterosaur, a large bag of precious gifts, and Dragon Queen's blessings for the newlyweds to live a long life together and have children soon. Blackie even escorted him out of the war zone. Danny also returned to Meereen again. Other than harassing the enemy, she also arranged a heavy training program for herself so that she could familiarize herself with her skyrocketing physique and demigod power as soon as possible. Out of the 24 hours in a day, she wished she could spend all 23 hours cultivating. After becoming a demigod, Danny suddenly realized that she didn't feel hungry or tired. She didn't need to eat anymore, nor did she need long sleep. At first, she didn't notice anything unusual. But when she swung the 40-gene heavy sword 500 times in a row, and Jichi brought her a glass of orange juice and a stack of rice cakes, Danny suddenly realized that she hadn't eaten anything since she left King Kong's cave, and she almost didn't sleep. The demigod body began to energize. As long as she could absorb magic from the universe, she didn't need to eat frequently like a normal person. Of course, if she ate 3 meals a day like before, she wouldn't have indigestion. Demigods would also gain weight if they ate too much. The so-called energization didn't completely break away from the material state. It was just equivalent to having another magic digestive system. As for rest, an ordinary person would need about 7 to 8 hours. She only needed an hour of sleep. After becoming a demigod, she didn't have the ability to destroy the world. However, in terms of the essence of life, she really broke away from the boundaries of a mortal. At this time, no changes could be seen. However, in 20, 30, 50, or even 100 or 500 years, when she still looked the same and had no energy, no one would think that she was an ordinary person. Melisandre had reached this state very early on. She ate because if she didn't eat for a long time, she would be treated as an alien by ordinary people. Danny didn't reject the 5 grains. Other than not wanting to be treated as an alien like Aunt May, she couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. In this aspect, Aunt May couldn't compare to her. Aunt May was a shadow-binding warrior who used to be a female slave. She ate only to fill her stomach. Danny, on the other hand, was a queen. Every day, every meal, there would be the best chef in the world who would spare no effort to cook delicious food for her. If Danny ate black bread every day, she would be like Aunt May, who didn't eat or drink. "Foo, Fog, how do you feel?" After burning the crows again, Danny asked the 2 unlucky children of the forest with concern. "I'm a little tired. I need to rest," Foo said listlessly. "I'm fine. Your Majesty, you can burn me again." "No, 10 times. Perhaps I'm not afraid of being burned." Fog perked up and spread his wings. "Strange. Why is there such a big difference between the attributes of your and Foo's?" Danny was puzzled. "Every living being has a bias towards attributes," Foo said. "But you're both children of the forest," Danny muttered and reached out her right hand. "Fire manipulation, fire gathering." A 3-inch tall golden flame suddenly rose from her palm with a few thin yellow calluses. It was pure fire elemental power. Then, a black light flashed past the purple pupil in her left eye socket. The golden flame swayed a few times. Very strangely, an inch-long black crow appeared in the center of the flame. It had red eyes and black feathers. It was cawing. As the flame swayed, the black crow's body also became illusory like smoke. Her spiritual essence dissipated in the flame. Pop! After an unknown amount of time, the crow in the flame burst like a bubble and disappeared. At the same time, in Danny's mind, an illusory crow appeared out of thin air with a bang. It was the fog that was burned by the flame in her palm earlier. Spiritual bestowment was activated. Type A willpower spiritual essence swarmed into her mind and was absorbed by the fog like a whale swallowing water. Her transparent body gradually became solid. This time is different from before. I seem to have lost a part of my memory, the fog said blankly. Lost your memory? Why is that? Danny asked hurriedly. Could it be that she had too many spiritual bestowments? That couldn't be right. Type A willpower spiritual essence could only increase the strength of the soul and only strengthen the memory. Could even help people recover from Alzheimer's. Of course, the more willpower she bestowed, the easier it was to be affected by Danny's murmurs. However, Danny's murmurs was an active skill. If she didn't activate it, the other party would be no different from a normal state. Danny only wanted to save the two ravens at this moment. She didn't want to control them. They were very obedient. She didn't need to control them, and they had always been obedient. Your Majesty, continue. I always feel that this is not a bad thing, the fog said. You've lost your memory. How is it not a bad thing? Danny was shocked. Was the crow confused from the fever? Losing memory is equivalent to starting a new life. Afu's voice was faint. There was a kind of weariness and desolation in her tone. We started a second life in the body of the ravens, but we still remember the memories of our lives. What kind of second life is it? Danny retorted, Are you saying that it's only counted as a beast like a normal shapeshifter? Afu shook her head and said, No, the state of being dominated by the beast is worse. What we want is a purer, new life. From a human to a new person, it's considered reincarnation. Danny frowned. In her opinion, memory was the most important part of the soul. If she lost her memory or changed her memory, she would no longer be herself. Reincarnation was not as good as being a dead ghost and continuing to live. However, the child of the forest didn't seem to want to continue to be her previous self. Fog, you don't regret it? She finally confirmed. I want to start a real new life, the fog said. Danny stretched out her right hand again, opened her palm, and ignited a 3-foot elemental flame. The fog's soul entered it and burned. A large amount of spiritual essence flew out of the fog and was immediately absorbed by Danny and stored. The previous process was repeated. Danny asked, How is it? There are more missing memories, the fog said. Continue? She asked. Your Majesty, you don't have to ask anymore. I may have lost this memory and can't answer. But I can tell you now. Please continue, the fog said. What were they doing now? Danny wanted to resurrect the ravens from the dead according to the theory of life comes from fire. In this world, fire represented life. Fire contained the power of life. Fire could create life. Blackie, Xiao Bai, Xiao Lu, and Xiao Jin were all miracles born from fire. They originally only had the mark of life, but spirit bestowment made the mark of life hatch into a soul dragon soul. The dragon soul absorbed the power of life from the fire, used the fire to create a body, and then was born. The ravens had a soul, so could she also create a body from the fire? The reason for this whimsical idea was because Danny had a special divinity creating life from fire. She was a demigod, so of course she had divinity. From the beginning, Danny's special constitution gave her the ability to absorb the power of life from the fire. The specific manifestation was the ability to hatch a dragon. She was the only one who could directly use fire to create a living dragon. Dani's most common life bestowment skill was absorbing the essence of a soul from the fire. Why did she have to use fire every time she used spirit bestowment? That was the reason. Spirit bestowment was only a branch of the talent creating life from fire. It was this innate talent that made Dani the target of many people and gods. After becoming a demigod, this talent manifested as divinity. If Dani continued to develop this ability and improve this divinity, one day she would be able to turn this divinity into a divine domain. A unique divine domain might even add a new kind of song of law to this world. And this was what the world's consciousness wanted the most. The world gave you talent, you made up for the world's law. Chapter 635. That day at the Black Gate of the Great Wall, in God's divine domain, in order to break free from the restraints of the tornado, Dani had revealed the 9-colored vortex and the second soul in her sea of consciousness. When God saw it, he exclaimed, "The song of ice and fire." The song of ice and fire that he mentioned was not the 2 meditation technique. In fact, the ultimate goal of the 9-colored vortex was to condense the song of fire, and the second soul was the song of wind. At least at this moment it had nothing to do with ice. However, in terms of the power of fire, there were also mortal fire, wildfire, dragon fire, earth core fire, and true sun fire. In the world of the song of ice and fire, the energy level of the above flames increased in order. Therefore, during the Valeglia catastrophe, the Megalosaurus was destroyed by the magma flames. In this fantasy universe where life comes from fire and the world is born from fire, fire had another polarity. Life is created from fire. Similarly, the world was destroyed by darkness and the world was dead in ice. Ice had another polarity outside of the elemental attribute, death in ice. This was the true essence of the song of ice and fire. The life and death in the natural world evolved into the love and hatred, sweetness and bitterness, women and men, joy and sorrow, summer and winter. This was also the meaning of the author's setting of the world with only 2 distinct seasons, summer and winter. And coincidentally, God saw the 2 possibilities of life and death in Dani. The life force contained in the 9-colored vortex came from her own talent. The death and nirvana in the second soul came from the deviant ghost. Don't forget, her second soul came from 2 sources: the green spring of the green prophet, Blinden and the rat chef, and the dead ice of the deviant ghost. On the surface, the green spring and the dead ice were perfectly integrated and could not be distinguished from each other. However, the root cause of this phenomenon was not because they were of the same attribute, but because they originated from the same God. The root and the tree were one, so it was natural for them to be perfectly integrated. That was a digression. God had said that Dani was only at the beginning and was infinitely far away from the real song of ice and fire. It was very likely that she would never be able to take the last step in her life. Dani did not refute this, but she kept it in mind. After becoming a demigod and clarifying her divinity of creating life from fire, she had hoped to develop this ability. Ice death might be hopeless, but she didn't want to waste her natal skill. Therefore, when she returned to Myrene, she trained her body during the day and practiced her swordsmanship diligently. At night, she spent most of her time studying the Song of Laws. And Fu and the Great Fog were the main experimental subjects to develop the divinity of life in fire. Well, it was undeniable that Dani was experimenting on the 2 unlucky girls, but she really wanted to save them. Dani's flaming palm made the fog lose bits and pieces of her memories. Finally, the fog couldn't remember her own name. Finally, the fog couldn't recognize Dani and Fu. Finally, the fog became an idiot. No, she became a blank piece of paper. Then, Dani was surprised to see that the fog couldn't even maintain the human and crow forms, burning into a transparent ribbon. Oh my God! She sensed it slightly and exclaimed, "Ah Fu, did you see it? I saw it. You burned the fog away, and there's not even a trace of her soul." Ah Fu was 20% shocked, 20% expectant, and 60% confused. Of course there's no soul factor. This is a life imprint. The first trace of life, the birth certificate of the universe. Danny's eyes glowed as she exclaimed. Well, to use the technical terms of Eastern mythology, the fog's soul had been destroyed by Danny, leaving only a bit of her true spirit. "What do we do now?" Ah Fu asked. "Let me try." The 9-colored vortex sucked in the fog's life imprint. Information from the life imprint flowed into Danny's mind. She was surprised. This was a complete life imprint, but it wasn't in its original state. It was like cutting the horns of a deer, the head of a camel, the eyes of a rabbit, the neck of a snake, the stomach of a duck, the scales of a fish, the claws of an eagle, the paws of a tiger, and the ears of a cow to create a new species, the true dragon of Huaxia. The fog's life imprint was also pieced together by the child of the forest and the crow. This means that the life imprint can be modified. In that case, can I modify it a second time? Modify it into a new mythical life form? For example, a battle angel? Danny was extremely excited. She couldn't wait to test it out, testing it bit by bit. She was like a sculptor using a chisel and hammer to carve a huge transparent crystal. Bang, 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 bang. After a round of smashing, Danny was both surprised and disappointed. She could change a part of the life imprint, but she could only change the insignificant imprint that had to do with its form. In other words, the life imprint was originally a perfect piece and couldn't be changed. This was the law of the universe. But the child of the forest had a second life in the crow's body. Its will and nature didn't change, but its form was remade. The law of the life imprint being unchangeable was only broken in its form. Hence, Danny could only change its form. The child of the forest isn't ugly, but it's not beautiful either. How about, after a lot of trouble, Danny bestowed a spirit on the fog's life imprint and hatched it into a new soul. During the bestowment, Danny also used a little trick. When the fog's soul was burned, it would also overflow with spiritual essence. The spiritual essence had been stored by Danny, and now it was returned to its original owner. There was once a famous philosophical paradox, the ship of Theseus. For a ship sailing on the sea, as long as a piece of wood rotted, it would immediately be replaced. When all the functional parts were no longer the original ones, would the resulting ship still be the original ship? If the old parts from the ship were taken to build a new ship, then which of the two ships would be the real ship of Theseus? Danny also had a question at this moment. If the ship of Theseus was dismantled and used the wood to build a wooden building, what would that be? Mother Goddess, how did the fog become like this? It's so ugly. The new fog had successfully hatched from the life imprint, but when her soul image appeared in front of Fu, the ignorant crow began to make a big fuss. "How is it ugly? Have you always thought that I was ugly?" Danny said with a dark face. The fog did not look like Danny, but it turned from a doe-skinned child of the forest into a human beauty. She had big and hazy cat eyes, long eyelashes, a small oval face, delicate facial features, delicate skin with rosy white skin, and a pair of translucent dragonfly wings. She was a living flower fairy, a forest elf. Fu hesitated and said, "This is not a child of the forest. Didn't you say that you want a real rebirth?" Fu was silent for a moment, then pointed at the silly fog and asked, "Why does she look like a fool? Didn't you say that you want a real rebirth? She hasn't been born yet, so of course she looks like a baby." Fu was silent again. After a moment, he asked again, "But I can tell that she is the fog at a glance. The aura on her body is both familiar and unfamiliar." "Is that so? That's great." Danny was very happy. This proved that using the original soul to incubate the soul was really effective. "Then can she be reborn?" Fu asked expectantly. Let me try. Danny's expression was solemn. She put her hands together as if she was holding a treasure. Boom! The golden elemental fire jumped a foot high, but it quickly shrank. 9 inches, 8 inches, 7 inches. Before Danny could react, the fire was extinguished. Looking at the illusory little elf in her palm and feeling the real weight in her hand, she was dumbfounded. Then she was overjoyed. The fog's soul was absorbing the fire, and the fog was rebuilding her body. In order to prevent the fog from being born, Danny surged her magic power and increased the output of the fire-gathering spell by 10 times. Boom, boom, boom. The flames rose 4 to 5 meters high, illuminating her expectant face with golden red. Gradually, Danny felt the weight in her palm more and more. Gradually, the 2-foot-tall little person turned from transparent to translucent, and from translucent to fiery red. Then, white bones, pink muscles, and green nerves started to form from the soles of her feet and spread upwards. It was like a 3D projection. Danny was intoxicated. She was immersed in a wondrous state. Countless information regarding the secrets of life were being sensed and memorized by her. Her divinity of life creation in flames was increasing at a crazy rate. Her 9-colored vortex was undergoing some kind of qualitative change when the little elf put on a layer of snow-white skin, grew a head of fluffy red hair, and spread out a pair of flame-like, faintly discernible dragonfly wings. When the little elf opened her eyes and looked at Danny timidly with a pure and ignorant gaze of admiration, the sheep egg in the depths of the Yenhai trench was awakened, and then became flustered and exasperated, extremely terrified. Who actually activated the Song of Fire again? Damn it, the level of his Song of Fire is actually so much higher than mine. How is it possible? Before this, Danny only dyed the 9-colored vortex with a trace of the Song of Fire's breath, the sheep egg's Song of Fire's breath. The owner of the Song of Fire did not change. Now everything had changed. If the will of the world was compared to a critic, then it would definitely be the harshest and coldest opera critic. When another person sang a more beautiful song than yours, it would immediately like the new and dislike the old, depriving you of your position on the stage and leaving it to that person. You were replaced. In the past, Lalo listened to the Song of Fire and learned this song. He became the god of fire. In the past, the sheep egg sang a more beautiful, more perfect Song of Fire than Lalo. He replaced Lalo and became the singer of the harmony of fire in the Song of the World Choir. Now, the Dragon Queen had comprehended the strongest profound of the Song of Fire, creating life in fire. The sheep egg's identity as the pillar of the Song of Fire was immediately shaken. Not only was the sheep egg alarmed, but even the previous pillar of the Song of Fire was also aware of the changes in the Song of Fire. In the astral world, in a divine kingdom infinitely far away from the main material world, Lalo gritted his teeth. As I expected, a miracle happened to Danny Alice. The person who can defeat the sheep egg in the law of fire must be his descendant. The bloodline of Valeglia, the descendant of the god of fire that I spent so much effort to create. If not for that traitorous disciple of the sheep egg breaking his oath, I would have already ascended to the position of the supreme god. How would the world have fallen to its current state? And Danny Alice, I had already arranged everything 6,000 years ago. She should have followed the predetermined fate and replaced the sheep egg, helping me take back the Song of Fire, and then helping me complete the final mending. What went wrong that caused fate to be rewritten so severely? Could it be the Green Prophet? The god of frost? Jon Snow? My things are not so easy to take. Chapter 636. Mother Goddess? The little fairy tilted her head and called out softly as if she was singing. The 2-foot-tall little thing was naked and ignorant. She sat on Danny's wrist and swung her slender legs. She was not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, she seemed to be very close to Danny. Not bad. You can even speak origin language. Danny did not understand, but she knew that the little fairy was speaking origin language. She also roughly understood what she meant. Their current state was very similar to that of a devout believer and a god. Danny's thoughts could easily enter Little Fog's mind, and Little Fog could also transmit messages to her through the mysterious spiritual link. However, their souls had not merged. Danny could even receive a weak power of faith from Little Fog. "Little Fog, transform for me to see," she smiled. Little Fog's little hand pushed on Danny's wrist. The dragonfly wings flapped and floated in the air. Boom! Without shouting slogans like blah 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 energy, the naked Little Fog suddenly exploded on the spot, leaving behind a red flame the size of a volleyball. It was completely made of elements, and there was a little face in the middle of the flame. Wasn't that Little Fog? A fire elemental creature? Danny was really shocked. The flame sprite was ignorant and did not understand what a fire elemental creature was. It only circled around Danny, and the strong heat it emitted almost burned her clothes. There's also magic power. A very strong fire magic power. If there were a few thousand fire elemental sprites, boom! The flame exploded, and a big black crow flew out from the remaining flames. It landed on Danny's shoulder and cawed. It can turn back into a crow? Danny was shocked again. What kind of creature did she create? Fire elemental? Little fairy? Fire crow? Come in and meet Ah Fu, she said. Caw. The crow instantly spiritualized. Like a black bubble, it suddenly drilled into the violet's right eye. Fog. Ah Fu called out hesitantly. She wanted to get closer, but she felt an unfamiliar aura from the ugly person in front of her. There was also a terrifyingly strong pressure. Little Fog. Little Fog shook her head, then tilted her head and looked at Ah Fu in confusion. Ah Fu? Yes, I'm Fu. Have you recovered your memories? Fu hurriedly nodded and said happily. What memory? Xiao Wu shook her head again and said in confusion, This is the first time I've seen you, but I feel a sense of familiarity. Ah Fu's big cat eyes were filled with tears. She smiled and said, Xiao Wu, you've really been reborn. Xiao Wu wrinkled her little nose and suddenly said, Ah Fu, why are you so ugly? Fu's body stiffened. He was dumbfounded. In the end, Ah Fu decided to become ugly together with Little Fog. However, it was not that easy to become ugly. The fog was extremely compatible with the fire element, so it could withstand hundreds of cycles of burning, enchanting, and then burning again. Fu's soul had only been roasted 2 or 3 times before it started to feel exhausted. After another round, Ah Fu almost lost consciousness. Danny ended today's cultivation and said, Different children of the forest will have their memories washed away and become the purest life imprint in different ways. Ah Fu, don't worry. We have time, so let's take it slow. The Dragon Queen had many fortuitous encounters in Sosros, and after returning to Slaver's Bay, she made great progress. The Westeros were not idle either. John used the northern region's next 2,000 years of taxes, minerals, and forest resources as collateral to borrow 5 million gold royals from the Iron Treasury. That's 2,000 years. The northern region was poor, and the Duke's annual tax income was only a few gold royals. However, he knew that the eternal night would definitely come, and the northern region was in urgent need of food, so he naturally borrowed as much as he could. If the Iron Treasury was willing, it was fine to use the northern region's next 20,000 years of taxes as collateral. With 5 million gold royals to buy food, Wu had the capital to lead his troops south. The reason why the Iron Treasury was willing to do this business, other than the fact that the northern region was a guaranteed profit, was that Wu supported Erlu. Compared to Wu, Erlu's assistance from the Iron Treasury was even more generous. In the name of the Iron Throne, he could borrow an unlimited amount. In other words, Erlu could buy whatever he wanted. He did not lack money at all. Erlu calmly scanned the commanders in the tent and said to Sir Justin in a casual tone, Sir Justin, I'm not sure if you'll be able to do anything. Go to Bravos and help me hire a group of mercenaries. At least 20,000, even 100,000 wouldn't be too much. I'll give you enough supplies." He was extremely generous. After the Iron Treasury signed a letter of guarantee for Wu on behalf of Tai Chu, the loyal commander-in-chief Elisa finally agreed to lend the night watchman's food to Wu. In order to achieve his goal, Wu played a little trick. He found Elisa alone and said, "If I stay at the Great Wall, you will never be able to become the commander-in-chief of the night watchman. Lend me the food, it will be good for both of us." Elisa understood that Wu was right. Everyone in Dark Castle had witnessed Wu's resurrection from the dead, and they all thought that he was the child of prophecy. Wu's prestige at the Great Wall was now even higher than when he was commander-in-chief. Just as Wu was preparing to build a fleet from Eastwatch to Eastwatch, he received a letter from Count Mandalay in White Harbor. Rickon Stark was still alive and was on Skaggs Island. After talking to the Dragon Queen last time, Lord Eel immediately informed Madame Stoneheart of her attitude. It was a fact that Caitlin didn't like Wu, but Stark's family was destroyed, and Wu was the only adult left. If she insisted on supporting her son to the throne, the 6-year-old Rickon would most likely be a mere figurehead. After the incident with Bolton, Madame Stoneheart didn't dare to trust an outsider so easily, and would rather let the relatively honest Wu temporarily take over the position of King of the North. No matter how vile Wu was, he was still a good brother. Thus, Wu met up with the Onion Knight. Well, the Onion Knight Divos was Erlu's hand of the king, and he represented Erlu in White Harbor to recruit Lord Eel. Lord Eel agreed to the alliance, but he had a request. Davos had to lead the fleet to Skaggs Island, where the sea conditions were complicated, and bring Prince Rickon back. Skaggs Island was 200 to 300 kilometers away from Eastwatch. While the Dragon Queen was having a series of strange encounters in Sosros, she was also cheating on Skaggs Island. The people of Skaggs were known as the Rock Seed. They were huge, hairy, and rode unicorns. Every one of them was a powerful winter warrior. At this moment, Wu was showing the leaders of the clans the bravery and power of the King of the North, subduing the most violent unicorn king. If he succeeded, the clans would pledge their loyalty to him and join his army. Wu, the first male lead of the Song of Ice and Fire, finally had the treatment of a male lead. He rose to power. Palm-sized snowflakes hit his face, wetting the black hair on his forehead. Wu, who was riding the tall, long-haired unicorn king, had a carefree and proud look in his gray eyes. In the ghostly north wind, thousands of clans knelt in the snow and shouted, "Long live the King of the North! Long live King John!" In the foreseeable future, as long as Skaggs Big and Little didn't use cheats, Wu would definitely return. In the King's Landing, Cersei, who had entered the palace twice, also began to rise. Yulun had taken care of hiding and Tyrell, so Cersei had to take care of the River Bend nobles outside. First, she had to take down Randall Tarley, the god of war of the Seven Kingdoms. This was almost impossible. Randall Tarley had a hard temper and an iron head, second only to Erlu. But Tywin, Kevin, Mace Tyrell, and Little Rose helped Cersei persuade him. When Tywin was alive, he had fed Tyrell a piece of meat stained with poison, Brightwater. The 3 richest territories in River Bend were Tyrell's Hiding, Hightower's Old Town, and Florin's Brightwater. Erlu's wife, Silas Florin, was the niece of the current Earl of Florin. But in the early days of the War of the Four Kings, the Florin family had followed Tyrell closely and joined Renly, not Erlu. When Renly died, some of Renly's vassals were taken over by Erlu, including Florin. After Erlu's disastrous defeat at the Blackwater River, Earl Florin had been mediating between Dragonstone Island and the Iron Throne. Erlu admitted defeat and acknowledged Tommen's rule, but Tommen had to marry Serene. To be honest, this was a very good result for both the lion and the stag. However, Erlu's temper was stubborn. He directly burned Yu Clan's eldest uncle. Logically speaking, Earl Florin was dead, and his only son, Ailken, had long since expressed his willingness to surrender. Tywin should have accepted Alicent's allegiance, and then used Florin of Brightwater to attack Erlu's Florin. Tywin, who had once said, "When the enemy kneels and surrenders, you have to lift them up with your own hands," ignored Alicent's surrender and stripped Florin of his title and lands, and gave Brightwater to Garland Tyrell. But the question was, who was Ailken? He was Randall Tarley's brother-in-law, and also the brother-in-law of the old man in the old town. That meant that of Alicent's two sisters, one was married to Randall, and the other was the matriarch of Hydar's household. This background was powerful now. Cersei returned Brightwater to Ailken under the suggestion of her cousin, Devon Lannister. Ailken immediately returned the favor and announced that Brightwater Riverbend would swear allegiance to the Iron Throne, and personally went to the King's Landing to persuade his brother-in-law, Randall. Tywin, who had been dead for a long time, had done Cersei a great favor. Then there was Kevin. Kevin had valued Randall's talents and character when he was alive. During his reign, he had always used power to entice and rope in Randall. Randall was stubborn and had a bad temper, but humans had desires. Didn't Erlu have ambitions too? Randall's desire was to make a name for himself. More directly, power. After taking down Mace Tyrell, Cersei immediately appointed Randall Tarley as the hand of the king. Then there was Mace himself. During the War of the Usurpers, Lord Inflatable Fish had stolen Randall's military achievements, and had even caused Randall to bleed. The reason why Randall wasn't the most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms was because he had been tricked too badly by his pig boss during the War of the Usurpers, and had lost many battles. During the rebellion of the Four Princes, Tywin had purposely separated Randall from Lord Inflatable Fish, allowing Randall to freely display his military talent. He had won many battles and achieved many military achievements, and successfully became the most famous general of the Seven Kingdoms. On the other hand, Lord Inflatable Fish had mobilized a large army, but had failed to gain anything. He couldn't even take down the 200 guards of Storm's End Fortress. However, Lord Inflatable Fish was Randall's lord, and had too many opportunities to cause trouble and say strange things. Randall had suffered so much in the past, so why would he risk the destruction of his entire family for Mace's throne? The last Little Rose benefits were the main reason why Randall chose to remain neutral, but Little Rose was the reason why he openly stood on Lannister's side. Tyrell had committed the crime of regicide and treason. Yes, Little Rose, who had fallen into Cersei's hands, had revealed the truth behind Joffrey's death. In other words, Cersei had good reasons for arresting Margaery and Mace, and for sending Yuluen to take down High Court. Chapter 637. In the trial of Margaery, Cersei did it openly and honestly. She even dared to pull the Great Sparrow into the trial. This was because Tyrell had committed the 4 major crimes of betraying the sacred betrothal, violating the rights of guests, regicide, and murdering her husband. 4 crimes, but all because of one person, Emperor Joffrey. Emperor Yora's Purple Wedding and Robb's Red Wedding were the 2 most famous color weddings in Game of Thrones. In a sense, Emperor Yora's Purple Wedding had more impact on the plot than Robb's Red Wedding. Think about Tywin and Tyrion. If the 2 of them stayed in the King's Landing to control the situation, what could the others do? Robb's wedding was red because too many people died that day. Blood was the main color of the wedding. Joffrey's wedding was purple because Sansa was wearing a purple crystal hairnet that day. The poison was hidden in an amethyst crystal in the hairnet. Sansa was an innocent drug mule. She didn't know what she did. The hairnet and the poison in it were all made by Littlefinger. When Sansa brought the poison into the wedding, Old Rose took the opportunity to help her tidy up her hair to remove the poison and quietly put it in Margaery's hand. In other words, Margaret had poisoned her own husband to death. The golden goblet that Joffrey drank from was the wedding goblet that the king and queen shared. Only Margaery herself could guarantee that she wouldn't get poisoned. The bride killed the groom at the wedding site, The wedding had been completed and the red booklet had been obtained, violating the sacred betrothal and murdering her husband. Old Rose was the guest, and Emperor Yura was the host. The guest killed the host, violating the guest's rights. Emperor Yura was the king, and Tyrell was the vassal. The crime of regicide was unavoidable. For such a serious crime, Cersei and the Iron Throne had every reason to attack Gao Ting. Randall Tarley was also the Minister of Justice, the Chief Justice of the Seven Kingdoms. He had already done his duty as Tyrell's vassal by choosing to remain neutral. As for why Marjorie would confess to such a deadly crime, Cersei had always known that the imp killed Joffrey and Tywin, and that the imp's backer was Gao Ting. It was a lucky stroke. It was a coincidence. After capturing Little Rose, Cersei asked Cobborn, the spellcaster scholar, to interrogate her. When Little Rose found out that the High Court had been annihilated, Cersei wisely guessed the truth. With a vengeful mentality, she used the murder of Joffrey to attack her poor mother who had lost her son. When she heard the truth, Cersei really cried. In the end, this was all Varys' fault. Varys had at least two identities in the Red Castle. On the surface, he was the chief of intelligence, Eight-Clawed Spider. In the dark, he was the guard of the Red Castle's dungeon, Logan. Don't think that Logan's identity is temporary. Varys has been playing this role for more than 20 years. Don't underestimate the position of Black Head of the Red Fort. Throughout the year, the Black Prison was empty most of the time. It only locked up people who had committed heinous crimes or had special identities. It was similar to the Imperial Prison of the Ming Dynasty's Imperial Guards. Dany's obedient son, Jia Kuan, eyed Stark, Grand Tutor Pycelle, and Tyrion had all been in Logan's dungeon. On the night that Tyrion escaped from prison, Logan also disappeared. Then, Cersei found a rare gold hand coin in Logan's bedroom. It was a gold coin with a palm as the emblem, representing Garth the Green Hand. It was an ancient coin of River Bend. At this point, Cersei, who had suspected that Tyrion was behind this, completely understood the ins and outs of the matter. The little magic monkey was the knife, and Tyrion was the mastermind. This was also one of the reasons why Cersei sued Marjorie to the church for treason and adultery. To be honest, when she found out that Emperor Joffrey's death had nothing to do with her dwarf brother, Cersei was dumbfounded. "I've hated you for so long, so deeply, and you're showing me this?" Perhaps it was because of the Great Sparrow's pious prayers to the Holy Mother every day after his resurrection. There really was a moment when Cersei confessed to the Holy Mother. Was she too harsh on her little magic monkey brother? But the next moment, Cersei threw the Holy Mother to the faraway slave bay. She gritted her teeth, her beautiful face contorted. "That little magic monkey who should go to the Seven Hells is helping the fake Aegon usurp my throne. I can't hate him enough. No, I'm going to curse him 10,000 times a day in front of the Holy Mother's statue." It had to be said that Cersei's move hit the nail on the head, and the effect was very good. First, Randolph Tarley was appeased. Then, under Cousin Devon's suggestion, Cersei held the trial of King's Landing. She invited many nobles and commoners to be the jurors, and the Bishop of the Seven Gods, not the Great Sparrow, to be the chief judge. She publicly tried Tyrion's crime of murdering Emperor Joffrey. Emperor Joffrey, who loved his people like his own children and was unparalleled in righteousness, was very unpopular. The people of King's Landing gave him the nickname Mad King II. This was not wrong. But no matter how wrong Emperor Joffrey was, he was an innocent victim at the Purple Wedding. The beautiful, kind, and benevolent Marjorie was very loved by the people of King's Landing. The people of King's Landing gave her the beautiful title of Holy Mother Rose. This was also not wrong. But no matter how many good points she had, her crime at the Purple Wedding was so shocking that normal people could not accept it. Marjorie's reputation was completely ruined, and she was on the same level as her mother-in-law Cersei. Tyrion also went from being a victim of the turn of the Riverbend to a sinner who deserved retribution. The public opinion did not immediately change, but it was no longer in Tyrion's favor. This was a trial of the church that even the Holy Sparrow approved of. After that, Cersei's actions became even more outrageous. She announced at the Imperial Council that Tyrion of Highland Castle had committed the most heinous crimes, but Margaery was already King Tommen's legal wife, and the only heir to Highland Castle. The Queen Regent followed the teachings of the Holy Mother, and showed the greatest mercy to the lost Margaery. Before King Tommen came of age and gave birth to a joint heir to the Iron Throne and Highland Castle, Margaery only needed to hide in the virgin quarters under the protection of the nuns and pray piously to the seven gods every day to repent for her sins. During this time, the Iron Throne would temporarily take over Margaery's rule over Riverbend. In other words, Cersei had the title of Guardian of the South and the scepter of Duke of Riverbend in her hand. Yes, Sir Inflatable Fish had a total of 3 sons and 1 daughter. Velis and Garan died in the Shield Islands, Loras was sworn as a White Knight, and Inflatable Fish was secretly executed. Margaery was really the only successor of Hiding Tyrell. Don't you have a sense of déjà vu? This was how Tywin dealt with Sansa and Stark back then. In any case, the Iron Throne's announcement barely managed to appease the irritable Riverbend vassals. Tyrion had indeed murdered Emperor Jorg, and the Iron Throne also acknowledged Tyrion's rule over Highland Castle. Uluin's 20,000 Tywin army had penetrated deep into Riverbend's hinterland and did not submit. The Iron Throne was righteous, benevolent, and had military strength. This was the most important thing. Riverbend's military strength was empty, and they had lost their leader. Tyrion's clan was almost wiped out, and the Chinting Island fleet was destroyed. Hathor did not say it, but everyone knew that they had sided with the Dragon Queen. Tarly became the hand of the king, and Florence simply cheered for the Iron Throne. The top 5 families of Riverbend were all useless. What else could the other vassals do other than settle down? Take down Highland Castle, control Riverbend, and the food supply was also in the hands of the Iron Throne. To the unruly people of King's Landing, whoever could stabilize the price of food and prevent them from starving to death was the Holy Mother. It was said that in Empress Dowager Meg Lu's bedroom, a small shrine was newly opened, dedicated to the Holy Mother's statue. The Whore Empress Dowager had recently been praying 3 times a day in front of the Holy Mother's statue. It seemed like she had become the Holy Mother Whore Empress Dowager? Oh, the Holy Mother Whore was still the Holy Mother King's Landing had stabilized. Of course, under the calm surface, there was no lack of undercurrents. For example, Aegon, who was called Prince Chi by the people of King's Landing. Aegon's declaration and the declaration of the True Dragon Alliance had spread far and wide, but his reputation had never been good. Or rather, very few people truly believed in his identity as Lei Jiazi. In fact, everyone in King's Landing knew that Lei Jiazi had been smashed into a wall and turned into a pile of minced meat. But the attitude of the unruly people did not affect Aegon. The marriage alliance with Sansa and the establishment of the True Dragon Alliance was more convincing to the nobles than the uncertain identity of Lei Jiazi, because it represented power. It also represented that 5 of the 7 dukes' northern territory, Hajien, Valley, Stormlands and Dorne had acknowledged Aegon's identity as a true dragon. Recently, the number of dukes who had secretly submitted letters to the True Dragon was as numerous as the carps in the river. Aegon was in high spirits. He finally felt like a king. Yes, he was going to get married soon. It was today. The wedding would be held in the Eagle's Nest. Aegon, Sansa, Littlefinger and the other ministers had originally planned to hold the wedding on Dragonstone Island with the Dragon Queen as the witness. But when they found out that the Dragon Queen had just gone to Sosros and was busy training the winged dragon knights, Dany's excuse, they could only regretfully give up on Dragonstone Island. After all, Dragonstone Island was Dragon Queen's fief and had nothing to do with Aegon. His current fief was Windstop Castle. Windstop Castle was not as good as the Eagle Nest, because the valley had the most vassals of Aegon. Just like the Red Wedding, Tully was going to the Fry family to hold the wedding. However, the wedding would not be held in the Eagle Nest, but in the Moon Gate Castle at the foot of the Eagle Nest. The Eagle Nest was built on the largest mountain in the valley, the Giant's Spear. Just by hearing the name Giant's Spear, one could understand how steep the mountain was. It was like a spear stuck in the valley. Thus, although the Eagle Nest was a strategic location, it was not big and could only hold 500 people. Also, winter had arrived and the weather was suddenly cold. Yes, can you imagine how it feels to live on the mountain peak in winter? It would not be enjoyable. The Moon Gate Castle at the foot of the Giant's Spear was huge. Although it belonged to the Reyes family, Aaron would go down to the Moon Gate Castle every winter to avoid the cold. It should be mentioned that the Reyes family and Stark were relatives 800 years ago. One of Ide's grandfather's younger sisters had married into the Moon Gate Castle. When Robb had set up the will of the King of the North's successor, Catelyn had firmly opposed letting Robb become the royal elder brother. Instead, she had suggested that her son choose a direct descendant of the Reyes family as the successor. What the hell? It could be seen just how stupid and hateful Catelyn was. Alright, I digress. There was another important reason. The great cathedral was built in the Moon Gate Castle. The king's wedding had to be held in the great cathedral under the witness and blessing of the 7 gods. Chapter 638. The first rays of dawn dyed the snow-covered valley red. In the warm ballroom of the Moon Gate Castle, the guests enjoyed the breakfast before the wedding. There was lemon honey cake, pickled chicken, bacon, fried eel strips with breadcrumbs, Dothraki blood sausage, various stuffed buns invented by the Dragon Queen, frozen Dornish blood orange soup. It was a sumptuous banquet with a mixture of many styles. Servants shuttled back and forth, carrying large pots of warm milk, honey wine, and sweet golden wine, filling the cups for the guests who needed it. Musicians wandered around the hall, playing flutes, playing harps, and singing songs of blessing. A moon boy rode a broomstick horse, making funny movements and expressions, making the guests around him laugh. After breakfast, the food and chairs were cleared. John Clinton, as the father, solemnly tied the groom's cloak on Aegon under the gaze of the guests. The dark black velvet cloak was embellished with a red megalosaurus and a golden sun-piercing spear. They represented the groom's father, the Targaryens, and his mother, the Dornmartel. "Sigh, this cloak is new. You should have a better choice." The old man sighed sadly. The groom's cloak would be tied to the bride's shoulders later. The less heritage one had, the newer the cloak they used. If Rhaegar hadn't caused any trouble, Aegon could have used either his father's true dragon cloak or his mother's Sunpiercer spear cloak. Both families were great families with heritage, and the cloaks had been used by countless ancestors. This is good. My family and future are all new, so I should use a new cloak, Aegon said. He looked heroic and spirited today. He wore a black coat with a lone 3-headed fire-breathing dragon embroidered with rubies on his chest. The dragon claw held a black greatsword, imitating the dead Legger. Yes, the Targaryen clan's original emblem should have been a 3-headed dragon with a black background and a red background. However, Aegon and Dany's clan could no longer use Aunt Dany's clan emblem, so they added a sword to the dragon's claw. The sword of the king, Black Fire. Although the change was small, any Westeros aristocrat with a clear mind would understand at a glance. Aegon and Dany Rhys had split up. Aegon did this out of filial piety. It wasn't irony. Aegon didn't even discuss it with Dany's aunt and took the initiative to give up the inheritance of the Orthodox clan emblem. Although Dany herself had always had plans to change the emblem to a 5-colored dragon and did not value the 3-headed dragon, the emblem was too important to the nobles. Aegon's actions were almost equivalent to establishing a new family. If the clan emblem was changed, even if Old Awkward bought Liga's relics from the King's Landing antique dealer, Aegon wouldn't be able to wear it. After a while, the bride also arrived. The bride wore a pearl-colored silk gown and a gray-blue Myrlei silk dress. The dress was embroidered with hexagonal snowflakes with fine silver thread. This was the color of Winterfell, solemn, elegant, noble and generous. On the bride's head, there was a pure white velvet cloak embroidered with a silver-gray direwolf. Uncle Fingers put it on her. It was also Uncle Fingers who took the bride's father's position. He held her hand as they walked to the wedding altar and handed her over to Aegon. In addition, weddings under the teachings of the 7 gods were very particular. It wasn't as if you could wear whatever color and style you wanted. Sansa had been married to Tyrion. If Tyrion died, she couldn't break off the marriage. She had to marry as Tyrion's widow and wear the gold and red clothes that represented the lion. For example, when Cersei married Yulun, she wore the gold and black of Theon Byra. Now, she was wearing the white and gray of the House of Stark, without a single trace of the lion's color. This meant that she was pure, even a virgin. At least the 7 gods recognized her purity and virginity. Blackie said that he wasn't the scapegoat. It was all Brother Merabad's fault. He was the one who broke off her marriage, and also the one who officiated at her wedding. Aegon rode his dragon, and went to Crab Claw Peninsula to invite him over. Don't think that it was easy to break off a marriage. The responsibility was great. This was also why Lynys never divorced Big Bear. No monk was willing to break off her marriage. She only regained her freedom when Big Bear became a White Knight. However, Merabad didn't fool Aegon. Before the wedding, he had arranged for a nun to check Sansa's virginity. Of course, it wasn't there. Sansa swore that she broke it while riding a horse. Marjorie, the little rose, had said the same thing. Cersei had also said the same thing during her examination before marrying Robert. Everyone believed it. Because riding and hunting were compulsory lessons for noble ladies, there were too many girls who broke their virginity. The 3 queens had done the same thing, cheated, and said the same thing. Sansa was lying because she only liked the ladylike things like music and poetry and singing and dancing and embroidery. If Arya had said it, it would have been most likely true. Marjorie might have been lying. She must have started early, but the high court nights were all too popular. Riding, hunting, and keeping hawks were all too popular. As for Cersei, she might have been telling the truth. She had been with Jaime before the wedding, but she might have really left her virginity to the saddle. Merabad believed in Stark's upbringing and had asked the dwarf himself. The dwarf shook his head in humiliation and said, "I regret it. I really do." He really did regret it. Sansa was only 13 when she married Merabad. Her period had come, but she was too young and had just gone through the tragedy of her family's destruction. She was too pitiful. On the night of their wedding, the 2 of them took off all their clothes and were naked to each other. Although Sansa was confused and frightened, she still carried out her duties as a wife with trembling hands. She even opened her thighs. The dwarf's eyes were red, and his true desire was bursting, but he was a good person with a soft heart. When he saw the little girl's pale face and frightened expression, he immediately felt pity for her. He sighed and put away his spear. Because he pitied the others, he was the most pitiful of them all. Stark was honest, simple, and well-educated, and the dwarf himself had admitted that he was useless, so everyone accepted the bride's purity. Well, after they found out about this, everyone secretly laughed at Tyrion's incompetence. Just like that day in King's Landing, when Emperor Joffrey found out that Tyrion didn't touch Sansa. He mocked him and said that he wanted to help his uncle sleep with her. Because the others could not understand the dwarf's thoughts, just like how modern women could not understand how the older generation could be happy in a marriage without a house, a car, and $1 million in savings. On the other hand, Tywin seemed to understand Tyrion very well. Not only did he not mock him, he even advised him to eat the meat early to prevent any complications. The old lion seemed to have the talent to become a moon chanter. After breakfast, they did not leave for the Holy Church immediately. Next was the gift-giving segment. It was to chase away favors. In the past, when a family held a wedding or funeral, they would have to eat at least 2 meals in the afternoon and evening. The funeral might take 2 or even 3 days. Because of that, the gift-giving was usually done in the evening, before dinner. Now, the hotel was directly responsible for the gift-giving. The food was not as good as before, and most of the time, it was not enough. But there was only 1 meal in the afternoon, so the gift-giving had to be done at noon. In the Westeros, it was even earlier. Early in the morning, after breakfast, before the bride and groom's wedding, the gift-giving would begin. Also, the gift-giving here had to be done twice, or even thrice. Today, the gift-giving was for the bride and groom. The gift-giving was done the day after the wedding. It was for the couple. The old man gave Sansa a small vest sewn with pterosaur scales, and gave his adopted son a pterosaur bone bow. Elaine gave her fake cousin a steel spear, which was said to be Prince Oberyn's favorite. She hoped that he would be as brave as Uncle Oberyn. She gave Sansa a pair of chrysanthemum clam pearl earrings. Uncle Finger gave King Aegon a rare Shadow Lynx fur cloak, and Sansa a Dothraki sea white lion fur coat. The dwarf gave Aegon a large book called The Chronicles of the Valeglia Empire, and Sansa a book called The Diary of Moon Chanter Channa. I heard that you Stark all have special talents you can learn from them. I thought that only Slaver's Bay was the battlefield of gods and demons, but I didn't expect the Westeros to be unfamiliar with it too. Sigh, we need our own supernatural powers. He looked at his ex-wife with a complicated expression. The dwarf's position as the wildfire general was not for nothing. He had dozens of fire mages under him. How many supernatural secrets did he know? Taking advantage of his position, the dwarf dug out many good things from his subordinate. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent and could not learn. However, he had heard the Dragon Queen say many times that Stark's family is a bug. Sansa glanced at Aegon, and saw her fiancé nod, then put the book away and thanked him. After that, the nobles of the valley came forward and gave them riding boots, saddles, brooches, spurs, silk tents. After that, Illyrio excitedly gave Aegon a 3-headed dragon king crown made of steel and red diamonds. The diamonds were inlaid in the dragon's eye sockets, and it was very lifelike. He gave Sansa a crown, which was also very beautiful. Finally, the guests of Dragonstone Island came forward one by one. Bronn gave Aegon a dragon-tooth knife with a weirwood handle, and Sansa a pearl necklace. The old crabman did not come, but the little crabman did. He gave Aegon a cruise ship with 100 oars, and the queen a rare female cat with bright purple fur. At the very end, just when everyone thought that the segment was over, Old Awkward left the table again. He looked around and said loudly, Her Majesty Dany Rise has given Prince Aegon a set of refined steel armor, Lady Sansa a pterosaur, and a set of jewelry called Heart of the Ocean. Wow, pterosaur? So extravagant? Does the Dragon Queen have that many pterosaurs? Looks like the Queen really dotes on her nephew, but the Dragon Queen is not as smart as the legends say, hee. She can't even tell the difference between real and fake. His voice got softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Old Awkward was still talking, but the others started shouting when they heard about the pterosaur. However, even though everyone was shouting, Aegon and Sansa only smiled reservedly. The truth was, Aegon had gotten his hands on the Vajra armor a long time ago. He had even worn it in a duel once. Sansa had also met the striped dragon, and she was willing to change her faith. Actually, Sansa had been in contact with the 7 gods for a long time, because when I'd brought her south to King's Landing, he had already betrothed his daughter to Emperor Xiao. In the Northern Territory, no one cared about Sansa's faith in the Frost God, but after becoming the king of the 7 gods, she would be able to blend in with the nobles of King's Landing if she changed her faith. Even I did not object to it. Now that she was going to marry King Aegon, it was inevitable that she would change her faith. Since she was going to change her faith to the 7 gods, how could she give the pterosaur to Brittany? Even though Brittany had already sworn loyalty to her, and would become Aegon's White Knight after the wedding, it was mainly to protect Sansa. After the gifts were presented, the crowd escorted the bride and groom to the Holy Hall. Uncle Finger held Sansa's hand and handed her to Aegon. Then, the newlyweds walked up the altar with their fingers interlocked. Chapter 639. Under the gold-plated statue of the mother and father, Brother Merabad wore a crown made of crystal and gold. He wore a new white monk's robe and held the Seven Stars Bible in his hand. He faced Aegon and Sansa on the altar and chanted a prayer. The holy marriage ceremony had officially begun. Below the stage, a white mimic bird badge was pinned on his blue velvet suit. Uncle Finger was smiling, unable to hide his joy. Opposite Uncle Finger, the dwarf wore a crimson robe embroidered with a golden lion. He pulled at his bow tie with a complicated gaze. After Brother Merabad finished his prayer, the king and his wife swore 7 marriage vows before the statue of the mother and father. They also received 7 blessings from Brother Merabad, who represented the mother and father. Then, in front of the monks and guests, the newlyweds exchanged 7 vows. That was not the end. There was still a hymn. Under the guidance of the monks and nuns, everyone sang the mother's song and the father's song. After that, Brother Merabad asked loudly, including the 2 newlyweds, "Is there anyone who is dissatisfied with this holy marriage? Is there anyone who has doubts? Is there anyone who challenges the groom?" In old-fashioned Hong Kong movies, it was common for a couple to get married in a church. Then, the bride's ex-boyfriend would suddenly appear, drag the woman away, or pull out a machine gun. The plot would reach its climax. But in Westeros, such actions were legal and reasonable, and they were protected by the 7 gods. Blackie shrugged helplessly again. It was not going to take the blame. It could be said openly, and it could also be done openly. For example, there were 2 people below the stage who were ready to make a move. One was Tyrion and the other was Harold. Tyrion was not trying to snatch the bride. He was just itching to say, "Hey, I've experienced such a scene with the bride before." The officiator had a higher status, the Archbishop of the 7 gods. No one objected at that time. Harold, also known as Heir Harry, was Robert Arryn's heir. He had been with Elaine Stone for a while. It was not true love, but he was indeed infatuated with Elaine's stunning looks. After Elaine broke off contact with him, he only regretted it for a while before continuing to find his mistress happy. After all, other than her beauty, Harry really did not like her identity as Pinky's illegitimate daughter. But now a goddess, she was a proper goddess. Looking at her now, Sansa with the crown, she was even more beautiful and attractive. But she just brushed past him. He was the heir of the valley. If he married the heir of the king of the northern region and gained the allegiance of the nobles of Hajin County, he wanted to rush up and shout, "I object," but he had already objected 2 days. He was already 2 days ago. Just as when Brynden Stark had gone to Riverrun to marry his long-betrothed Catelyn, young Uncle Fingers had drawn his sword and challenged Brynden. Harry, his successor, had already challenged Aegon. Well, this kind of thing is very much in line with the chivalric culture of Westeros. No one would accuse me of offending my superiors or being disrespectful. Both of them had received guidance from famous experts, and both of them had been trained according to the orthodox knight training method for more than 10 years. Was to his to his, s of sss. His's was his. His s was to? At this moment, Harry's right arm was still bandaged. Seeing that no one came forward to challenge him, Merabad announced the removal of the bridal cloak. Uncle Finger, who claimed to be the best godfather of the 7 kingdoms, stepped forward and gently removed Sansa's bridal cloak. John Clinton, who claimed to be the best godfather of the 7 kingdoms, helped Aegon remove his bridal cloak. Uncle Finger took Stark's and stepped back. Old Face passed the bridal cloak to Aegon and stepped aside. Aegon took his own cloak and shook it open. Like a child wearing an adult's clothes, he wrapped it around Sansa and tied it around her throat. He said that from now on she was his family. He would replace his father-in-law and protect Sansa forever. Looking at the tall and strong bridegroom and the petite bride, Tyrion's eyes started to twitch again. He thought of the past. He was only 3 feet tall, 9 meters. With his boots, he was only a meter tall. Sansa, on the other hand, was more than 6 meters tall. He couldn't reach her neck even if he stood on his tiptoes. He couldn't put his own cloak on her. At that time, everyone was laughing. Helpless, he could only stand on the back of the jester and complete the ceremony. Now, Aegon, who was almost 9 meters tall, was hugging Sansa, who was 6 meters tall. It was so harmonious, so heart-wrenching. Through this kiss, I offer my love. Sansa, I wish you to be my wife and my bride, Aegon announced loudly. Sansa blushed and replied softly but clearly, through this kiss, I offer my love. Then, the two of them closed in and kissed deeply for a long time. Monk Meribad took out a crystal from his pocket and raised it high. He silently cast a holy light spell, a modified version of the holy healing spell. It was just a ball of white light and had no healing power. During Cersei's trial by martial arts, Dragon Queen felt that it was beneath her when she saw a monk holding a crystal and playing tricks under the sun. Hence, she developed a divine spell for her followers to show off. Don't underestimate the holy light spell because it was easy to learn and cost little. However, out of the thousands of cultivators in the 7 kingdoms, only a few hundred could cast the holy light spell. They were all true believers whose morals matched Dany's values. Yes, they had to meet the requirements of Dany, the mother of the 7 gods. Those who were extremely devout but followed the teachings of the old version of the 7 Stars Bible were not favored by the 7 gods. Dany could see the faith threads of every believer. It was impossible for Mr. Nangua to hide it from her. As long as there was a true God, and as long as the true God was willing to put in the effort, the Church of a True God would definitely become the cleanest organization in the world. Here, under the witness of the gods and the people of the world, the holy light spell caused the crystal to emit a rainbow-colored light that was as thin as cloud. It shone on the faces of the newlyweds and the wedding witnesses. The atmosphere was sacred and solemn. At this moment, Monk Meribad looked like one of the 7 gods who had descended to the mortal world. I solemnly announce that Aegon VI of the Targaryen family and Sansa of the House of Stark are husband and wife. From now on, they are one body, one mind, one soul, forever. Anyone who interferes with their marriage will be cursed mercilessly. The holy marriage was officially concluded successfully. Oh, Robert and Cersei were married like this. Joffrey and Margaery were married like this. Tyrion and Sansa were also married like this. Perhaps, Aegon and Sansa would have a different ending? After the wedding was the wedding banquet. The wedding was held in the Holy Church and was presided over by a monk. There were not many wedding witnesses present. Low-level knights were not even qualified to enter. The most lively place was the wedding banquet, which was held in the main hall of the Moon Gate Castle. Of course, the newlyweds were not ordinary people. They were the king and queen. Do not doubt they had already worn the crown. Before the wedding banquet, the king had to receive the blessings of his subjects. Aegon and Sansa stood outside the Holy Church on the steps of the marble square. Brittany, who had become a robed iron guard, led 49 knights to surround and protect them. There was a long line of courtiers who had an audience with them. John Clinton was the first to go up. He hugged his adopted son excitedly and kissed Sansa's cheek. "Your Highness, you have grown up and become an adult. From now on, you must uphold the responsibility and glory of a king." "Father, I will." Aegon smiled and nodded. "Sire, you should call him Your Majesty now," Sansa suddenly said. The moment the wedding was completed, the Treaty of the True Dragon Alliance officially took effect. Aegon received the allegiance of 5.5 of the 7 countries in name. Well, the other half was Riverbend. Aegon had the letter that old Rose had sent before she died. If Aegon helps High Court, Tyrell will lead Riverbend to pledge allegiance to you. Therefore, Aegon was really the king of the 7 countries on the surface. Old Man was stunned. He nodded and sighed. Yes, Your Highness. I should call him Your Majesty. I hope you two have a good marriage and give birth to an heir soon. I will. Sansa blushed and behaved generously. Then it was Little Finger. Uncle Finger hugged his daughter and bowed respectfully to Aegon. He kept saying auspicious words. When the dwarf came over with Yelaine, Aegon and Sansa both had strange expressions on their faces. It's a little awkward. Tyrion touched his nostrils and smiled awkwardly. Back then the dwarf wanted to say that back at King's Landing, Joffrey and Margaery also stood at the entrance of the Great September to receive blessings from others. He and Sansa also gave their blessings to the newlywed. But Sansa did not want to hear anything about that day or that year. She interrupted the dwarf and said bluntly, Sire, this is good for both of us. That's enough. Yes, it's good. Tyrion grinned and showed an exaggerated smile. Long live the king, long live the queen. The king and queen are a match made in heaven. Happy for a long time. Saying that, he picked up Sansa's hand and kissed it hard on the back. Then he hugged Aegon's waist and whispered, You bastard, go fuck your cousin tonight? Aegon glanced at the long line behind him and showed an elegant fake smile. He whispered back, Bastard, I'm not like you. I won't insult my wife with words. Get out. Yelian smiled and pretended that she didn't see or hear anything. She politely and distantly said a few words of blessing. The line was so long that there was not much time left for everyone. The dwarf quickly left with Yelaine. Not long after, it was Illyrio's turn. He was even more emotional than when he gave the gift. His eyes were red and he was crying. He gave his blessings one after another. The others did not think much of it. There were many people who cried. Didn't Uncle Fingers also have tears in his eyes just now? They only thought that this fat foreigner was sucking up to the king in order to get a good piece of land. Yes, the fat merchant was no longer hiding behind the scenes. He had been given the title of Marquis by Aegon. He was also King Aegon's finance minister and the military's quartermaster. Those with status could give their blessings to the king and queen in person. Those without status, mercenaries, merchants, and prostitutes who came after hearing the news, were blocked 10 meters away by the golden knights in golden armor and black cloaks embroidered with a red dragon. Long live the true dragon! Long live Aegon! Long live Queen Sansa! Cheers flooded the newlyweds. Regardless of their personalities, Aegon and Sansa's appearances were first class. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Both of them had good personalities and did not appear to be rebellious. It was easy for them to gain the favor of ordinary people. Now that Sansa is married and you don't object to this marriage, can you let me go? In the crowd, a man in leather armor with a long beard and messy hair whispered to the cloaked man beside him. Looking at that face, wasn't it Jaime who had been missing for many days? Chapter 640. Your vow is only half complete. There's still. Arya, the cloaked person said with the sound of a blade scraping against glass. Let the deviant ghosts take that brat away. I've searched the entire Three River Basin and haven't heard anything. Where am I supposed to find her? The man complained. Your sacred vow. Before it's complete, you must listen to me. Even if one day I'm no longer around, you have to continue. The cloaked person's voice was emotionless. I wasn't even this loyal to the Mad King back then, the man who looked like a lion's head said angrily. If you had always been loyal to me, you wouldn't have today's disaster. The cloaked person usually didn't talk so much. Today, seeing her daughter getting married and her son-in-law being so young and handsome, she was too excited. Can I meet Tyrion? That bastard killed my father and then my uncle. I have to ask him personally where he got his grudge from." The man who looked like a furious lion glanced at the dwarf, who was teasing Fearless with Elaine from the corner of his eye, and gritted his teeth. "No, we are about to take action. Don't mess up the plan," the cloaked person said sternly. "Cersei married you, Lewin. For the sake of my vow, I've sacrificed too much," the lion-headed man said sorrowfully. Suddenly, the sky darkened. The thin winter sun was covered by shadows. The loud and sonorous roar of a beast shook the Moon Gate castle slightly. "Wow, Balerion, Black Death God Balerion! True dragon, true dragon! True dragon Targaryen! Long live the true dragon!" The pterosaur spread its wings and covered the sky, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Black Death God Balerion landed on the marble square. Its huge body was like a thick wall, blocking the king and queen behind it. But soon, everyone saw the king holding the queen's hand and walking up the flight of wings. They sat on the dragon's saddle and fastened the belt. Whoosh! The huge leather wings stirred up a tornado near the square. The cloak of the cloaked person was blown off, revealing a dead person's scarred face. It was Madame Stoneheart. She had come to attend her daughter's wedding. SSS Balerion leaped up. It would take the king and queen to tour the cities of the valley. So big. Even the scorpion crossbow wouldn't be able to kill him, right? I heard that even Queen Sansa will become a dragon knight? The lion-headed man stroked his messy beard and narrowed his eyes at the megalosaurus that was flying away in the sky. He cursed in a low voice, "This damn world is becoming more and more unfamiliar to me. Soon, almost complete, revenge, recapture Winterfell." The cloaked man put on his cloak and muttered. Aegon brought Sansa back to the Moon Gate castle before dark to attend the formal wedding ceremony. When the queen came down from the pterosaur, she was sneezing and shivering. Her cherry blossom face and rose-red lips were blue and black. She wore too little and was too cold. "My dear, it's cold in the winter. Next time, change into a thick fur coat and wear a windproof helmet. You'll feel much better." Aegon comforted his newlywed wife gently. Back in the king and queen's bedroom, Duke Aaron's original residence, Queen Sansa warmed herself by the fire for a while. Only then did she regain her beauty like a thawed lake. For the banquet, both of them had changed their attire. Aegon wore black breeches, a crimson and gold jacket embroidered with gold thread, and the Dragon King's crown that Illyrio had gifted him. Compared to the impulsive youth at Slaver's Bay, he now had the calm bearing of a king. Sansa, on the other hand, changed into the crimson dress that represented the Targaryens. Her slender waist was tight, and the tight corset revealed her shoulders and upper half of her breasts, accentuating her snow-white skin and her slender figure like a willow branch. The queen's cheekbones were exquisite, her blue eyes were clear, and her thick red hair draped over her white bare shoulders to her waist. On her forehead was a slender and simple crown inlaid with hexagonal rubies. The crown held her hair, ensuring that her exquisite cheekbones and delicate features were not covered. The two of them held hands, their fingers interlocked, and smiled at each other. Under the protection of Brittany and the knights, they entered the venue together, causing countless cheers and whistles. Joffrey's wedding banquet was unprecedentedly luxurious. There were a total of 77 dishes, a rarity in the world. Although 77 dishes were not enough for Zhang Zhuzheng to eat, in Westeros, or even on a global scale, 77 dishes were rare extravagance. It wasn't that the people of this world were thrifty, but that it was difficult to gather so many recipes and the corresponding chefs. Many of Joffrey's 77 dishes were actually repeated. For example, there were all kinds of pies and meat pies. Almost every kind of filling counted as a dish. Aegon also gathered 77 dishes this time. He was better than Emperor Joe. He learned a lot of Eastern dishes from Aunt Dany in Slave Bay, such as steamed fish head with chili peppers, white chopped chicken, garlic crayfish in a religious culture that worshipped seven. 7 dishes were too few. Even the Dragon Queen, the soul of China, found it difficult to gather all 77 dishes. Only 77 was the most suitable. During the banquet, there were naturally all kinds of entertainment programs, acrobatics, midget martial arts competitions, opera. The focus was on the opera. At the opening, Tom of the Seven Strings performed Winter Snow Rose, which praised the direwolf, Corolla Night King, which flattered the Dragon Queen, and the Girl, the Virgin and the Crone, which pleased the seven gods, while My Beloved Temperament expressed the love of the king to the queen, causing the venue to be filled with the laughter and cheers of young boys and girls. In addition to these orthodox programs, there were also a large number of rural obscenities and novelty plays. Because the theme and content were relatively new, even appearing in front of people for the first time, they were far more popular than traditional operas that had been heard thousands of times. For example, Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream told the story of a pure girl's step-by-step depravity. The singer was a big fat man from Mill, a very famous tenor on the other side of the narrow sea. He sang in a mellow tone. That year, I went to the river of flowers and fruits. Under the peach tree, I saw a face more beautiful than the peach blossoms. I went forward in a daze, but saw under the apricot tree on the other side, a handsome young man looking at her from afar, love rippling between them like the sea. I was dejected and silently retreated. The music changed from the light and cheerful dream of lilacs to a soothing tune with melancholy and blessings. This year, I went to the river with golden ears of wheat. In the tavern, I saw a girl as beautiful as a rose. I didn't even have to go up to her. She wrapped her arms around my neck with a smile as sweet as honey and kissed me. The rhythm of the music suddenly sped up, with a kind of intoxicating atmosphere. After that, there were a lot of indescribable scenes of love, all kinds of moves, all kinds of tastes. The men couldn't control themselves, the women's cheeks were rosy, and their eyes were watery. I awoke with a start, and she asked me for a copper barley. She laughed and said she was once worth a gold royal. I asked, what about the young man? She stopped laughing. She told me a dream, her dream. The music became sad. The audience suddenly cooled down from their previous excitement. They gritted their teeth, sighed, slammed the table, slammed the plate with knives and forks, threw the wine glass, cursed loudly, "Damn faceless one." In the end, all the sympathy and love for Rosie in the play turned into curses for faceless one. Why? In Tavern Girl Rosie's Dream, 999% of the content was romantic stories, and had nothing to do with faceless one, and the plot didn't even describe faceless one positively. It only said so he is faceless one at the end, that's all. Even the wise Tyrion, the cunning Uncle Fingers, and the serious and rigid old face all scolded faceless one. They were sincere, without the slightest reluctance. But the dwarf was not immortal. Half an hour after Rosie's dream ended, the boiling emotions in his chest gradually calmed down, his reason returned, and he murmured, "The style of the play, why do I feel a little familiar? The spiritual entertainment in this world is very poor, reading books and watching plays." Dwarfs also like to watch plays. When he was in Slave Bay, he often hung out with the workers' and peasants' arts troupe. Other than looking for female midgets, he also came to watch opera. With doubts, he called Mill over and asked, "This is the first time I've heard Rosie's Dream. Who is the screenwriter?" The fat man replied, "This is a recent hit from the South, another new work by the famous playwright Dr. Wargrave." Wargrave. The dwarf loved to read, and immediately found the name in his memory, and said in surprise, "I read his famous book Black Wings, Swift Transmission when I was a child, and the book ridiculed St. Bailey's foolish attempt to replace the raven with pigeons." The tenor was also a learned person, and nodded. "I also had the honor to read that book. St. Bailey believed that the white pigeon symbolized purity, and the black wings of the raven represented misfortune. But pigeons can only be used as pigeons, and they don't have the ability to survive in the wild, while the fierce raven can fight with the eagle. The question is, how did he become a famous playwright when he was just a doctor of raven? The dwarf wondered. He is a doctor of raven, but his necklace can encircle my belly. The tenor patted his pregnant belly, and said matter-of-factly, which doctor only knows one profession? That's true, the dwarf reluctantly agreed with the tenor, and said hesitantly, don't you think the style of Rosie's dream, ha ha ha? Without waiting for the dwarf to finish, the tenor laughed and said, it's like Dragon Queen. Of course it is. Dragon Queen has almost created a new genre, and everyone is imitating her, even the scholars of the City of Knowledge. It's just that Dr. Wargrave's level is the highest, and his imitation is the most accurate. I thought I was the only one. The dwarf had a strange look on his face. Sigh, after the opera she wrote and directed in Slave Bay spread, the layman just watched for fun, but the insiders like me were shocked when I saw it for the first time. That literary technique, that unique suppression of desire. The tenor finally met a civilized person he could talk to in the Wild Westeros, and immediately began to analyze Dragon Queen's creative technique and conception skills. Chapter 641. It was no wonder that the tenor was so excited. In this world, even papermaking hadn't appeared yet. In other words, literary creation was still at the stage of extremely simplified history book. Since ancient times, before the invention of papermaking and printing technology, the cost of writing books was too high. Most of the resources were invested in the compilation of calendars and history books, which were more practical and urgently needed. The remaining resources would also be used to record poems. Stories were only passed down by word of mouth, and almost none of them were written into book. For example, in the Great Celestial Dynasty, legendary stories began to appear in the Tang Dynasty, and all kinds of stories were popularized in the Ming and Qing dynasties. The four great classical novels all came from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Other than the fact that poetry was the best in the Tang and Song dynasties, the scholars had no choice but to turn to dramas and stories. The more important reason was the cost of writing books. How many words did Zhuangzi write, Ode to the Three Capitals, in the Jin dynasty? Paper was expensive in the Luoyang dynasty. Even if 10 Chao Shuachins were placed in the Jin dynasty, they wouldn't be able to write Dream of the Red Chamber. The bankrupt Chao family didn't have money to buy paper. Therefore, before Danny invented dragon paper and true dragon printing, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire also followed the simple and direct style of historical record. Of course, writing history had to be simple, clear, and direct. Therefore, even if the scholars were very knowledgeable, the novels and dramas they wrote were dry. Just like the Dunluan incident, it was a kind of posture with yang above yin below, and it was used for thousands of years. Suddenly, one day, a dragon queen popped out of Slave Bay and came up with a set of 108 kinds of spring cries. How could those dry people not be amazed? Literary techniques were the same as technology. They were constantly developing. If you don't believe me, you can go and look at the ancient classics. Other than the gorgeous words, beautiful sentences, and rich characters, in terms of story transfer, plot design, plot conflict, and word count, they might not be as good as the great writers on the internet. A word count. Don't think that the famous books weren't good at writing. There was no novel in the world that wasn't good at writing. Sometimes the author deliberately used words, but most of the time, the author didn't know that he was writing. For example, in Journey to the West, Wu Qingzhen definitely didn't like writing. However, in Journey to the West, such a plot often appeared. Tang Xingxing was captured by the demons, and Wukong had a good fight. Since he couldn't defeat the demons, he went to ask for help. Obviously, the readers knew about Wukong's experience, but the author still wanted to borrow Wukong's mouth to tell the story of how Wukong lost his master, fought the demons, and encountered troubles in detail. What else could this be but hydrology? Also, before Wukong, Beiji, and Sand Monk fought with the monsters, they would often announce their names and origins. In other words, they would use a very long poem to show off. They would recite the major events of their lives from their birth to the present. Their narration was very catchy and popular. The first time you listen to it, you'll only find it breathtaking, but the second time, the third time, after the nth time, you'll choose to fast forward. Not only did Wukong and Ba Jie introduce themselves, but they also introduced their weapons. The origins and functions of the golden-banded staff and nine-toothed harrow were also made into a jingle and repeated over and over again. To put it bluntly, there was only one meaning to this part of the story: acting tough. How can I be so awesome? How can my weapon be so awesome? Isn't that just showing off? If a web novelist were to write this, he would also act pretentiously. In fact, he might even act pretentiously more often than old Wu. When encountering a demon, if he didn't act tough 8 to 10 times, he wouldn't be able to live up to his good demon persona. However, web novelists would definitely come up with all sorts of ways to show off. Even if there was such a thing, it would only happen once. At most, they would use the effects of Wukong and the golden-banded staff in actual combat to show off. For example, today, they would use the golden-banded staff to smash a tree. Tomorrow, they would use the golden-banded staff to smash a small mountain. The day after that, they would smash a continent. The day after that, they would smash a planet. After that, they would smash a solar system, the Milky Way, the universe, the multiverse. In the end, they would step over the computer and phone screens and smash the heads of the readers with the golden-banded staff. Cough, cough, I've digressed. In short, Dragon Queen's unconventional writing style was a pioneer in this world, where poetry and dramas were mainly written in a straightforward manner. She could barely be considered as a Shakespeare from another world and attracted many people to imitate her. The slave owners of Guise, the scholars of the City of Knowledge, the opera editors of the Free City, and so on were all studying the drama of Slave Bay and the Dragon Queen's writing style. Even the sensitive dwarf dispelled his suspicions of the Dragon Queen at this moment. He only sighed and said, "Rosie's Dream is really well written." Throughout the whole story, it did not say anything bad about Faceless One, but it made all the audience hate Faceless One to the bone. Yes, Dr. Wargrave has already surpassed his master. Rosie's Dream will definitely become a famous piece passed down through the ages. The tenor agreed. But why does the City of Knowledge hate Faceless so much? Making up stories to slander Faceless. The dwarf was puzzled. You don't know about the conflict between the City of Knowledge and Bravos? The tenor was surprised. I've heard a little about it. Tyrion nodded and said, that conflict isn't important. What's important is that both sides violate the rights of guests and want to wear the hat of second rat chef on each other's head. But it's been so long, why hasn't it stopped? It's hard to end. Dr. Wargrave even swore that, if Faceless is not disbanded, the Holy War will never stop. Why is it like this? The dwarf was dumbfounded. It did stop a lot before, but recently, the fat singer looked at the dwarf hesitantly and stopped. Today, I'm just an art enthusiast. We talk about art, there's no distinction between identities. The dwarf said, not long after your uncle died, the City of Knowledge swore that the Holy War would never stop and became very busy. Oh, the dwarf seemed to understand and nodded. So that's how it is. Those monkey bastards have a good plan. But, Faceless are scarier than my bitch sister, right? The tenor glanced at the knight patrolling the corner with Astapor's dog and whispered, the City of Knowledge also has a lot of dogs. Everyone knows? Tyrion's ugly face twisted. Of course, the world has been suffering Faceless for a long time. The tenor's voice was even lower, like a mosquito's buzz. Is it effective? Tyrion was interested. It's very effective. According to the grapevine, in the past 6 months, at least 3 faceless assassinations were discovered in advance in the 2 cities of Mir and Tyrasai alone. One faceless was even caught, but unfortunately, he killed himself. 7 gods above, the effect is so strong? Tyrion was shocked. The tenor looked around and saw that other than the dwarf's female companion, Princess Elaine, no one was paying attention to them, so he smiled and said, "Excellent hunting dogs that have been specially trained can smell blood and distinguish the breath of strangers. They are more sensitive to murderous aura. Think about it, a faceless peels off the skin of others and puts it on his own face. How can he avoid the smell of blood and murderous aura? Even if he has superb means and can hide the smell of blood and murderous aura, when he appears for the first time, how can the dogs not detect a stranger? It is said that a businessman in Mir found a business opportunity and began to secretly train special dogs. They let people line up and walk past the hunting dogs. If a stranger is mixed in with 100 people in line, if the hunting dogs can smell him, he will live. If not, he will die. Using the surviving hunting dogs as seeds, the puppies that are born are trained again. 1,000 people line up, mixed in with a stranger who has just bathed with this cycle. One day, as long as it is a stranger, they will not be able to get close to the nemesis of the faceless. Makes sense. While they were talking, a new stage play started. The gloomy lighting atmosphere, the background music of a sly hero, and the Cthulhu stage design, costumes, and props that were beyond the times attracted the dwarf's attention. A bald, thin, and tall man with a black beard was accompanied by a total of 15 musicians, 10 more than the fat tenor. "He is Jackson of Pentos, known as the Emperor of Opera," the fat man said sourly. "In the shadow of the tower, the King of Darkness holds a list." Jackson's loud voice could be heard even by the guards in the corner of the hall, but the people closest to the stage did not find it noisy. He let out a soft murmur, "That is a name?" The drummers beat out a slow and gloomy rhythm, and the faint sound of the flute was like a ghost whimpering in the night wind. "A name, a dead soul," the musicians chanted in unison. "He feeds on blood and slaughter, the castle is filled with models of human heads, and each model is covered with a face, thousands of names, thousands of faces." Jackson raised his arms and sang loudly with a mellow tone. "A name, a face, thousands of faces." The musicians shook their heads and chanted together. "Cruel Meg, Fireball Quinton, Arrow Rain Prince Robert." The drummers sped up the rhythm, and Jackson quickly read out a series of names. Some were known to everyone, but some were unfamiliar to Westeros. "What does this mean?" The dwarf was puzzled. "The name of this play is Death's List. Those names are all people who were assassinated by the King of Darkness, and they are all famous people. You have not heard of it because of the long history, or because you are a foreigner," Elaine said. "You have heard of it?" The dwarf was surprised. Elaine nodded and rubbed her arms. "They did not sing as well as the Emperor of Opera. I have goosebumps all over my body, so comfortable. Didn't Meg kill himself? How did he frame it on Faceless? Meg killing himself is just a speculation. Think about it, he has Balerion, and he is so cruel. How could he be so cowardly as to kill himself? Someone must have invited Faceless." Elaine said. Before, even the City of Knowledge thought that Meg killed himself. How did you?" Elaine interrupted him. "Now the City of Knowledge has reversed the case for Meg, and Death's List was also scripted by Wargrave. Meg's death at the hands of Faceless was also just announced by the City of Knowledge." "What about Fireball Quinton?" the dwarf asked again. Quinton Bull, one of the two most important generals under Black Fire Daimon, the other was Cold Iron Igor, died at the hands of an archer in the river before the final battle. The problem was that Quinton was leading an army to the battlefield, and he was surrounded by his own people. There were no enemies around, and they did not even find the person who killed him. The City of Knowledge believes that Faceless replaced one of Fireball Quinton's subordinate. "I think it is very reasonable," Elaine said. "It is indeed more reasonable than dying at the hands of an unknown archer, but—" The dwarf's face twisted. Mill's tenor suddenly said, "Dr. Wargrave also has a play called The Non-Existent Brinden. The doctor believes that before the Black Fire Rebellion, the Blood Crow Duke Blinden was replaced by Faceless, and that Daimon Blackfire and his 2 sons were also killed by Faceless. This is completely denying the existence of Blinden River text. It's ridiculous. The dwarf shook his head. Chapter 642. Mill said in a high voice, but Dr. Wargrave also has his reasons. He believes that Brinden leading the Raven-Tooth Guards to shoot Daimon and his son in armor from more than 400 meters away is too unbelievable. If he was lucky enough to kill 1 person, it might be a coincidence, but killing 3 people in a row is like magic. General, have you ever seen such a sharp archer on the battlefield? The dwarf was silent. Mill's opera singer said, I have asked the Red Archers of the Midsummer Islands. Their archery is the best in the world. Light arrows may have a range of 400 meters, but they do not have the destructive power of 400 meters. Not to mention heavy arrows that can pierce through armor? If there is a Faceless one hiding in Daimon's team, just like how he killed Fireball Quinton, it is obviously more reasonable to assassinate him in the chaos. But Blinden's most glorious life started from the first Black Fire Rebellion. If he was replaced at that time, wouldn't the Duke of Blood Crow be an illusion? The dwarf muttered. That is why it is called the non-existent Blinden. It is very likely that the Duke of Blood Crow really does not exist. Everything is because the Bravosi sent a Faceless one to interfere in the civil war of the 7 countries. Mill's expression was full of superiority as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone as if he knew the truth. What was more ruthless than changing the genealogy was erasing his existence. It sounds very reasonable and wonderful. I also believe it a little. But I have never heard of the non-existent Blinden. Elaine was puzzled. Some people in the City of Knowledge strongly oppose changing history, so the script is only circulated in a small circle. This was a fight between gods that mortals would never be able to detect. Danny's whispers versus Blinden's willpower distortion. But Blinden clearly exists. The dwarf remembered clearly that the Dragon Queen had mentioned the 3-eyed crow many times. The dwarf still did not believe in the 3-eyed crow's exaggerated abilities. How could a person be so strong? If the 3-eyed crow could observe the timeline and distort people's thoughts, then what is the point of us Westeros mortals existing? He felt that Blinden should be a powerful shapeshifter. If his magic power was profound, he might still be alive, but that was it. Tyrion sneered, Scholars aren't afraid of death, but aren't you guys afraid as well? Why are you all singing this kind of drama? Scared, of course I'm scared to death. Fatty nodded repeatedly and said, That's why famous big shots like us don't stand out. We wait for the street bards to spread the stories and plays before we perform. Tyrion was stupefied. Opera Meyer said helplessly, We have always performed whatever the audience liked. The theme of Faceless involves mystery, assassination, infiltration, transformation, conspiracy, betrayal, money. There are too many elements that the audience likes to see. Take Dragon Queen for example, she is 10 times more terrifying than Faceless One. No matter how tyrannical Faceless One is, what can he do to ordinary people? But if the great guardian of light incarnates into the wings of death, he can burn a city in flames, or even pluck the stars and take the moon. But even such a terrifying Dragon Queen, there are people who make up stories about her, let alone Faceless One. Thinking of the stage plays made by the Gith people in Volantis, Tyrion was completely speechless. After a while, he muttered, Since the scholars like to make things up so much, I'll ask them to help me write the truth of Duke Tywin's death, saying that I was also replaced by Faceless One. How about it? Elaine rolled her beautiful eyes and said snappily, Since you admit that you are fake, I'll have you locked up. Hee, but that night I was replaced by a gnome Faceless One. Anyway, Faceless One is now a chamber pot, so it's not too much for me to use it once, right? The little devil said with a smile. Dr. Wargrave's story is based on facts. He didn't make it up, Mill said with a frown. What facts do Death's List and Rosie's Dream have? Are you stupid to believe a playwright's story? The gnome shook his head and laughed. Hee hee. Myers shook his head and chuckled. There was an indescribable wretchedness on his face. You have a dragon, and it will only take a day or two to go to the old town. Bring more gold royals with you, hee hee. The gnome was shocked. What, did you see the real person? Who? Is it Rosie? The fatty nodded gently. The gnome was shocked again and pointed at the fatty. You tried. Is she really a waitress? Once a copper? Sigh, the price has increased a long time ago. Who doesn't want to get close to such a wonderful woman? As an artist of the older generation, of course I have to experience life. Otherwise, how can I let the audience immerse themselves through singing? It is also because I am an opera singer that Miss Rosie honored me with a meeting. There was once a sea merchant who offered 20 gold royals to spend a night with her, but he was rejected. Compared to before, her value has increased by more than 10,000 times. The fatty smacked his lips and said with a nostalgic expression, Rosie, is she really as beautiful as the stories say? Tyrion was a little excited. Wasn't it more exciting to have a tryst with the heroine of a legendary story compared to watching a movie and finding the actor to do it with because of his extreme love for a certain character in the movie? Would you rather find Huang Rong herself or find the actor to play Huang Rong? That was the logic. Beautiful, like a peerless beauty in the world, like a peach blossom in summer. More importantly, the aura, the sadness between her brows like a spring dream, the big eyes that are hazy like clouds flowing through the blue sky. When she looks at you, it is as if she is telling a sentimental story. It's simply killing me, the fatty said excitedly. Tyrion's mind went wild, and the rod in his lower body stiffened. His heart was moved. That's really humph. Yalin's pretty face was covered in frost, and a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of her mouth. The dwarf quivered and put away his wretched expression. He said seriously, even if Rosie is real, what about the list? The fatty also put on a serious scholarly face and said in a low voice, recently, there were 2 people who died inexplicably in the past, and it was confirmed that they were killed by the Faceless. Because when they saw the drama Death's List, the employer who hired the faceless ones to kill them was too shocked. With a panicked expression, he cried out, My plan, how could it be known? Wouldn't that reveal the truth? Really? The dwarf was surprised. Of course it's true, there is a follow-up. A trade prince pulled him over for questioning, and he was afraid of the prince's power. He felt that the victims had been dead for many years and had no relatives or friends, so there was no need to hide, so he told the truth. The process of hiring the assassins was exactly the same as in the drama. The fatty said in a low voice, This is too sensational. The dwarf murmured, Could it be that my uncle's head was also cut off by the Faceless? I reminded him that he should be under the close protection of the guards, he said suspiciously. When Kevin had just died, the dwarf didn't know the cause of death, and the Dragon Queen suspected that Yu Luan was behind it, but she wasn't sure. In fact, the blood witchcraft that could kill people from a distance was too advanced. Kuei Shi and Tam were first-class geniuses among the shadow-binding knights, but they couldn't do it. But when Yu Luan summoned the sea monster, the dwarf directly blamed his uncle's death on him. He and Aegon were still frightened by the unexpected disaster, and intended to take refuge in Dragonstone Island. The Dragon Queen told them that blood witchcraft was hard to learn and easy to defend, so they could either stay in Wind's End Castle and close the door, or arrange for guards with steel weapons to guard the bed all night long. If they saw a shadow approaching, they would slash it with their swords. No matter how powerful the witchcraft was, it could be broken in one move, and it could even backfire on its master. When Aunt May killed Lonley, Caitlin, a mortal, could clearly see the ghost shadow, let alone the swordsman who was always vigilant. At that time, if Mother Wolf had a steel dagger and threw it out, not only would she be able to save Lonley, but she would also be able to kill Heir Lu in one move. This was because the ghost shadow was Erlu's spirit. Aunt May would also be half dead because of the witchcraft being broken, or if she was unlucky, she would die directly. Ha ha! The fatty smiled strangely. What? Tyrion looked up at him and said, "You may not know much about supernatural power, but it's very difficult to kill people from a distance with blood witchcraft, otherwise this world would have been ruled by witches long ago. My lord, don't joke around. Who knows better than you how Regent Kevin died? Faceless assassination is indeed 10,000 times more reliable than blood witchcraft, but there are some things that everyone knows you can't deny." The fatty's mouth twitched. The dwarf's ugly noseless face twisted into a ball, and said fiercely, "How did the City of Knowledge know about the faceless assassination list?" The fat opera singer saw his expression and was really a little scared. Who wouldn't be afraid of a bastard who killed his father and uncle? So he quickly smiled and said, "Some people say that the faceless team is not pure, and there are spies in the City of Knowledge. Just like the scholar disguised as a slave, entered the mill glass factory, and stole the secret recipe to make high-quality glass. Just like the scholar stole Kohler's forging technique. Just like the scholar sneaked into the immortal Hall of Queers to steal the secret of the witches. Just like." At the end, the fatty couldn't help but sigh and said, "Who hasn't had their knowledge and technology stolen by the scholar? I swear that in a few years, the City of Knowledge will master the top-secret techniques from Slave Bay, such as paper making and printing. Perhaps the City of Knowledge is secretly cultivating their own faceless." The Dragon Queen and the Faceless One were terrifying, but the Westerosi scholars were smart, brave, unafraid of death, shameless, and outnumbered by their enemies. Impossible to guard against, even more terrible. Speaking of which, when Dragon Queen announced the disbandment of the City of Knowledge, the whole world rejoiced. Everyone said that the scholar's retribution has come. The dwarf saw the disdain on Yelane's face and his heart moved. He waved the fat opera singer away and asked in a low voice, "What, is he wrong?" The news that there is a spy in the Faceless team was secretly released by the City of Knowledge, in order to cover up the real source of the news. Tyrion was surprised. "How do you know? Can't Dorne have its own Pycelle?" Yelane sneered. The dwarf sighed. "It seems that the City of Knowledge has really lost its credibility, and they are mixing in sand. But what's the point of doing this? It's better to disband. Dragon Queen's school system is good, we can try it." Yelane glanced at the smiling Aegon couple and asked, "Do you know the real source of the City of Knowledge? I'd like to hear the details." The City of Knowledge has a special task force, and the War of the Usurpers was caused by them. Rickard Stark's tragic death was not unjust. Yelane blabbered on and on about the big news that Dr. Wargrave had exposed. Clang! The glass fell from the dwarf's hand, his face pale as he muttered, 7 layers of hell. What kind of monster has the City of Knowledge become? Chapter 643. During the banquet, in addition to the drama, there were also 7 fire masters that Illyrio had recruited. Originally, it was supposed to be Aegon's wildfire, but today it was also performing on stage. It actually summoned 7 giant dragons with fire control, and they attacked each other with flaming claws and fangs, causing the audience to cheer. However, the climax of the banquet was the nuptials. Before the banquet was completely over, the newlyweds had to enter the bridal chamber. The guests at the banquet swarmed over, the women carrying Aegon, the men grabbing Sansa and carrying her on their shoulders. On the way to the bridal chamber, dozens of men ripped off Sansa's clothes while loudly telling dirty jokes. It was very barbaric. But this was the nuptials, a Westeros custom. Everyone had been through it. In the south, this kind of custom would be somewhat restrained and not too excessive. But in Hujien and the north, even if you were the queen, you had to enter the bridal chamber naked. The women did the same to Aegon. These people wouldn't really touch the king and queen or take advantage of them. Their hands were disciplined, but their eyes were dishonest. The two groups took different paths and met in front of the bed in the bridal chamber, throwing the naked king and queen onto the bed. But they wouldn't leave. Many of them would stand guard outside, eavesdropping and suggesting interesting positions for the newlyweds. Here. Before the dwarf left, he secretly stuffed a small glass token into Aegon's hand. "What is it?" Aegon looked down and was immediately moved. "Thank you." It was a small bottle of Emperor's Blessing. It was a gift from Slag to the dwarf, one of the few remaining divine medicines. Sigh. The dwarf shook his head with a bitter smile and left the bridal chamber. On the way back to the bedroom, Tyrion was very surprised to run into Uncle Finger again. "Hey, long time no see. We two old friends should catch up." Uncle Finger's smile was still so friendly. "You're forgetful? We've seen each other many times today." Tyrion wasn't easy to deal with either. His smile was even brighter than Uncle Finger's. "What kind of greeting is this? We've been friends for many years. Perhaps there are some misunderstandings, and I'm willing to explain them to you." Uncle Finger waved at Tyrion and walked towards the back door of the castle. The dwarf touched the steel dagger at his waist and glanced at Uncle Finger's thin and short figure. He had an idea and immediately followed. They turned left and right, passed through corridors, and finally arrived at the labyrinth garden in the castle's backyard. The cold wind from the north made Uncle Finger tighten his cloak. He stomped the snow on his feet and said, "We have the same goal now, which is to help His Majesty Aegon ascend the Iron Throne, don't we?" However, Tyrion would not follow his rhythm. He sneered and said, "Little Finger, your courage is far greater than your size." Uncle Finger frowned but remained polite. He said, "Old friend, I know you have some misunderstandings about me. Tonight, right now, I'm here for this." "Tell me." Tyrion sneered. "You know about my relationship with Sansa's mother, right?" Uncle Finger said with a sorrowful expression. "You said you broke her private parts." Uncle Finger nodded and said seriously, "I really love her and am willing to do anything for her. That's why I can't tolerate Lannister playing with her daughter like a toy. I didn't want to hurt anyone at Joffrey's wedding. Joffrey's death is somewhat related to me, but my goal is not to kill the king. I only want chaos." "Oh, I believe that," Tyrion sneered. "Sigh, I know you don't believe me, but how difficult is it to take a living person away from the Red Keep? Coincidentally, Lady Alina found me. She thinks that Joffrey can't give Marjorie happiness and needs me to provide some additional help. For Sansa, for Catelyn in the underworld, I'm willing to bear any sin." Uncle Finger's eyes reddened, and his words were solemn and nasal. "Hee." Tyrion still sneered. "I'm guilty, but I didn't want to frame you. You know better than I do that you're thought to be Joffrey's murderer because Cersei thinks you are. The garden is so cold. If you don't talk like a human, I'm leaving." Uncle Finger was sincere, but Tyrion's expression remained the same. He sneered. "Tyrion, have you forgotten? We used to be so close. Whenever my brothel had new goods, I would keep them for you. We were even together. I only have friendship for you, and never any hostility." Uncle Finger sighed. Tyrion was disgusted, as if he had been force-fed 2 pounds of feces. His face twisted. "You can deny what happened to Joffrey, but what about the Dragonbone dagger?" "Dragonbone dagger?" Uncle Finger was confused. "What's wrong with the dagger? I remember that it's Robert's, right? What does it have to do with you? Stop pretending. I almost fell off that building. How many nobles don't know that?" Tyrion pointed at the eyrie under the cold crescent moon and sneered. "Did you misunderstand something?" Uncle Finger was still at a loss. Tyrion did not want to beat around the bush anymore. "I was arrested by Lady Catelyn because of the Dragonbone dagger. You told her that the Dragonbone dagger was mine, and that I was the one who arranged the assassination of her son, Bran. After that, the War of the Lion Wolf and the Rebellion of the Four Kings started because of this lie. That was your goal. So, stop pretending in front of me." Sigh, what a huge misunderstanding! Uncle Finger's face turned pale. He waved his hands and stomped his feet. At that time, I only said in an uncertain tone that you might know where the dagger came from. I didn't say that you were the one who arranged the assassination of Bran. Think about it, what a huge loophole there is in that statement. No one in their right mind would give something as obvious as the dragonbone dagger to an assassin. Can't a normal dagger kill someone? Caitlin isn't stupid either. If I said something like that, wouldn't she be able to tell that it was an obvious lie? That woman is so stupid. Her husband, Ide, is also stupid. He is so stupid that he would believe a bastard like you. But I'm not stupid, Tyrion said with a straight face. You came to me just to say this? Uncle Finger sighed. He knew that Tyrion had completely lost interest in reminiscing. If he did not bring out something useful, nothing would be accomplished tonight. We will be leaving the valley in a few days. I hope that you can support me in becoming the Hand of the King. Tyrion widened his eyes. He looked at the confident and humble man in front of him and felt that it was unbelievable. Is there something wrong with your brain? Do you think that's possible? The army is about to go south, but John Clinton left the Moon Gate Castle on the night of the wedding, which was just now, and went to Slave Bay. And your reputation, old friend, as long as His Majesty is not crazy, he will not let you become the Hand of the King. Then let Prince Dowling be the Hand of the King. He is His Majesty's uncle. His status and talent are all suitable, Tyrion said nonchalantly. Ha, Tyrion, if you are smart, you will not say such things. Uncle Finger stepped forward and approached the dwarf. He whispered in his ear, I said that we are old friends. I know you. Didn't you go back to the Westeros to pull Lannister back from the edge of the cliff? But Prince Dowling joined the True Dragon Alliance because of the hatred in his heart. He wants to push Lannister into hell. But I am different. I have no ill intentions toward you. I have no hatred toward Lannister. You help me today, and I will help you tomorrow. You reject my friendship today, and tomorrow. Ha, Tyrion, don't let down our friendship of many years. Uncle Finger chuckled. Are you threatening me? Tyrion clenched his fist. His eyes, one green and one black, of different sizes, flashed with a dangerous light. I am trying to use sincerity to awaken our 10 years of friendship. Uncle Finger laughed. Tyrion stood on his tiptoes and craned his neck to look around. What are you looking at? Uncle Finger asked, puzzled. I think I saw someone spying on us nearby, Tyrion said. No, there is no one in the garden. Uncle Finger's expression was natural. Are you sure? Tyrion was doubtful. Of course. Then I am relieved. Tyrion smiled. Relieved what? Before he could finish, a fist the size of a bowl came straight at him. Bam! It hit Uncle Finger right in the nose. Sour, astringent, bitter, numb. All kinds of feelings exploded in his heart at the same time, and tears immediately gushed out. Before he could cry out, another fist came at him like lightning and hit him in the stomach. Ugh! The acid in his stomach rushed up to his throat. Uncle Finger bent over and vomited. Bam, 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 bam. Tyrion did not let him go. He kept on punching and kicking him. Stop! An angry shout came from the maze. Then, a tall old man led 2 guards and rushed over from the corner of the maze. Tyrion, let go of the Duke. The old man's voice was thunderous. Bam, bam. Tyrion did not care. He kicked Uncle Finger with his sturdy leather boot. He scolded as he kicked, You arranged for someone to ambush me. How dare you say there is no one here? You are a liar. Uncle Finger lay in the snow covered in mud. He held his head with both hands. His mouth was full of blood. He groaned but could not say a word. Oh, Tyrion was attacking Commissioner Liu of Guanxi. The so-called ambush was just an excuse. Uncle Finger was afraid that he would attack, so he arranged for bodyguards to protect himself. Clang, clang, accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon being unsheathed, the blade reflected a cold white light under the moonlight. It quickly flashed in front of Tyrion's eyes. The dwarf quickly took a few steps back and shouted, "Look at the sky, idiot! If you don't want to die, stay away from me!" Hiss! Before he could finish, the faint moonlight in the sky suddenly disappeared. Complete darkness shrouded the maze garden. The pterosaur's roar seemed to be right next to his ears. Beep, beep, beep! The tall old man stopped the guards who pulled out their swords to attack the dwarf. He picked up the whistle hanging on his neck and blew it. After a while, a large group of guards from the Moon Gate Castle rushed over. "I will let you fly sooner or later." Leaving Uncle Finger with an inexplicable threat, Tyrion climbed onto Tessa's back and leaped into the night sky before the guards could surround them. "I beat up Little Finger. I can't stay in the valley anymore. Aegon just got married, so he has to stay here for at least 3 days. Let's go back to Winestop Castle first." Tyrion found Elaine and invited her. "No, we're not going to Winestop Castle." Elaine climbed onto the dragon's back and sat behind the dwarf. She smiled strangely and said, "We're going to the Old Town to play for 2 days? Why are we going to the Old Town?" The dwarf was confused. "The legendary woman, Rosie. I love her too," Elaine said matter-of-factly. The dwarf's mouth fell open. He was dumbstruck. After a while, he muttered, "What if someone recognizes us?" Elaine leaned close to the dwarf's ear and licked his earlobe. She whispered, "I will go into the city alone. After we negotiate the price, I will bring her to the tower. You can ride Tessa to pick us up. Then, the 3 of us can." The dwarf's blood immediately rushed to his head, little head. Elaine was reliable. The next night the dwarf saw Rosie. Although her appearance and temperament were not as good as Sansa, Marjorie, or even the Dragon Queen, the dwarf felt that she had a special aura around her. The dwarf was full of energy. He had spent the most wonderful 2 days and 2 nights of his life. It was the same for Elaine. The despicable man and woman returned to Winestop Castle with a lazy expression on their faces. However, the moment they landed on the training ground, Aegon led a dozen soldiers to arrest the dwarf. "No way. I only beat up that bastard once, and you want to lock me up?" The dwarf shouted in disbelief. "Duke Baelish is dead. He fell to his death. Just like you said, he flew once," Aegon said coldly. Chapter 644. Between High Court and King's Landing, there was no complete waterway connection. Taking a boat from High Court, going up the Mander River to the Bitter Bridge, then leaving the boat and going ashore, taking the Rose Avenue that connected High Court, Bitter Bridge, and King's Landing, Yulun could not let the sea monsters climb onto land. Therefore, Aegon and Tyrion's plan was to end the battle quickly and take down King's Landing before Yulun's Iron Fleet completed the voyage. High Court, Old Town, Dorne, Stone Islands, Dragonstone Island, Blackwater Bay, and Blackwater River outside King's Landing. Also because of the sea monsters, Dorne gave up the plan of taking a boat from Sun Halberd City to Wind's End Castle, and then landing at King's Landing at Blackwater Bay. Dorne sent out 4,000 Sandhorse cavalry to Wind's End Castle at night. In other words, Aegon would soon go to King's Landing, and his ministers, such as the Hand of the King, who commanded the ministers, had to be chosen before the expedition. Uncle Finger decided to find Tyrion because he had recommended himself to Aegon, but Aegon had rejected him. "Targaryen, I promised Tyrion to let him be the Hand of the King," Aegon said. But in fact, Tyrion was only one side. Aegon had his eyes on Uncle Finger's adopted daughter, and the Valley Knights, who were barely unified under Uncle Finger, but he was absolutely vigilant and distrustful of Uncle Finger himself. Perhaps it was because he had lived in seclusion in the Lone River since he was young and was raised by upright people like Clinton and Ashera. Aegon, who had just entered the mortal world, was naive and impulsive. He had not experienced the beating of reality, but his brain was normal and he was not stupid. After hearing so many guesses about Uncle Finger from Aunt Dany, whether he believed it or not, he would be vigilant against Uncle Finger. How could he let him be the Hand of the King? As a matter of fact, on their wedding night, after a hearty bout of yin and yang intercourse, Aegon began to complain to his wife about it. He told her how Uncle Finger lied to Catelyn and betrayed Ide, how he framed Tyrion the first time and instigated the war between the lion and the wolf, how he framed Tyrion the second time and messed up the situation of the 7 nations that Tywin had forcefully stabilized. Of course, Aegon was not an idiot. He hoped that his wife would be able to see Uncle Finger's true colors and not be used by him. However, he was also worried that Sansa would awaken Stark's stupid wolf's blood. Hence, when he spoke, he was very careful. He observed her body language, starting from the shallow to the deep, and gradually progressing. Fortunately, he had met Sansa, who had been greatly developed by Uncle Finger. If it was a few years ago, Sansa might have reported this to Uncle Finger. Just like back then, when Ide had planned to secretly send her and Arya away from King's Landing, she had secretly told Cersei about this in the middle of the night, causing her father to lose his life in the chicken pecking game with Cersei. Just like back then, when Cersei said that Ide had betrayed the kingdom, she had foolishly believed it and even wrote a letter to Robb, asking him to quickly come to King's Landing and surrender. Robb had almost gone mad with anger. Hence, Aegon would never appoint Uncle Finger as the Hand of the King. However, Uncle Finger did not know that. Uncle Finger was not stupid or arrogant. The main thing was that he did not expect the Dragon Queen, who was thousands of miles away, to pay attention to a small fry and even analyzed him so thoroughly. Ever since Uncle Finger started his career, Jon Arryn, Robert, Ide Erlu, Old Rose, Taoist Lang, Tywin. There were so many heroes, but none of them thought of him as a threat. Uncle Finger thought that he was still covered by the mist halo, but he did not know that the enemy had revealed the entire map and he had nowhere to hide. He was crushed by the enemy's information advantage. Hence, when he heard Aegon's excuse, he did not suspect that Tyrion was the only obstacle to him becoming the Hand of the King. To be honest, Uncle Finger did not desire the position of the Hand of the King. It was just that the position of the Hand of the King was beneficial for him to do some things. For example, the Hand of the King commanded all the troops under the king. He could easily arrange for the heir Harry to die. For example, he could take advantage of the position and use the benefits of King Aegon to rope in the vassals of the valley. When Harry and Robert Arryn died, he would officially become the king of the valley. For example, just like when he was Robert's finance minister, he changed all the customs officials of the 7 kingdoms to his trusted subordinate. The Hand of the King, Baelish, was confident that he could secretly control Aegon's small court. For example, the Hand of the King lived with the king. The best foster father of the 7 kingdoms who followed Jon Arryn's example would be able to love his obedient daughter Sansa more easily. The Hand of the King was a ladder for Uncle Finger to do some things, not the goal. He looked for Tyrion. Although he was not confident that he could convince the other party, he also felt that him becoming the Prime Minister was the most beneficial for the dwarf. That was because the powerful Lannister was the target of his calculations. After Aegon ascended the Iron Throne, the broken Lannister would become the target of his protection. Uncle Finger's strategy was, other than himself, no other power was allowed to dominate. Whoever was powerful, he would beat them. Whoever was weak, he would support them. Only balance could maintain a long period of chaos. Unless he sat on the Iron Throne himself one day, chaos would be Uncle Finger's eternal pursuit. After much difficulty, Uncle Finger was sincere to Tyrion for once, but his good intentions were treated as ill intent. I can't keep the little devil. His hatred for me runs too deep, and he's too smart. After making such a decision, Uncle Finger grimaced as he gulped down a large bowl of poppy milk and fell asleep in a daze. That night, he did not sleep well. He was muddle-headed and not fully conscious. He swayed as if he was not sleeping on a comfortable feather bed, but was being jolted forward by a horse. He wanted to open his eyes to see what was going on, but his eyelids felt heavy. It was as if his heart was covered by a layer of heavy cotton that had been soaked in ice water. It was heavy and cold. The strange nightmare troubled him for a very long time, as if 10,000 years had passed. A blurry red light approached and dispelled the darkness that was heavy to the point of despair. Opening his eyes in a daze, Littlefinger's consciousness gradually returned. In an instant, endless pain drowned him like a tidal wave. There was not a single part of his body that did not hurt. "Of Oswir," he moaned as he called out to his loyal servant. Huff, huff, huff. No one answered. There was only the sound of the strong wind and the fluttering of clothes. It was as if he was lying on the back of a megalosaurus and flying at high speed. "Where am I?" The snowflakes in the cold wind fell on his face. With a shiver, Uncle Finger woke up. The Eagle Nest, Moongate Hall? Suddenly, he saw the huge hole beside him where the wind and snow poured in. Uncle Finger instantly understood where he was. He was the owner of this majestic castle. "Who are you? How did you bring me to the Eagle Nest without anyone noticing?" Uncle Finger gathered the tattered and smelly sheepskin blanket around him. His eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see the person behind the kerosene lamp clearly. But he failed. It was a cloaked man. The thick cloak covered most of his face, leaving only a pale and dry chin. The chin moved. "My dear, you don't even recognize me?" It was a voice that only demons from hell could make. Regardless of gender, age, it was like a blade rubbing against glass. It made people feel irritated and chills down their spines. "Who are you? Lift the cloak and let me see who's playing with me." Uncle Finger supported himself and endured the pain all over his body. He moved back cautiously. "He can still move. Mia, stop him from moving." The cloaked man pressed against his throat. His voice gradually became smoother and no longer stuttered. Immediately, a tall figure silently walked out of the darkness. It was a woman in her early 20s. She was close to 1.8 meters in height, with broad and thick shoulders. She had uneven and messy black hair, dark blue eyes, and rough skin. She was neither ugly nor beautiful, and was a very manly and fierce woman. "Mia Stone," Uncle Finger exclaimed. "Why are you here?" "Oh right, winter is coming. The Eagle Nest is sealed. You're the only one who stayed here to guard." Before he could finish his sentence, the tall woman raised a blunt hammer from behind her and smashed it on Uncle Finger's knee. Crack! "Oh woo!" Uncle Finger hugged his knees and howled. Bang! Mia swung her hammer again and hit Uncle Finger's left arm. Like a sugar cane being snapped, a crisp sound was heard. Then, Uncle Finger's eyes started to roll back. The pain almost made him lose consciousness. Mia looked back at the cloaked man. The cloaked man nodded lightly. Maya took a few steps back with the weapon in her hand and disappeared into the darkness again. Uncle Finger's face was as pale as paper, his forehead covered with bean-sized beads of sweat. He glared at the cloaked man with bloodshot eyes and said hoarsely, Who are you? Was it Tyrion who paid you to assassinate me?" The cloaked man looked left and right, as if he felt that the hall was not bright enough, which was why the other party had not recognized him yet. So he did not answer, and only focused on lighting the braziers in the cave wall. Then, she leaned over to Uncle Fingers, almost touching his face, and pulled down her cloak. "Ah!" The next moment, Uncle Finger's face was distorted as he howled. Uncle Finger's entire life of exclamations could not last as long as this one. His entire life of fear could not be compared to this one. Madame Stoneheart pressed her chipped face against Uncle Finger's pale, handsome face and said softly, "Didn't you always want me? I want a 15-year-old virgin, Caitlin, not an old monster like you. You ruined my dream." Uncle Fingers screamed and regained his rationality, and began to think like a normal person. "Caitlin, why aren't you dead?" He tried not to avoid the rotten touch, and asked with a forced smile. "Dead, I died once. I was soaked in the river for a few days. The fishes ate my flesh, The crabs pinched my hair. Fortunately, the great King of Light took pity on me and let me live again. Madame Stoneheart's voice was like a roundworm pulled out from the stomach of an old beggar on the street. It was sticky and stiff, and it drilled into Uncle Finger's mouth. His stomach acid churned, and he felt like vomiting. The vomit rushed into his mouth, but Uncle Finger forced it down. "That's great, Caitlin. You're alive. That's great." Uncle Finger cried tears of joy. Sobbing, real sobbing. He was crying on the surface, but he was also crying in his heart. Even a person who died for a few days can be revived. This damn unreal world, as opposed to the real world of the City of Knowledge. How can people like us who rely on our intelligence live? Uncle Finger's scientific worldview, built by reading the famous books of the City of Knowledge, was collapsing. "Yes, it's great to be alive and see you again." Madame Stoneheart sighed. "Caitlin, listen to me." His arms and knees were broken. No matter how shrewd Uncle Finger was, he did not think that he could fool her with a few nice words. "There are some misunderstandings between us. I'll explain them to you one by one," he said hurriedly. "I wonder if Lalo increased her intelligence when she was revived. If not, as long as I give him a chance to speak, I might be able to fool her today." Chapter 645. Tell me. Madame Stoneheart really let him speak. "I'm saved." Uncle Finger secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression became calmer. "The matter of the dragon-bone dagger was my mistake. It belonged to Robert, but he never used it. I thought that Tyrion had taken it. I swear, other than this matter, I have never done anything to let you down. Look at Sansa. I was the one who saved her from Lannister's evil clutches. I was also the one who went back and forth and paid a huge price to make Aegon give up on Princess Elaine of Dorne and marry Sansa instead. Right, since you've been revived, why don't you come with me to Moongate Castle to meet the young couple?" The paleness and panic on Uncle Finger's face completely disappeared, leaving only a big, bright, gentle, and poetic smile. "I've met Aegon before," Madame Stoneheart said. "Haha, that's a handsome young man, isn't he? Let me tell you, he's not just a handsome young man. He's almost as brave as his father and as gentle as Princess Elia. He's really a rare son-in-law." Uncle Finger seemed to have completely entered the intimate mode of chatting with an old acquaintance and old lover. "Aegon, not bad." Madame Stoneheart nodded. Her face that was covered in clotted blood and gaping wounds showed a rare expression of relief and joy. "Sansa has had the most innocent fantasies of a handsome prince, a noble knight, and a legendary love since she was young. She had always longed for the sweet love described in stories and songs. But the cruel fate was like a knife, slicing her innocent little heart into." Madame Stoneheart touched her cheek. "Cut into this. It's all good now. All the misfortune is over. She has realized her childhood dream and has started a happy life. You can also start afresh." Uncle Finger raised a sincere smile, his voice as gentle as a lover's comforting. "Yes, after killing you, she will have a happy future." Madame Stoneheart nodded. Uncle Finger's smile froze on his handsome face like rotten milk. "Caitlin, I thought our misunderstanding had been cleared up. With my help, Sansa will secure her position as queen. We'll head south to King's Landing, then head north to destroy Freyr, eliminate Bolton, and recover Stark's Winterfell," Uncle Fingers said meaningfully. "Oh, little Finger, I'm sorry." Madame Stoneheart suddenly sighed. She stretched out her slippery, catfish-like palm and caressed the man's blank face. "Sorry." Madame Xin apologized again. "I apologize for my frivolity when we were young. I'm sorry, I apologize for my contempt for you from the bottom of my heart. Lisa was right. You have wisdom. Wisdom can change your status and create your destiny. She swore to me with a very serious expression that one day you will achieve something so great that I will regret it. I don't believe it. Now I really regret it." These words were completely out of Uncle Finger's expectations. Suddenly, he realized that he no longer knew the woman he had loved for decades. That was right. She was a ghost after resurrection. She was no longer the girl who stood among the flowers with her hands behind her back with a shy and expectant expression, bending down to kiss the boy on the grass. It's been so many years. Why are you still talking about it? He forced a smile with a trembling voice. Today you must die. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. My Sansa will never have a day of peace. Madame Sure-Exian regained her cold expression. She looked like a ghost that wanted his life. If you want to kill me, you have to give me a reason, right? Uncle Finger felt so wrong that he started to cry. You betrayed Ide. I didn't. Uncle Finger immediately denied. Who told you? He's lying. Who in the 7 kingdoms doesn't believe Sir Barristan's words? Madame Sure-Exian sneered like an owl. Barristan? Uncle Finger was confused. Isn't he at Slaver's Bay? Did you get the wrong person? There's no need to quibble. Sir Barristan is the captain of the King's Guard. No one knows better than him what happened at King's Landing that day. You betrayed Ide. This is another big misunderstanding. Uncle Fingers pouted and cried, I want to help Aida. I made an oath to you. Have you forgotten? But he didn't listen to me. Besides, I didn't betray him. It was Sansa. Sansa told Cersei about Ide's intention to send her and Arya away from King's Landing. That was why Cersei was sure that Ide wanted to fight to the death with her. That was why she made the first move. I promised to help Ide bribe the gold-robed man. I kept my word. But the man I bribed could be easily bribed by the enemy. Who could be richer than Lannister? That was why I tried my best. It was fate. I had no choice. Lady Stoneheart stared at Uncle Finger's aggrieved face. She found it unbelievable that he could make such a logical argument in such a situation. You poisoned Jon Arryn, she said. Uncle Finger was about to deny it out of habit, but suddenly, he thought of Barristan who appeared out of nowhere. Maybe Catelyn had gotten solid evidence from one of the bastards. He could not deny it. Sigh. Uncle Finger sighed sadly. I love you. I love you madly, just like Lisa loves me madly. I confessed to the 7 gods. I am guilty. I could not refuse Lisa's love. I am guilty. I did not cheat on her. I loved you. She is your sister. You two look alike. I always thought of her as you. That was the truth. What was Uncle Finger thinking? Lisa's looks were not inferior to Catelyn's. Her love for him was even more, let's put it this way. Excluding the ancient people like Prince Flare and Jenny from the city of Barrenstone, Lisa was definitely the most infatuated woman in the world of power. However, Uncle Finger only placed his true love on Catelyn, who subconsciously looked down on him. When Uncle Finger was at King's Landing, he often claimed that he took the Tully sisters' virginity. He was not lying. When he did Lisa, he really thought of her as Catelyn. You disgust me. Lady Stoneheart was also disgusted. All right, Catelyn was not wrong. Uncle Finger was a bootlicker, but she did not treat him as a spare tire. He was not a spare tire either. His status was too low. At least a duke's second son like Ide was qualified to be Miss Tully's spare tire. I am sorry to disgust you. Uncle Finger smiled bitterly and said, I cheated on Lisa too many times. I exposed myself in front of Jon. Lisa had no choice but to, Uncle Finger was too awesome. He could come up with all kinds of perfect lies easily. Lady Stoneheart was actually skeptical. The truth was not like that at all. Uncle Finger first lured Old Guy to discover Cersei and Jaime's secret affair. When Old Guy was halfway through the investigation, he poisoned him. Then, he used the same method to let Ide discover Joffrey's identity as a bastard, and let Ide discover it himself. Old Guy died in the middle of investigating the bastard. This way, Ide would be 100% sure that Lannister killed his good foster father to silence him. The war between the wolves and the lions would be inevitable. You killed Lisa, Lady Stoneheart said. You met Sansa? She betrayed me? Uncle Finger's pupils contracted as he hissed in disbelief. When Lisa was pushed down the moon gate, other than Littlefinger himself, only Sansa and Marillion were present. Well, Marillion was a handsome bard. When Uncle Finger was not around, Lisa used him to comfort herself. Marillion was driven mad by Uncle Finger. He confessed his crime to the nobles of the valley. Because Lisa was cold to him, he killed her out of jealousy. Uncle Finger's teaching skills were not inferior to Big Sparrow's. In other words, only he and Sansa knew the truth of Lisa's death. Now there was a third person who knew. His little sweetheart, his little cotton-padded jacket betrayed him. You think my daughter is a fool? Lady Stoneheart sneered. Uncle Finger was stunned for a moment before he suddenly raised his head and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, she finally finished her apprenticeship. My perfect successor. No wonder I was brought here without anyone noticing. It turns out that Her Highness the Queen helped. Lady Stoneheart looked at him coldly without any emotion. You have been hiding in the dark for too long. You can only see the bright world. But you don't know that in a darker place behind you, someone has been watching you. I have been watching you for more than a year. It is no wonder that you have today's outcome. More than a year. Uncle Finger put away his maniacal attitude and said in disbelief. Hajien is in chaos. The rebels either went to the King's Landing or went to the valley that was not affected by the war. The Eyrie has taken in many servants from Hajien in the past year, right? 7-string Tom, who sings and plays the piano for you, is my spy. The kitchen helpers, the washerwoman in the laundry, the servant in the stables, and even your bodyguards are all my men. It is no harder for me to kill you than to kill a dog, Lady Stoneheart said. If that is the case, why don't you kill me? Instead, you watch me fuck your daughter every day. She is pregnant because of me. Are you planning to use her to make up for what you owe me? Littlefinger laughed. Uncle Finger was not an ordinary person. Knowing that he was going to die, he completely let go. Lady Stoneheart stared at him and said, I don't owe you anything. I didn't kill you because I heard that you planned to marry Sansa and Aegon. I am very satisfied with this marriage. Also, Sansa is not pregnant. She is lying to you. How can she not be pregnant? So many times. The smile on Uncle Finger's face disappeared. You are a good teacher. You even taught her how to make moon tea. Why? Does she not love me at all? Uncle Finger's face twisted as he roared hysterically. Lady Stoneheart nodded and said, Yes, that silly girl loved you. She was willing to learn from Cersei and give birth to a bastard child for the king. But she loved her mother and her family more. Stark and Tully's family cannot be tainted by your bastard child. I will not allow that bastard to haunt Sansa for the rest of her life like a nightmare. She deserves the best in the world. She should have a husband who loves her wholeheartedly and have children with her lover. She should not be burdened with guilt and live in fear for the rest of her life. Uncle Finger said sadly, Is my bloodline that lowly? But who in the 7 kingdoms is smarter than me? I still fantasize that she can give birth to a beautiful and smart son. I will let you know when you die. Dany Rise has seen through all your thoughts and actions. Lady Stoneheart told him what happened in the cave that day. Even if it is only for Sansa's safety, I will not let her lie to the smart Dany Rise. Is that woman a devil? Uncle Finger muttered. Perhaps the onlooker sees more clearly, Lady Stoneheart said. But I did not do anything to her. Why did she expose me everywhere? Uncle Finger complained loudly. Chapter 646. Back then, when Robert wanted to eliminate Dany Rise and Pycelle suggested hiring a faceless one. I was the one who stopped him because the price was too high. If I had known this would happen, I would have paid the Iron Treasury on credit. It's not my money anyway. Uncle Finger was truly wronged. He had traversed the 7 kingdoms for decades and schemed against countless people, but he had never done anything to the Long family. Ugh. He never had the chance. But that woman had a big mouth and lured this resurrected spirit to him. All right, it's getting late. You should be on your way. Saying this, Madame Stoneheart turned around and said to the tall woman guarding the door, Maya, leave this to me. You can go now. Yes, madam. Maya bowed and left the hall with her hammer. Maya Stone East was the illegitimate daughter of Robert and Ide when they were still foster children in Arran Valley. She only remembered her father's appearance and knew that she was an illegitimate daughter. Ugh, since her surname was Stone East, of course she was an illegitimate daughter. But she did not know that her father was the king. Other than her, everyone else knew. Due to her special identity, Maya's position in the valley was also special. If there were guests visiting the Eagle Nest, she would be the tour guide and lead them through the steep stone steps carved into the wall. Because of this, Maya had the chance to get to know Caitlin and build a good relationship with her. All the fresh food in the Eagle Nest was brought up from the valley by Maya's mule. Therefore, Uncle Finger was stuffed into a sack and placed on a mule like a big pumpkin. He passed through several checkpoints and did not attract the attention of the guard. Of course, the more important reason why Uncle Finger could be brought into the main hall of the Eagle Nest was that winter had arrived. Most of the servants in the Eagle Nest had moved to the Moongate Castle. Only a few old people were left in the castle at the top of the mountain to guard the treasury. There was not a single person in the main hall of the castle. No one could hear him even if he screamed himself hoarse. Uncle Finger guessed that he would be thrown down the moon gate by the spirit in front of him. He said angrily, "It's fine if you let Maya kill me. Why do you have to do it yourself and use such a cruel method? No matter what I've done, my love for you is so deep and true. Is your heart made of stone? Don't you feel anything?" Madame Sure Exion's lips curled into a mocking smile. She took off her cloak and said, "Your love for me is so deep and true. You even told everyone you met that you stole my virginity. Today, I will repay your love and make your dreams come true." Uncle Finger, who was yelling in anger, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He widened his eyes and looked at Caitlin, whose clothes were disappearing. He said in fear, What are you doing?" After taking off his clothes, there was no enchanting woman in the hall, but instead, there was a monster. His skin was as pale as frozen milk, without a trace of the luster of a living person. Half of his once thick red hair had fallen off, and the few strands of hair that remained were as dry as grass, grayish-white like the bones of a dead person. Although she had been resurrected, the wounds on her body had not healed. It was like biting off an apple. The remaining wounds would not grow back, leaving only dried blood clots. Even the green fascia and white bones under the muscles could be seen. She had been soaked in the river for a few days, and her body was full of holes from fish and prawns. She was like a mandrill in human skin, but that skin was peeled off from a rotting female corpse that had been dead for many days. Uncle Finger was so scared that he almost fainted. He shouted, "No, Caitlin, you are not such a person. Don't." Madame Sure Exion did not let him have his way. She even held an oil lamp and showed her beautiful body to Uncle Finger. Uncle Finger supported himself with one hand and retreated with all his might. Madame Sure Exion made a sound as if she was laughing. She followed him easily. "Caitlin, don't be rash. Think of Ide, think of Sansa. You are the noble young lady of Riverrun, the elegant Duchess of Winterfell." Uncle Finger was completely flustered. He tried to provoke her with words as he moved toward the moon gate. The area spanned across 2 mountains, so the main castle in the center was suspended a few hundred meters in the air. The builders of the castle had even chiseled through the center of the hall to build a door, which was the moon gate. Jumping down the moon gate was like jumping off a cliff that was a few hundred meters high. Uncle Finger would rather kill himself. However, Madame Sure Exion had left her kindness and tolerance to Lalo. She could even kill an innocent person, let alone an enemy who had destroyed her family. She lifted his broken knee and dragged him back while Uncle Fingers screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Then, she tore off his clothes and blanket. Ignoring his fierce struggle and pleas, she fed him a bottle of low-quality aphrodisiac concocted by the forest witches. After a while, she sat down on him. Oh no, Uncle Finger cried like a cuckoo or an old ape. He could only accept it helplessly. He closed his eyes and cried bitterly. The heat below could not warm Madame Xion's heart. She looked coldly at his pained face and said, "Isn't this what you want? You are Ide's wife, don't be like this." Uncle Finger broke down completely as he was pinned down by a demon who had crawled out from hell. He cried like a child. Ide. Madame Xion's dry eyes could not shed any tears, only dark red blood oozing out. She laughed in despair and said, "Open your eyes and look at me. How can I meet Ide with this demonic appearance? My Ide, ha ha ha, he is enjoying the glory and honey wine in the heaven of the gods, but I can't even go to the 7 levels of hell. The 7 levels of hell belong to the 7 gods, but I have to go to the hell of an alien god that I have never believed in. It's all your fault." Madame Xion moved with all her might. Uncle Finger felt like he had fallen into a swamp made of worms and poisonous snakes. It was cold, sticky, and rotten. His body sank uncontrollably until it was above his head. Countless long worms burrowed into his skin through his pores, into his muscles, into his soul. He lay on the ground like a dead man, staring at the ceiling with his dull eyes. He muttered, "The scholars are right. We mortals need a real world without magic, megalosaurus, and gods." Seeing him like this, Madame Xion laughed strangely. She was happy after getting her revenge, but it was like a bottomless pit had opened in her heart. No matter what kind of happy feelings were poured into it, they would immediately flow into the hole and flow to an unknown place. Instead, it was hatred, resentment, jealousy, and other negative emotions that stayed in her heart and filled it to the brim. She could never be happy. Every second of her time in the human world was torture. Sigh, I should go back to hell. Sansa, goodbye, Rickon, I'm sorry, Bran, where are you, Arya, where are you? Madame Xion bent down and hugged Uncle Finger tightly. Their bodies rolled, and the two of them rolled into the moon gate together. The cold wind howled, and the moonlight was bleak. The two entangled bodies were smashed into a pile of meat paste. The mountain peak was tall and seemed to hold up the crescent moon in the sky. On the west side, Alicia's tear was like the Milky Way. It poured down from the peak of the mountain, creating a cold river that ran through the valley plains. The waterfall rumbled, and the surface of the water shimmered. The moonlight shone like a silver ribbon that fell from the sky. Not far from the river, on a barren hill made up of rugged rocks and black soil that was dotted with snow, a few people squatted and chatted under a limestone rock that had been ravaged by the cold wind. "Perhaps you still have a mission that you have yet to complete," Mir, Soros said in a low voice as he tightened his fur. "Light King, what do you want me to do?" Madame Xion's dull eyes looked at the crescent moon that was like a blade in the sky and asked coldly. She was dead. She was resurrected. The Brotherhood without flags had long known of her plan. They also knew that she wanted to die. After they helped her kidnap Uncle Finger, they waited at the foot of the mountain for her to fall from the peak. Actually, Madame Xion's predecessor, the Lightning King, had always wanted to die. He had died 7 or 8 times and was resurrected 7 or 8 times, but every time he was resurrected, he would lose some of his beautiful memories. The more he was resurrected, the more painful it was. He couldn't take it anymore. After he found Caitlyn's body, he gave her his kiss of life. He finally died, and she replaced him in this world. At first, she was glad that she had the chance to take revenge. But now, the mission of revenge was entrusted to her children. She longed for eternal sleep, but she couldn't do it. The red-robed monk in Mire pieced her body together. When they held a farewell ceremony, she was resurrected. Soros wasn't sure if he could resurrect her. It all depended on Lalo. Lalo didn't want her to die. You are alive to fulfill the mission that the Light King gave you, the red-robed monk comforted the Holy Son. Madame Sure Xien was the Holy Son of the Red God Church. My uncle also has a mission. Can you resurrect him? Jamie with messy hair asked. The kidnapping of Uncle Finger was done under his guidance. The captain of the Kingsguard was actually a bandit here. He died too long ago. Plus, his body is in Baylor Cathedral. Soros shook his head. The Holy Mother is so biased. Why did she resurrect that bastard Big Sparrow instead of my uncle? He was one of the few good people in our family. Jamie curled his lip. He scolded the Holy Mother, but no one scolded him because they were all believers of the Red God. Let's go. It's almost dawn, Lemon said. Everyone got up and was about to leave when Madame Sure Xien suddenly saw ahead. There was a hole, and white brain matter flowed out of the hole onto Uncle Finger's handsome face that had died with his eyes wide open. Resurrect him. Soros was troubled. He is different from you. You are like a piece of wood that broke into pieces after falling. He is like a pile of cow dung. His rotten flesh is everywhere. You can't make a whole person. Madame Sure Xien looked around and pointed at the dogs pulling the sleigh. The head is intact. Can you put it on the dogs? I'm afraid not. Soros' face was pale as he hesitated. They sewed my son's head on the Demon Mountain's neck. Is the great King of Light inferior to a scholar? Madame Sure Xien's voice was like a hurricane from the ice purgatory. I'll try, the red-robed monk said helplessly. Jamie shuddered and said with a trembling voice, Why do you have to do this? You've already killed him. Madame Sure Xien said coldly, I need a companion on the way to hell. Why don't you accompany me? Jamie did not say anything and quickly went forward to untie the sled dog. I want a bitch, Madame Sure Xien said again. Jamie's body stiffened and he moved even faster. Lemon cut off the dog's head. Jamie hugged Uncle Finger and pressed his head against the dog's neck. The blood quickly solidified in the cold night and the head stuck to the neck. The night is dark, everywhere is dangerous. The day is bright, full of prosperity. Soros finished chanting, but the corpse was still a corpse. No, the red-robed monk said helplessly. I'll do it. Madame Sure Xien took a step forward and said with a hoarse voice, The night is long. I need a companion. Holy Lord of Light, please help me. Soros' face twisted. How dare you distort the King of Light's teachings? Is this heaven? The dog's paw twitched a few times. Uncle Finger opened his eyes and said blankly, Why is heaven so cold? Soros, Jamie put away his frightened expression and shouted at Uncle Finger, You dog, you started the civil war of the 7 countries and murdered my son. You still want to go to heaven? Woof, who are you? Suddenly, Uncle Finger looked down and saw his current appearance. He howled, Ow, no, Mother of Mercy, I fell into the 7 levels of hell and became a dog demon. Chapter 647. Littlefinger is dead? Tyrion was confused. Aegon saw that his shocked and confused expression did not seem fake. He frowned and said, You really didn't do it? Then who did it? Tyrion came back to his senses. He raised the chain in his hand and said, Untie me. I just came back from the old town. Princess Elaine has been with me all this time. Aegon glanced at his cousin. Seeing her nod, he said, Where at first? The vassals of the valley are furious. They are all shouting that they want to put you on trial. Soon, the dwarf Elaine and Aegon flew to the valley and landed at the Moongate Castle's drill ground. Just like a few days ago, the main castle was packed with nobles and knights. The former venue of the wedding banquet was now the trial hall. Because of the special relationship between the dwarf and Aegon, King Aegon wanted to avoid suspicion. The judges were Queen Sansa, Bronze Yohn, and a few other vassals of the valley. The midget entered the hall and observed his surroundings. He was surprised to see that among the people in the valley, there were many who were laughing and chatting, followed by those who had solemn expressions. There were even fewer people who were glaring at him angrily, and there were 0 people who were heartbroken. Oh no, there was still one person who was mourning for Uncle Finger's death. Queen Sansa was dressed in plain clothes that hugged her graceful waist. Her pink cheeks were filled with grief. Her eyes were red and swollen like pink peaches. Her hazy blue eyes were filled with tears. She looked like a little white flower swaying in the spring rain. She really looked like a young widow. Oh no, she had lost her father, not her husband. For some reason, second brother, who had been working tirelessly for 2 days and 2 nights, looked up at this moment. The dwarf quickly looked away from the queen's full breasts and bowed. "Tell me first, why do you think I killed Littlefinger?" He was calm and took the initiative. In the past few years, he had been put on trial twice. Catelyn had captured him, and Lisa had tried him for sending assassins to kill Bran at the Eyrie. At King's Landing, Cersei and Tywin had tried him for murdering Emperor Joffrey. Both trials were extremely unpleasant. The judges were all crazy women who wanted to put him to death. In the end, the trial changed from a civil trial to a martial trial, a trial by martial art. This time, even if Sansa went crazy, he was not afraid. First of all, on the way here, he had already figured out Aegon's attitude towards Uncle Finger's death. We all know what kind of person he is, so we won't have to worry about his death. Secondly, he had witnesses. No one could ignore the testimony of the Dornish princess. Bronze John glanced at Sansa. After seeing her nod, he said, "First, you have a motive. King Joffrey seems to have been the one who framed you. And on the night of King Aegon's wedding, you had a conflict with Duke Baelish. You beat him up, and before you left, you told him to fly once. In fact, Duke Baelish fell from the Moon Gate and flew once." "Ha ha." Tyrion shook his head and chuckled. "When I said fly, I wasn't talking about the Moon Gate. Throwing from the Moon Gate wasn't enough to vent my anger. I have a pterodactyl. I can lift that bastard up a few thousand meters and throw him down onto my sister's balcony. Her beautiful face will be covered in Littlefinger's filth. That will be the real pleasure." The hall burst into an uproar. Some people roared with laughter, while others cursed. Bronze John did not comment and continued, "Duke Baelish's guard was killed by a crossbow, and we all know that you are an expert in infiltration and assassination with a crossbow. In terms of using a crossbow, my talent is indeed dazzling and cannot be hidden. How many allied dragoons have died under my Tyrion pterodactyl crossbow? For this, the Queen even rewarded me with tens of thousands of gold royals for the invention patent. Even King Aegon said that it was good when he used it. Cough cough, so you admit it?" John glanced at the embarrassed King Aegon and felt a little awkward. "Admit what? I haven't been in the valley for the past few days. Princess Elaine can testify for me." The dwarf pointed at Princess Dornan and said. Under everyone's gaze, Elaine looked hesitant. "Your Highness?" Tyrion asked nervously. "You can't drop the ball at a time like this." Elaine glared at him, and her expression became even more conflicted. "Why are you hesitating?" the dwarf shouted. Just as he shouted, he suddenly realized that Elaine was the heir of Dornan, the unmarried virgin princess. If she announced that she had a threesome with the dwarf in front of everyone, it was true that the people of Dornan liked to fool around, but they also believed in the 7 gods. They could fool around without being afraid of others saying anything. However, it was a little insulting to admit that they were fooling around in front of so many nobles. Thinking of this, the dwarf immediately shouted, "Elaine, tell us. Let's go to the old town to find Rosie, the real Rosie in Rosie's dream." On the sunny beach of Green Pavilion Island, the 3 of us had a perfect 2 days and 2 nights. "Tell them." "Rosie? 7 gods above. Rosie, it's so convenient to have a dragon. I've always wanted to, sigh. Not to mention Rosie, even Princess Elaine is a top-notch beauty. She actually had a threesome with such an ugly and deformed little devil monkey. Holy Father, why is this world so unfair? What's unfair about it? The dwarf has a pterodactyl. Just like on normal days, no matter how ugly or old we nobles are, we are still more loved by women than the handsome commoners. A pterodactyl knight is obviously of a higher level than us ordinary knight. Sigh. I also want to become a pterodactyl knight, Harry thought in his heart. I'm thinking, isn't it impossible for a dwarf? How is he going to deal with two women, even though they are more stimulating to any man than an aphrodisiac? Sigh, you don't understand. The Dornish people are very, it must be Princess Elaine and Rosie. Then the dwarf rubbed his penis and cheered them on. I see. The hall seemed to have exploded. The knights and nobles were all excited. They didn't care where they were and discussed loudly. Hearing everyone's words, Elaine's face turned pale and then red. She glared at the dwarf who was looking at her guiltily. Then, she shrunk her neck and lowered her head in shame. Silence, silence. Bronze John shouted with all his might. There was no table or hammer. After a while, the hall changed from a noisy market to a quiet library. John said angrily, "Everyone here is a noble gentleman. Why are you talking like a street bumpkin? King Aegon and Queen Sansa are still here." Everyone lowered their heads and humbly listened to him. Bronze John nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the dwarf and said, "Tyrion, tell us the details of what happened in the past 2 days. Everyone, John, you old bastard. Why don't I use Tessa to carry you to the old town and you try it yourself?" Tyrion cursed. Old John wanted to nod and agree. "All right, hurry up and untie me." Tyrion raised the shackles on his hands and said impatiently, "This is a farce. Who doesn't know who you are? When Jon Arryn died, you didn't do anything. It was just Pinky. How many people were cheering in their hearts? Ask yourselves honestly, do any of you care about his life or death? Who wants to take revenge for a little upstart from the Five-Finger Peninsula?" "Tyrion, you are insulting the nobles of the valley." Bronze John shouted angrily. "Jon, are you Pinky's vassal?" Tyrion mocked. Bronze John's face flushed red and he snorted. "At least he is the protector of the valley." Of course, Jon was not Pinky's vassal. No one here was Uncle Finger's vassal. Robert Arryn was still alive. He was the Duke of the Valley. If the nobles of the valley admitted that they were Uncle Finger's vassal, it meant that they had betrayed Duke Robert. Those who could take revenge for Uncle Finger were either his vassals or his relatives and friends. Unfortunately, Uncle Finger did not have any. This was the so-called foundation of the nobles. This was also the reason why everyone had always looked down on Uncle Finger. Without Little Finger, everything he had built up would be destroyed in an instant. And in this world, it was not difficult to make a normal person disappear. Just like Uncle Finger, he was kidnapped by a group of bandits. But if you killed Tywin, Kevin, and Lannister, you would still be a giant. Tyrion, Duke Baelish is my godfather. You insulting him is the same as insulting me." Sansa rebuked angrily. Tears poured out of her eyes, but she forced herself to maintain the dignity of a queen, and did not cry out loud. The nobles felt pity and respect for her. Even the dwarf was stunned. He thought that the best goddaughter of the Seven Kingdoms was really devastated by the death of the best godfather of the Seven Kingdoms. He glared at Aegon. "What are you doing? You have been married for a few days and you still haven't let her see Pinky's true colors?" Aegon shrugged helplessly. "Sigh, my cute little wife. She is very smart and believed my words, but she is too kind and benevolent. She only remembers the kindness of others and forgets their evil." "What, Pinky is dead? Are you sure?" Dragon Queen was shocked when she received the news. "I am 100% sure. The people of the valley found Pinky's corpse at the foot of the mountain. It was a horrible sight. It was a pile of rotten meat. Even his head was taken away by a wild wolf. But from the protector of the valley ring on his severed finger, we can tell that it was Pinky. Oh right, his clothes and the mimic bird badge are still there, Marvin said. Who is the murderer? Danny asked again. We suspected it was Tyrion, but… Marvin's eyes wandered as he told her about Tyrion and the other two. Now that the people of the Seven Kingdoms know, Prince Dowling will be furious. Danny's mouth twitched. Then, she remembered that she was also partly responsible for this. That Rosie, she was also a pretentious little bitch like Sansa. Other than Sansa, Pinky was not liked by anyone else. After many investigations to no avail, Tyrion suggested that his death be blamed on Cersei. Marvin said, That's really, Your Majesty, there is something you need to pay attention to. Marvin's expression turned serious as he reminded her, I realized that Sansa Stark is not simple. Not long after Pinky's death, she became the new protector of the valley and Robert Arryn's guardian under Bronze Yohn's suggestion. Also, she is far more popular than Pinky. The valley is almost under her control. Perhaps? A person flashed across Danny's mind, Madame Stoneheart. Because her loyalty to Catelyn had been transferred to Sansa, Brittany was willing to be the captain of Aegon's Kingsguard. Brittany was the bridge between Sansa and Lady Stoneheart. I see. Danny suddenly understood everything. Lady Stoneheart's heart was as cold as stone, but her brain was still there. The marriage with Aegon, the alliance between wolves and dragons, was the best choice for Sansa and Stark. Also, Prince Aegon's goal has changed, Marvin added. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.